By the time the taxi finally rolled to a stop, Hannah's teeth were practically rattling from the ride. The transmission gave one last metallic clunk before the car lurched onto the gravel and died. Hannah dug through her tote, found a wrinkled $20 bill, and handed it over with a hurried thank you. Then came the real battle, getting her enormous suitcase out of the trunk. One of its plastic wheels had seized somewhere back in Ohio. It now sat permanently crooked at a miserable 45-degree angle, making the suitcase impossible to roll properly. Hannah had to drag it by sheer force, each movement accompanied by an ugly scrape against the ground. She paused at the entrance to the estate and looked up. Behind her smudged aviator sunglasses, she studied the towering wrought iron gates. Rust had eaten through the decorative curls, leaving orange flakes scattered across the metal. Thick ivy had swallowed most of the stone pillars. This wasn't exactly screaming romantic wedding weekend. It looked more like the sort of place where someone would announce a tax investigation or where the first victim in a horror movie would make the mistake of knocking on the door. A piercing cry suddenly ripped across the muggy afternoon. Hannah startled so badly that her vanity case nearly slipped from her hand and landed in the stagnant water beside the driveway. "Those are funeral wreaths." Natalie came flying down the manor's enormous front steps, her silk robe billowing behind her like a parachute caught in a storm. 6 enormous pink rollers were wound into her hair, and a cordless house phone was clamped to one ear. In her free hand, she waved a bundle of hydrangeas that looked as though they'd barely survived an encounter with a lawn mower. "The florist in town is actively trying to ruin my life." Natalie continued into the phone. Then she spotted Hannah. "Oh, thank God." "Hannah." She didn't even bother waiting for the person on the other end to respond. "Get inside. Now. The caterer just sent me a picture of the brisket, and it looks like someone murdered a shoe and served it on a platter." Natalie tossed the phone onto a wicker chair, leaving the wedding coordinator shouting helplessly through the speaker, and hurried across the gravel. The moment she reached Hannah, she wrapped both arms around her. "You actually came." The hug nearly knocked them both into a row of decorative boxwoods. Natalie pulled back just long enough to give Hannah's outfit a critical once-over. "Gray sweatpants," she announced. "To a wedding weekend." "Honestly? Fearless. I respect it. Please tell me you packed waterproof mascara." Hannah dragged the broken suitcase another few inches. The damaged wheel shrieked across the gravel. "My luggage was trapped underneath a suitcase belonging to a man who smelled like expired ham." She gave Natalie a tired smile. "And hello to you too. Congratulations on voluntarily entering legal bondage. Now, where's the champagne?" "In the cellar." Natalie seized the suitcase handle, immediately discovered what Hannah had been dealing with, and made a face. "It's being protected by several men who have declared war on happiness." She tugged once more. The suitcase refused to cooperate. "Forget it. Leave it here. I'll get the groundskeeper to haul it upstairs later." Hannah released the handle with an almost spiritual sense of relief. "Come on," Natalie said, already pulling her toward the house. "You need to see the tent. The rental company delivered a pole tent instead of a frame tent, and I am currently about 3 minutes away from committing arson." Hannah followed, rubbing her aching palm against her sweatpants. From the driveway, she took in the full sweep of the old Victorian manor. The gray paint had peeled away in long strips. The wide porch dipped noticeably near the center, and several boards looked as though they had been negotiating their retirement for years. The entire house had the strange, imposing charm of something that had once been magnificent and had since developed a stubborn refusal to die. Then Hannah noticed the man watching them. He stood on the second-floor veranda, almost completely swallowed by shadow. One shoulder rested beside a weathered white column, and his arms were folded across a broad chest. His charcoal t-shirt stretched tightly across shoulders wide enough to fill a doorway. He was utterly motionless. Not casually still. Predator still. Hannah knew immediately who he was. Caleb. Natalie had mentioned her older brother only twice. The first time, she'd called him a miserable corporate recluse who preferred the woods to people. The second time, she'd threatened to glue his car keys to the driveway if he dared miss her wedding ceremony. Now Hannah understood both descriptions. Caleb's eyes were fixed directly on her. There wasn't even a hint of friendliness in his expression. His jaw tightened, a muscle jumping beneath the dark shadow of his stubble. He looked like a man who had spent years assessing threats and had just decided that Hannah was one. Hannah refused to be intimidated. She raised her chin slightly and pushed her sunglasses higher onto her nose. Neither of them looked away. For several long seconds, the space between them seemed to tighten. Then Caleb exhaled sharply through his nose. Without saying a word, he turned and disappeared through the doorway behind him. Hannah watched the empty veranda. "That your brother?" Natalie glanced over just in time to see the screen door swing shut. She rolled her eyes. "Ignore him." She linked her arm through Hannah's and started dragging her toward the porch. Caleb spent too many years living in the middle of nowhere. Now he treats every unfamiliar person like they're an undercover IRS agent. He owns half the county, runs some enormous lumber business, and apparently believes glaring at stray dogs counts as communication. Hannah climbed the warped wooden steps. "He looks like he bites. Only when someone touches his coffee." Natalie flashed her a grin. "Come on. Grandma is downstairs trying to bribe the caterer with homemade moonshine because she wants the soup hotter, and I need you to stand beside me and absorb some of the chaos." Hannah laughed under her breath as Natalie hauled her inside. Neither woman noticed the figure waiting upstairs. Caleb stood in the dim hallway with both hands pressed against the plaster wall. His breathing was uneven. His heart was pounding so hard it hurt. 3 seconds. That's how long the scent had reached him before he actually saw her. Dust. Old books. Lavender soap. And beneath it all, something he couldn't explain. Something wild. Ancient. Electric. The scent had gone straight through him, triggering every instinct he'd spent years keeping under control. Mate. The word came like a curse. Caleb shut his eyes. His fingers dug into the plaster until the wall crumbled beneath his grip, leaving deep marks behind. No. It couldn't be her. She was human. Human. Soft where he was hard. Vulnerable where he was built for survival. Fragile enough that the dangers surrounding his world could destroy her before she even understood what was happening. She had only recently graduated from college. She probably worried about student loans, drank overpriced iced coffee, and had absolutely no idea that she'd just walked into the middle of a pack gathering during a dangerous moon cycle. She didn't belong here. She certainly didn't belong anywhere near him. Caleb slowly pulled his hands from the wall. He forced himself to breathe. In. Out. Again. Gradually, the frantic pounding in his chest began to settle. From below came the muffled sounds of conversation and laughter. Natalie's unmistakable voice rose above the others, mixing with the chatter of relatives and the heavy footsteps coming from the kitchen. Caleb moved toward the nearest window. Through the dusty glass, he could see Hannah standing on the porch. She was arguing with Natalie now, tossing her dark hair over one shoulder as she spoke. A breeze caught the edge of her jacket and pulled it close against her waist. Caleb's entire body reacted. Heat quilled deep inside his chest. That same primitive instinct surged forward again, demanding that he go downstairs, take her away from this place, and put as much distance between her and the pack as humanly possible. He gripped the wooden window frame. Hard. The old timber creaked beneath his fingers. She couldn't stay. She couldn't be near him. He would get through the next 48 hours somehow. He'd endure the ceremony. He'd keep his distance. And on Sunday morning, he'd watch her climb into another taxi and leave the estate. She would never know how close he'd come to losing control. A heavy knock sounded behind him. Caleb. Mason's voice carried down the hallway, lazy and amused. You look like you just swallowed a grenade. Caleb didn't turn. Mason chuckled. Don't tell me the little human downstairs has your alpha instincts acting up. Caleb's shoulders went rigid. Shut up, Mason. His voice was quiet, but the warning underneath it was unmistakable. Mason appeared in the doorway, leaning casually against the frame. A beer hung loosely between 2 fingers. Relax. He glanced toward the stairs. She's pretty. Nice hair, too. Looks ridiculously soft. Caleb's expression darkened. Mason's grin widened. I could go downstairs. Maybe offer to carry her suitcase. He took a slow drink. Just to see what happens. Caleb turned. For one brief second, a dangerous flash of gold burned through his eyes. Mason didn't move. If anything, he looked even more entertained. Go ahead, Caleb said. He stepped toward him. One heavy boot struck the floor. Then another. Mason's smile finally faltered by a fraction. Try talking to her, Caleb continued, his voice dropping into a deadly whisper, and I'll throw you straight off the damn balcony. Mason backed away from the doorway, laughing. Wow. He raised both hands in surrender. Territorial already? Caleb stopped several feet away. Mason slipped safely out of reach and shook his head with obvious delight. You are in so much trouble, big brother. Try one of these, Aunt Helen said, thrusting a grease-stained paper bag directly into Hannah's chest. They are filled with lard and blackberry preserves. You look like you blow away in a stiff breeze. Hannah caught the bag just before it dropped onto her sneakers. The interior of the ancestral manor hit her senses like a physical shove. The air smelled thick and heavy. Wet dog hair mingled with roasting garlic cloves and ancient cedar beams that had absorbed 2 centuries of cooking grease. Natalie grabbed Hannah by the elbow, dragging her past a stack of folding chairs piled high in the narrow hallway. Ignore Helen, Natalie hissed under her breath. She thinks anyone under 150 pounds is suffering from a wasting disease. Put those pastries down before the ants form a union and carry them away. Ants swarmed the entryway from 3 different directions. 2 of them argued fiercely over whether the cousins from the northern branch should sit near the kitchen or out by the tool shed. Their voices dropped into low, gravelly rumbles that sounded less like human speech and more like an argument between 2 large mastiffs over a soup bone. Hannah blinked, stepping backward and nearly colliding with a heavy oak table covered in mismatched teacups. Caleb leaned against the doorframe of the pantry, holding a chipped ceramic mug filled with black coffee. He did not move a muscle. His dark eyes tracked every single breath Hannah took, rising and falling with a steady, lethal rhythm. He wore a faded flannel shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Veins stood out on his forearms like thick cords. Mason sidled up beside Hannah with the silent grace of a house cat. He dropped an arm around Hannah's shoulders, pulling her just close enough that her arm brushed against his chest. Welcome to the asylum, sunshine, Mason drawled, flashing a grin that looked entirely too sharp for a Tuesday afternoon. Hope you brought knee pads. Things get a little slippery around here once the moon hits the ridge. Hannah laughed, shifting slightly to accommodate his arm without really thinking about it. I survived 4 years of collegiate dorm life with a roommate who played bagpipes at 3 in the morning. I think I can handle some rustic charm. Caleb took a slow sip of his coffee. A muscle jumped in his jaw with enough force to crack walnut shells. Dorms are nothing, Mason murmured, leaning down to speak right near Hannah's ear while keeping his gaze locked on his older brother. You need someone experienced to show you the dark corners of the property. The old barn has some very sturdy beams. Perfect for hanging out. Or hanging on, depending on how wild you like your evening workouts. Hannah wrinkled her nose, looking up at Mason with mild confusion. Why would I work out in a barn? Does your family secretly run a CrossFit gym out in the sticks? Something like that, Mason laughed, tightening his grip on her shoulder and squeezing just enough to draw another dark, murderous twitch from Caleb's face. Lots of heavy lifting. Full body engagement. You have to grip hard or you fall right off the equipment. That sounds terrible, Hannah said, ducking out from under Mason's arm to set Helen's grease bag on the nearest counter. I prefer exercise that involves a couch and a television. Oh, you will get plenty of heavy breathing in soon enough, Mason purred, stepping closer again. Especially once the sun goes down and the temperature drops. Big bodies generate a lot of heat. You want someone solid to keep you warm when the drafts start howling through the floorboards. Caleb slammed his coffee mug down onto the wooden counter so hard the liquid sloshed over the rim and soaked into the grain. The ceramic cracked right down the middle with a sharp ping. Get out of the kitchen, Mason, Caleb said. His voice dropped into a register so low and resonant it vibrated straight through the floorboards and into the soles of Hannah's shoes. Relax, big guy, Mason chuckled, holding up both hands in mock surrender while backing toward the pantry door. Just showing the guest our famous southern hospitality. Make sure she feels accommodated. You know how inhospitable you get when someone breathes within 10 feet of your favorite toys. Hannah spun around, pointing an accusing finger right at Caleb's chest. Stop talking about me like I am a piece of antique furniture or a stray hound you found on the porch. I can hear you both. I am standing right here. Caleb froze. His chest rose in a massive, jagged inhalation. The scent of pine and crushed fern rolled off him in a sudden wave, thick enough to choke the smell of roasting garlic. You are not furniture, Caleb muttered, his voice tightening until it sounded like sandpaper rubbing over iron. Glad we cleared that up, Hannah snapped, crossing her arms over her own chest to mirror his defensive posture. Now, where is the champagne Natalie promised, because I need about 3 glasses of it before I figure out which of these ants is going to murder me with a rolling pin. Cellar, Caleb gritted out, pointing a rigid finger down a narrow flight of stone steps near the back of the pantry. 3rd shelf on the left. Drink whatever you want. Just stay out of the woods after dark. I was not planning on hiking through the briar patch in my sweatpants, Hannah shot back, turning her back on him with a huff. Mason leaned against the pantry doorframe behind Caleb, shaking with silent laughter. He whispered something else under his breath, but Caleb cut him off with a savage elbow to the ribs that sent Mason stumbling backward into a stack of empty pickle jars. Natalie bustled back into the kitchen carrying a clipboard with bent metal rings. She looked between Hannah's flushed face and Caleb's murderous glare, her eyes narrowing with sudden suspicion. Why is everyone breathing like a startled horse? Natalie demanded, tapping her pen against the metal clipboard. Hannah. Go down to the cellar and grab 3 bottles of the dry Riesling. Caleb, stop looking like you want to throw your brother through the refrigerator. Go haul those folding chairs out to the lawn before the rain starts. Caleb didn't move for 3 full seconds. His eyes stayed glued to the back of Hannah's head as she stalked toward the cellar door. Every line of his body screamed reluctance, yet his boots finally hit the floor with heavy, disgruntled steps as he turned toward the back exit. Hannah pulled open the heavy wooden door leading down to the cellar. A wave of cool, damp air washed over her face, smelling of limestone and old wine barrels. She flicked the switch on the wall, illuminating a steep flight of gray stone steps that vanished into the gloom. If I trip and break my neck down there, Hannah called back over her shoulder, tell the caterer to keep my deposit. You won tea, Caleb muttered from the doorway, his hand gripping the frame so tightly his knuckles turned chalk white. I'll catch you. Hannah stopped with 1 foot on the top step. She looked back at him, her eyebrows drawing together in a sharp V. He stood in the sliver of light coming through the kitchen window, his expression unreadable, heavy with something that felt dangerously close to desperation. You are very weird, Caleb, Hannah said, descending into the dark. I know, he growled to the empty doorway. Porcelain shards skittered across the linoleum floor with a sharp, shattering crack that made 3 ants flinch in unison. Someone in the back pantry had just reduced another dinner fork to tangled tinfoil. Hannah jumped, her knee knocking hard against the underside of the mahogany dining table. Wine splashed over the rim of her glass, staining the white linen runner a deep, bloody crimson. Nobody apologized. Nobody even stopped chewing. A distant cousin simply kicked the broken ceramic pieces under the sideboard with a worn leather boot while grandmother cleared her throat. The sound resembled gravel grinding inside a cement mixer. Grandmother fixed her pale, cataract eyes directly on Hannah. The old woman wore a velvet shawl that smelled fiercely of mothballs and stale pipe tobacco, sitting at the head of the table like a feudal monarch presiding over a famine. So, grandmother said, her voice dry as parchment paper rubbing together. Natalie tells us she finished school up north. Nursing, she calls it. A proper trade for a girl with soft hands. Hannah swallowed hard, setting her fork down with a tiny metallic clatter. Her palm felt sweaty against the linen napkin. Yes. Graduated last month. Sent out about 40 applications to hospitals around the state. Waiting to hear back from the emergency ward downtown. Waiting, grandmother repeated the word as if it tasted like sour milk. A waste of time. When women in our family want something done, they do not wait for permission from men sitting in sterile offices with clipboards. They take the territory. Well, Hannah stammered, her cheeks burning so hot she could feel the heat radiating all the way to her ears. I prefer to fill out the paperwork legally. Less chance of getting arrested for trespassing or practicing medicine without a license. A muffled snort erupted from the middle of the table. Mason hid his laugh behind a heavy bread roll, his shoulders shaking with amusement. Across the roast beef platter, Caleb stared down at his plate. He had not touched a single slice of meat. He just pushed a single roasted potato back and forth across the china with the tip of his knife, scoring deep gouges into the glaze. His jaw muscles locked into hard, rigid bands every single time Hannah opened her mouth. The sound of her nervous laugh made his chest tighten into a painful knot, squeezing his lungs until breathing felt like drawing glass through a straw. Marriage comes first anyway, Aunt Helen piped up, stabbing a potato with vicious accuracy. A girl needs a strong roof over her head before she starts bandaging strangers in the city. You need a man who stays close to the soil. Someone who knows how to handle an emergency without calling an ambulance. Hannah forced a tight, polite smile that felt entirely fake. I think I can manage my own rent. And my own emergencies. Do you? Grandmother murmured, leaning forward so the overhead chandelier caught the sharp angles of her cheekbones. A city apartment with paper-thin walls and strangers walking the corridors. That sounds terribly exposed. Vulnerable to every stray draft. I have deadbolts, Hannah said, her voice sharpening with defensive friction. And a very angry cat if I ever decide to adopt one. Caleb stopped moving his knife. The blade snapped right down the center with a loud ping. Two halves of steel skittered across the mahogany surface. The entire table went dead silent. Even the distant clatter of pots from the kitchen ceased instantly. Every head turned toward Caleb. He did not look up. He simply reached down, picked up the broken pieces of metal, and dropped them onto his empty bread plate. Pass the salt, Caleb growled. His voice dropped so low it vibrated through the floorboards. You broke the silverware again, you big ox, Natalie muttered from down the row, rolling her eyes as she shoved the ceramic salt shaker across the wood. Honestly. You act like you live in a cave instead of a house with indoor plumbing. Shut up, Natalie, Caleb snapped back, his eyes darting sideways for a fraction of a second to check Hannah's reaction. Hannah ignored him, turning her attention back to her wine glass. She took a long swallow of the dry Riesling, letting the cold alcohol burn the back of her throat. The tension in the room felt thick enough to slice with a butcher knife. Every breath she took drew in the heavy scent of wood smoke, wet wool, and that sharp, pine needle sharpness that always seemed to follow Caleb around like a personal weather system. Nursing school, grandmother muttered again, shaking her head slowly as she dipped a spoon into her turnip soup. Strange ambition for a soft thing. Blood and antiseptic. Better suited for the nursery. I am not a soft thing, Hannah said before she could stop herself. The words slipped out of her mouth with sudden, sharp heat. She looked straight at grandmother, refusing to blink. I spent 4 years dealing with sleep-deprived chemistry majors and professors who thought sleep was a luxury item. I think I can handle a few stitches. Mason let out a low whistle under his breath. Oh, she has claws, he whispered loudly enough for half the table to hear. Caleb slammed his hand flat against the table. The water glasses rattled violently. The sound cut off Mason's smirk instantly. Enough, Caleb said. He pushed his chair back with a loud screech of wood against the floor. He stood up to his full height, towering over the table with his broad shoulders bunching beneath his dark flannel shirt. Without another word, he turned on his heel and strode out toward the back screen door, letting it slam shut behind him with a crash that rattled the window panes. Hannah stared at the empty doorway, her heart thumping a fast, erratic rhythm against her ribs. Pay him no mind, grandmother said calmly, dipping her spoon into the bowl again as if nothing had happened. The boy has no manners. Never learned how to sit politely when something disturbs his territory. He has issues, Hannah said, reaching for the water pitcher with a hand that shook slightly. He has instincts, Natalie corrected softly, her tone losing its usual wedding panic edge for a brief moment as she watched the empty porch. And right now, they are losing their collective mind. The floorboards groaned under heavy footfalls that sounded entirely too rapid for normal human balance. Hannah padded down the dark corridor in bare feet, her throat dry as sand after swallowing 2 glasses of salty roast beef and a surplus of acidic Riesling. The grandfather clock at the end of the hall ticked with a sluggish, mocking rhythm. Shadows stretched long and distorted against the peeling floral wallpaper, taking on jagged shapes that made her squint through the gloom. A tall figure detached itself from the darkness near the linen closet. Hannah walked straight into a wall of solid muscle before she could break. A hand shot out to steady her elbow, gripping her skin with enough force to leave bruised fingerprints by morning. She looked up. Caleb towered over her in the pitch-black hallway, wearing a rumpled gray t-shirt and low-slung denim jeans that scraped against his hips. He smelled like cedar wood, pine needles, and sweat. Watch where you are going, Caleb muttered, his voice dropping into a rough, gravelly register that rasped against her collarbone. He tried to sidestep her, shifting his broad shoulders to the left. Hannah side-reacted right, blocking his path with deliberate stubbornness. You live in a permanent thunderstorm, Hannah whispered, her voice bouncing off the narrow walls. Every time you walk into a room, the temperature drops 10 degrees and everyone stops breathing. What is your actual problem? Caleb did not answer. He stared past her left ear, his jaw clenching so hard the muscle twitched visibly beneath his dark stubble. Hannah jabbed her index finger straight into his sternum. The muscle felt like solid iron beneath the cotton fabric. Stop doing that. Stop glaring at everyone like they owe you rent. If you hate having guests in your stupid ancestral mansion, maybe tell your sister before she sends out engraved invitations. Caleb caught her wrist mid-poke. His fingers clamped around her pulse point with terrifying heat. The air between them went completely static, prickling against the skin of her arms like wool pulled over a sweater. He pulled her a fraction of an inch closer, his chest rising in a sharp, ragged inhalation that rattled right through her ribs. You do not know anything about this house, Caleb rasped, his face dipping down toward hers until she could see the tiny amber flecks scattered through his dark irises. You do not know what lives in these woods. You do not belong here. Stop saying that, Hannah hissed, trying to wrench her wrist free without giving him the satisfaction of seeing her struggle. I am staying in the blue guest room down the hall. I have a return bus ticket for Sunday afternoon. You can tolerate my presence for 48 hours without acting like a caged animal ready to strike. A low sound rumbled deep in his chest, vibrating against her knuckles where he still held her arm. He looked down at her mouth, his gaze dropping so fast it felt like a physical touch. His thumb brushed across her inner wrist, tracing the frantic beat of her pulse with slow, hypnotic pressure. A bus ticket, Caleb muttered, a bitter edge twisting the corners of his mouth. Right. Let go of my arm, Caleb. He released her instantly, stepping back as if her skin had burned him. He shoved both hands deep into his pockets, his shoulders hunching up toward his ears. Without another word, he turned on his heel and strode down the dark hallway, his heavy footsteps fading away toward the west wing stairs. Hannah stood alone in the dark, rubbing her wrist where his skin had left a burning imprint. Her heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. She took 3 deep breaths of the cold, pine-scented air, shook her head until her hair whipped across her shoulders, and kept walking toward the kitchen for a glass of tap water. Silverware strikes crystal glassware with sharp, jagged rings that pierced straight through the low hum of conversation filling the dining hall. Natalie stands at the head of the long oak table, clutching a linen napkin that she has twisted into a damp, wrung-out rope. Tears carve tracks through her carefully applied powder. She stares down at a linen fold that resembles a dying swan instead of a formal swan. The caterer promised geometric precision, Natalie sobs, her voice cracking as she gestures wildly with a butter knife toward the centerpieces. Instead we have origami disaster sitting next to the bread rolls. My wedding looks like an arts and crafts project executed by angry toddlers. Hannah reaches for the heavy ceramic pitcher sitting near her elbow, pouring deep red Cabernet Sauvignon into her water goblet until the ruby liquid laps dangerously close to the rim. She needs a buffer against the noise. The dining room vibrates with 30 relatives chewing with too much jaw strength while shouting opinions about seating charts across the room. Caleb sits directly beside her on the wooden bench, his heavy thigh pressing against her skirt with solid, radiating heat. He wears a dark button-down shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, exposing the hollow of his throat where a pulse beats a rapid, chaotic rhythm. He stares straight ahead at his plate of prime rib, ignoring the food entirely while wrapping his long fingers around a tumbler of neat bourbon. Drink slower, Caleb murmurs, his head barely turning toward her shoulder. His voice sounds like gravel rolling down an iron chute. That vintage hits hard if you slug it like Gatorade. My stress levels require industrial-grade chemical intervention, Hannah whispers back, taking another long swallow that burns right down her chest. Your sister is currently crying over table napkins. Someone needs to sedate her or hand me another bottle. She cares about the aesthetic, Caleb mutters, swirling the amber liquid in his glass until the ice cubes clink against the rim. His jaw tightens into a hard ridge. Ridiculous waste of energy when guests should focus on perimeter security and keeping out of the woods after dark. Hannah lowers her goblet with a sharp thud against the wood. She turns her head to glare at him, her fringe falling across her forehead. Perimeter security. Right. Because wild boars pose a massive threat to the butter sculpture of a swan. Do you ever turn off the tactical paranoia, or do you sleep in tactical gear? Caleb stops swirling his bourbon. His fingers freeze around the glass. He shifts his gaze slowly, locking his dark eyes onto hers with an intensity that makes the ambient room noise fade into a dull hum. His skin smells like crushed pine needles and hot cedar wood under a noon sun. Woods aren't safe this time of month, Caleb says, leaning an inch closer so his breath brushes the shell of her ear. Packs traveling for the ceremony. Territorial disputes get messy. You walk past the tree lean alone and you invite trouble you cannot fight off with a plastic fork. I am 24 years old, Hannah shoots back, her voice rising above the clatter of silver. I lived in downtown Chicago for 4 years without getting eaten by a bear. I think I can handle a walk to the mailbox. Uncle Walter stands up at the other end of the table, clinking his fork against a brandy snifter with enough force to shatter the thin crystal. He clears his throat, a deep guttural sound that rattles the ceiling rafters. To the bride, Walter bellows, raising his glass high while baring slightly too many canine teeth in a wide grin. May her human husband survive the winter and keep his mouth shut during pack meetings. Laughter erupts around the table. Natalie gasps, dropping her ruined napkin onto her plate and glaring at her uncle while wiping her cheeks. Hannah groans, bringing her wine glass back to her lips to drown out the bizarre toast. Caleb shifts his weight again, his shoulder pressing firmer against hers. The contact sends a warm, electric shriek straight up Hannah's arm. She tries to slide an inch to the left, but the wooden bench meets a carved armrest, trapping her between the solid expanse of his chest and the furniture. Move over, Hannah whispers, jabbing her elbow into his ribs. Caleb doesn't budge an inch. He stays rooted like a granite boulder, his muscles flexing under his shirt as he watches her struggle with irritated amusement. No room, Caleb replies, his mouth curving into a slow, infuriating smirk that reaches his eyes for the first time all weekend. You're stuck. You are infuriating, she mutters, taking another gulp of wine to hide the sudden, traitorous heat rushing up her neck. I know, he breathes out, his gaze dropping briefly to her lips before snapping back to her eyes. Drink your wine. We have to sit through 3 more speeches from aunts who want to discuss ancient family bloodlines before we escape this circus. Heavy footsteps shuffle down the dimly lit hallway. People stumble into doorframes and mumble vague excuses about exhaustion after hours of forced socializing. Hannah trails behind the group with sluggish steps. Her limbs feel heavy, weighed down by 3 glasses of Cabernet and the suffocating presence of 30 relatives staring at her plates. Caleb walks beside her. His broad shoulders cut through the shadows while his heavy work boots strike the floor with rhythmic force. He draws the short straw after Aunt Helen points a crooked finger at his chest and orders him to haul Hannah up the stone stairs before she collapses on the Persian rug. I can walk, Hannah mutters, her tongue feeling thick against her teeth. She trips over the edge of the first stair riser. Her shoulder slams hard against the rough plaster wall. Caleb catches her elbow before she can slide down the vertical drop. His hand wraps around her arm with burning pressure. He hoists her upward in one smooth motion, lifting her weight effortlessly as he climbs the steps 2 at a time. The scent of pine wood and heated skin rolls off his flannel shirt, cutting through the stale smell of old wool and floor wax. They reach the 2nd floor landing. The corridor stretches out in the gloom with closed doors lining both sides. Caleb leads her toward the room at the end of the hall. He pushes the heavy wooden panel open with his hip, reaches inside, and flicks on a small brass bedside lamp that casts a yellow glow across the flowered wallpaper. He drops her brass key onto the nightstand with a sharp clatter. He turns around immediately, his boots pivoting on the hardwood floor with military precision. Lock the door behind you, Caleb says. His voice sounds rough, choked with strain as he avoids looking at her face. He takes a step toward the hallway. Hannah reaches out blindly. Her fingers hook into the hem of his dark jacket. She yanks backward with sudden, stubborn strength. Caleb stumbles backward. He catches his balance on the edge of the mattress, his broad frame crowding the small space between the bed and the wall. He spins around to face her, his eyes flashing a bright, dangerous gold in the dim lamplight. Let go, Caleb growls. His chest heaves under his cotton shirt. Every muscle locks into a rigid line. No, Hannah whispers. She takes a slow step forward, invading his personal space until her breath brushes against the cotton over his chest. You spend every second glaring at me. You follow me down hallways. You break silverware when I talk. Make up your mind. Caleb lets out a sharp, ragged sound that resembles a growl trapped in his throat. His hands shoot out, gripping her hips with crushing force. He lifts her off the floor effortlessly, setting her down on the edge of the mattress while crowding his body between her knees. The door clicks shut behind him. The brass latch drops into place with a definitive thud that seals the room off from the rest of the estate. The last thin barrier holding his control in place snaps right down the middle. Caleb cups her face in both palms. His thumbs stroke across her cheekbones, pressing into her skin as if he needs physical proof that she is solid flesh and bone. His gaze drops to her mouth. His pupils dilate until the dark irises swallow the gold flecks entirely. "You have no idea what you are inviting into your life," Caleb murmurs against her lips, his voice dropping an octave into a low, vibrating hum that tickles her skin. "Shut up," Hannah breathes out. She grabs the collar of his shirt, pulling him down until his mouth crashes against hers. The kiss tastes like dark bourbon and pine resin, fierce and uncompromising. Caleb makes a low, rough sound in the back of his throat. His hands slide from her face down her back, hauling her flesh against his chest so hard the air leaves her lungs in a rush. He kisses her with a desperate hunger that ignores every warning he spent the last 3 days barking at her. His tongue traces the seam of her lips, demanding entrance and taking it with the heavy, unyielding pressure of a predator claiming territory. Hannah arches her back, her fingers tangling in the dark hair at the nape of his neck. She pulls him closer, feeling the hard wall of his chest and the frantic drumbeat of his pulse thumping against her ribs. Caleb breaks the kiss for a fraction of a second to drag a ragged breath into his lungs. His lips trail down her jawline, pressing hot, open-mouth kisses along the sensitive skin of her throat. Hannah gasps, her hands gripping his shoulders as a shiver shoots straight down her spine. The friction of his stubble against her skin burns deliciously, wiping away every coherent thought in her head. He hooks his hands under the hem of her sweater, sliding the fabric upward in one swift motion before tossing it aside. The cool night air hits her skin for a second before Caleb covers her with the heavy heat of his chest. His hands roam across her skin, mapping every curve with frantic urgency, as if he believes she might vanish if he slows down for even a heartbeat. Hannah reaches for the buttons of his shirt, her fingers fumbling with the tiny fabric loops in her haste. Caleb helps her, ripping the top 2 buttons free with a small pop of tearing threads. He sheds the flannel completely, dropping it onto the floorboards in a crumpled heap. Skin meets skin, burning hot and electric in the yellow lamplight. He presses her back against the pillows, leaning over her with his broad shoulders blocking out the rest of the room. His eyes burn down into hers, dark and wild with a fierce intensity that leaves no room for doubt or hesitation. "Mine," Caleb growls softly against her lips, the word vibrating through both of them before he covers her mouth again in a deep, consuming kiss that steals the last of her breath. Sunlight slices through the gap in the heavy velvet curtains, cutting across rumpled white cotton sheets and a pair of discarded leatherwork boots sitting on the floorboards. Hannah breathes out a slow, even sigh, her head resting heavy against Caleb's bare shoulder. Her dark hair spills across his chest in loose tangles. Caleb wakes up with panic clawing straight up his throat. His eyes snap open, the gold flecks in his irises flaring wide before settling back into a dark, panicked brown. He stares up at the water-stained plaster ceiling for 2 seconds while his brain processes the weight of a warm human body sleeping soundly against his ribs. The realization hits him like a freight train coming down the mountain. He slept with her. He crossed every line he drew in the dirt. Caleb scrambles backward off the mattress with frantic speed. His elbow tangles in the duvet, nearly sending him sprawling onto the braided rug. He catches his balance against the bedside table, knocking over a glass of leftover water that shatters against the floor with a sharp crash. Hannah stirs at the noise, her eyelids fluttering open as she shifts against the pillows. "Caleb?" Her voice sounds raspy, thick with sleep. Caleb ignores her, grabbing his jeans off the floor and yanking them up his legs with shaking hands. He fumbles with the metal button, nearly tearing the denim loop in his haste. He snatches his flannel shirt from the foot of the bed, shoving his arms through the sleeves without bothering to line up the buttons properly. "Caleb, what are you doing?" Hannah sits up, pulling the sheet over her chest while squinting against the harsh morning light flooding the room. He paces toward the door, his jaw locked so hard his teeth ache. He refuses to look down at the bed, refusing to let himself look at her bare shoulders or the way her hair frames her face. The panic inside his chest turns into cold, bitter ash. He remembers every warning he gave himself all week. He remembers his pack responsibilities, the fragile state of human bones, and the disaster waiting around the corner if anyone finds out an alpha marked an outsider in a guest room. "It was a mistake," Caleb says, his voice flat and brutal, stripping every bit of warmth out of the air. Hannah freezes. The pillow she clutches against her chest drops an inch. "What?" "Last night," Caleb snaps, pointing a rigid finger toward the floor between them. A moment of weakness. I lost control. It shouldn't have happened. The silence in the bedroom stretches out, thick and heavy enough to choke on. Hannah's face loses color, the soft sleepy warmth vanishing from her expression to be replaced by a cold, sharp shock. She pulls her chin up, her eyes narrowing into dangerous slits. A moment of weakness, Hannah repeats. Her voice drops into a quiet, lethal register that makes the hairs on the back of Caleb's neck stand up. Is that really what you are calling it? It is what it is, Caleb lies, his heart hammering a violent rhythm against his ribs while he forces his feet to turn toward the door. We both had too much wine. Best if we forget about it and pretend none of this took place before anyone else wakes up. He grabs the brass door handle, yanks the heavy wood panel open, and steps out into the hallway. He pulls the door shut behind him with a sharp click, leaving her alone in the rumpled sheets before she can throw a heavy ceramic lamp at his head. Caleb stands in the corridor, leaning his forehead hard against the cool plaster wall. His chest heaves with ragged, shallow breaths. He hates every word that just came out of his mouth. He hates the cowardice of running down the hall like a whipped dog. But staying in that room meant chaining himself to a human woman who belonged in the city, putting her directly in the crosshairs of a territorial pack war. He walks toward the stairs with heavy, leaden boots, knowing he just ruined everything. The gravel outside the window crunched under rubber tires with a heavy, grinding rhythm that vibrated straight through the floorboards. Hannah stared at the ceiling plaster. A small crack ran across the white paint in the shape of a crooked lightning bolt. Sunlight filtered through the lace curtains, casting gray shadows across the rumpled sheets. The side of the mattress where Caleb had spent half the night remained cold and sunken. He left hours ago. He abandoned the room before dawn broke over the tree line, leaving behind a faint smell of cedar and pine that lingered on the spare pillow. Hannah sat up, pulling the cotton sheet tight around her shoulders. Her muscles ached with a dull, throbbing weight that made every movement feel like a chore. She threw her legs over the side of the bed and landed her bare feet on the cold wooden floorboards. Panic had given way to a hot, blinding fury by the time she reached the bathroom. He called it a mistake. He whispered about weakness before bolting out the door like a coward running from a burning building. The wedding ceremony loomed ahead like an execution. Hannah knew she had to survive the afternoon. She had to sit in a folding chair on the lawn, watch Natalie exchange vows with her human groom, and pretend she did not spend the previous night tangled in the sheets of the bride's brooding older brother. She pulled a green silk dress out of her suitcase, sliding the fabric over her head with jerky, aggressive movements. When she stepped out onto the landing 10 minutes later, the hallway smelled like damp wool and expensive perfume. Downstairs, the ants were already bustling around the entryway, pinning white roses to lapels and shouting instructions about seating arrangements in low, gravelly tones that sounded like grinding stones. Caleb stood near the double doors leading out to the back lawn. He wore a tailored charcoal suit that fit his broad shoulders too well. The crisp white shirt collar squeezed his thick neck, and he kept adjusting his tie with stiff, jerky motions. When Hannah reached the bottom of the staircase, his head snapped around. His dark eyes locked onto hers with a sudden, suffocating intensity. The gold flecks in his irises flared bright for a fraction of a second. His breath caught in his throat, audible across the crowded foyer. He looked her up and down, taking in the way the green silk hugged her waist, and his jaw locked so hard a muscle twitched violently in his cheek. Then he looked away. He turned his shoulder completely, staring hard at a bronze umbrella stand as if it held the secrets of the universe. He avoided her with the precision of a bomb squad technician handling live explosives. Every time Hannah moved toward the back patio, Caleb vanished through the pantry door or stepped outside to interrogate a cousin about perimeter fences. He acted like her mere presence would set off an international incident. Mason leaned against the doorframe of the parlor, holding a flute of cheap champagne. He watched Hannah walk past, his gaze dropping to the slight slump of her shoulders before snapping back to her face with a knowing, infuriating smirk. "Rough morning, sunshine?" Mason asked, his voice dripping with amusement as he took a slow sip of his drink. "Loud birds keeping you awake? Or maybe the mattress in the guest wing lacks proper lumbar support." Hannah stopped, turning her head to glare at him. "Your brother snores like a freight train. You should really get his sinuses checked." Mason chuckled, swirling the golden liquid in his glass. "Caleb does not snore. He growls when he sleeps. Usually happens when he has something on his mind. Or someone." Before Hannah could think of a sufficiently lethal reply, Natalie appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Hannah by the elbow and dragging her toward the lawn. The wedding march started wheezing out of two portable speakers hidden behind the boxwood hedges. Natalie looked stressed enough to spontaneously combust, her veil slightly askew and her bouquet clutched in a white-knuckled grip. "Places," Natalie hissed, shoving Hannah toward the bridesmaid line. "If the groomsmen drop the ring in the grass, I am feeding them to the hounds." The ceremony blurred past in a haze of floral scents, awkward vows, and the low, rumbling hum of pack members shifting their weight in the folding chairs. Across the aisle, Caleb stood rigidly at attention as the best man. He kept his chin tilted up toward the sky, staring at the treetops. He never glanced her way once during the entire exchange of rings. Not a single look. His parents sat in the front row, their sharp gazes darting back and forth between Caleb's stiff posture and Hannah's flushed face with quiet, calculating interest. They knew something broke during the night. They just watched and waited with the patient stillness of predators tracking a wounded deer. The moment the officiant pronounced them married, Natalie practically lunged at her new husband for a kiss that lasted 4 full seconds too long before dragging everyone toward the reception tents. Hannah did not wait for the first dance. She did not wait for the cutting of the cake or the inevitable toast from Uncle Walter. She slipped away from the edge of the dance floor while the cousins were busy arguing over the seating chart for the brisket platter. Upstairs in the guest room, she packed her duffel bag in 10 furious minutes. She threw her clothes into the canvas without folding a single shirt, shoving her toiletries into the side pocket with enough force to snap the zipper pull. She refused to look at her reflection in the oval vanity mirror hanging over the dresser. She did not want to see the dark circles under her eyes or the remnants of yesterday's mascara. She hauled the heavy bag down the back service stairs, avoiding the main hallway entirely to dodge the sound of clinking glasses and booming laughter. The side exit led straight out to the gravel delivery lane behind the kitchen. A rusted milk truck sat idling by the bulk tanks, venting steam into the humid afternoon air. The driver, an elderly man in a faded plaid shirt, leaned his elbow out the window and spat a stream of tobacco juice onto the dirt. "Heading into town?" Hannah asked, hefting her duffel bag over her shoulder. The driver squinted at her through thick spectacles, eyeing her green silk dress and the angry set of her jaw. "Town is 20 miles that way. Train station is past the grain elevator." "You running from something, little lady?" "You have no idea," Hannah muttered, hauling herself up into the passenger seat and slamming the heavy metal door shut. The truck lurched forward with a loud grind of gears, kicking up a cloud of gray dust that settled over the iron gates of the estate as they drove away. Hannah stared out the cracked windshield, watching the crumbling stone pillars recede into the distance. She swore off country estates, destination weddings, and brooding men with anger management issues forever. City air tastes like burnt gasoline and hot asphalt after 3 days of mountain cedar. Hannah kicks the door of her third-floor apartment shut with the heel of her sneaker, letting her canvas duffel bag drop onto the linoleum floor with a heavy thud. The tiny kitchen smells permanently of cheap chicken bouillon packets and stale detergent leaking from the plastic jug under the sink. It lacks the damp, rotting leaf odor of the ancestral estate, and for that small mercy, she feels thankful. She kicks off her flats, leaving them crooked by the radiator, and marches straight toward her ancient laptop sitting on the wobbly laminate table. Job postings blink from the glowing screen. St. Jude Memorial Hospital needs night shift nurses for the emergency department. The application requires 3 references, a copy of her diploma, and a digital signature on a liability waiver that probably signs away her soul. Hannah types her license number with sharp, deliberate keystrokes. She wants sterile white walls. She wants fluorescent bulbs that buzz with boring, predictable electricity. She wants a world where men do not glare from dark hallways or smell like pine needles and trouble. Her phone buzzes against the table wood. The screen lights up with 50 missed text notifications. All of them come from Natalie. The honeymoon cruise ship hit a storm off the coast of Maine, forcing an emergency port stop in Nova Scotia. Natalie typed out 30 distinct paragraphs expressing rage over cancelled shore excursions and mediocre room service. Hannah swipes the notification banner away without reading a single word. Let the bride deal with iceberg delays and angry husbands. Hannah has a kitchen floor to sterilize. She fills a bucket with hot tap water and a generous capful of lemon-scented bleach. Kneeling down on the cold tiles, she scrubs the linoleum with a stiff bristled brush. She scrubs until her biceps burn and her knuckles turn pink from the chemical fumes. Every pass of the brush pushes away the memory of heavy hands on her hips and rough whispers in the dark guest room. 2 states away, the main dining room of the estate feels several degrees too cold. Caleb drops a heavy iron skillet onto the black cast iron stove with a loud clatter that makes the salt shakers jump. He wears a dark charcoal work shirt with the sleeves ripped off at the shoulder, exposing thick forearms banded with corded muscle. His stubble looks dark and heavy, shadowing a jaw clamped so hard his teeth ache. He moves around the kitchen with jerky, violent efficiency, slamming pantry doors and tossing raw steak into a skillet with enough force to splatter grease across the backsplash. Mason leans against the doorframe, tossing a small green apple from hand to hand. His mouth twitches with a lazy, annoying grin that makes Caleb want to shove his head straight through the plaster. "You smell like burnt toast and bad decisions," Mason drawls, taking a bite out of the apple with a loud crunch. "Mother sent me in here to check if you plan to burn the house down before Sunday dinner. Or if you just plan to break every piece of cookware we own first." Caleb stabs a heavy metal spatula into the sizzling beef. "Get out of my kitchen, Mason." "Hard pass," Mason says, stepping further into the room and sidestepping a stray potato rolling across the floor. "Everyone noticed you came back from the north pasture on Sunday looking like you got dragged behind a tractor. You spent 48 hours growling at fence posts and losing money on lumber futures. Even the old man thinks you lost your mind. Did the human bite back?" Caleb stops moving the spatula. The meat hisses in the hot pan, spitting fat against the metal. His shoulders bunch up under his shirt, expanding until the fabric stretches tight across his back. He does not turn around. He stares straight into the grease smoke rising toward the copper hood. "Nothing happened," Caleb rasps, his voice dropping into a low, gravelly warning. "Right," Mason laughs, tossing the apple core into the garbage pail across the room with a clean, effortless arc, "and I am the Pope. You look like a dog that buried a bone and forgot where he put it. Except the bone went back to Chicago and took her cute little laugh with her." The spatula bends right in half under Caleb's grip. Cheap stainless steel snaps with a sharp ping that echoes off the tile walls. Mason raises both eyebrows, dropping his casual slouch. "Okay, so you broke a spatula. That is new. Usually you stick to forks and coffee mugs. Want to talk about why you look like you want to punch a wall, or should I go fetch Dad so he can give you another boring lecture about territorial restraint?" The back door opens with a soft click, and their father walks into the kitchen. He wears a faded plaid button-down and smells like damp soil and pipe tobacco. He looks between Caleb's stiff back and Mason's amused expression, taking in the snapped spatula sitting in the skillet. "Kitchen is no place for a temper tantrum," their father says quietly, leaning against the wooden island. He crosses his arms over his chest, studying his oldest son with shrewd, experienced eyes. "You let her leave." Caleb grips the edge of the counter with both hands. His knuckles turn chalk white as he presses down until the wood groans. "She doesn't belong here. She is human. She has a life in the city. A real job. And you are an alpha who left his mark on a guest room mattress and ran away before sunrise," his father replies smoothly, dropping the truth onto the table with zero hesitation. Mason whistles low through his teeth. "Ouch. Dad keeps score." Caleb spins around, his eyes flashing a bright, dangerous gold in the dim kitchen light. "I protected her. If the northern pack caught wind of an unbonded human carrying an Alpha S scent on this property during a moon cycle, they would have used her to force a territorial surrender. I kept her safe by sending her away. You kept her safe by breaking her heart and acting like a coward," his father says, his voice flat and unyielding. "Now you walk around the grounds like a ghost rattling chains. Fix it, or stop smelling like sour milk around the livestock." Caleb stares at his father for 3 long seconds. He drops the ruined spatula into the sink, tears off his apron, and storms out the back door into the darkening woods without another word. Fluorescent lights buzz above the nurse's station. The sound resembles angry bees trapped inside a tin can. St. Jude Memorial Hospital smells entirely of industrial bleach mixed with stale coffee. A very specific brand of cheap hospital coffee sits on a heating pad for 6 hours until it turns into acidic sludge. Shift change brings organized chaos. Nurses in wrinkled blue scrubs swap plastic clipboards. People bump shoulders in the narrow corridors. A heart monitor beeps down the hall with an obnoxious rhythm. Hannah leans against the laminated wood counter. Her feet throb inside her white sneakers. A blister pushes against her left heel with sharp pressure. She grips a plastic pen tightly. Her knuckles turn white from the strain. A resident physician drops a heavy chart onto the desk. He knocks over a plastic cup of paper clips. Sorry, he mutters. He walks away quickly. He completely ignores the mess spilling across the floor. Typical. Nobody cleans up their own disasters around here. Diane stands next to the medication cart. Diane has worked at St. Jude since the administration installed the original asbestos ceiling tiles. She wears her silver hair in a tight bun secured by two terrifyingly sharp wooden sticks. She snaps her chewing gum loudly. Room 402 needs a fresh 4-line, Diane says. She points a fake red fingernail toward the west wing. The guy pulled it out again. He actually claims the tubing contains government tracking devices. Hannah grabs a sterile kit from the metal drawer. The plastic wrapping crinkles under her fingers. Walking down the hall takes incredible physical effort. Her legs feel like wet concrete columns. A sharp cramp twists the bottom of her stomach. She ignores the pain. She blames the vending machine sandwich she ate at 3 in the morning. A terrible life choice involving highly processed cheese. A janitor rolls a yellow mop bucket out of a patient room. The rubber wheels squeak loudly against the linoleum. A heavy wave of chemical lemon cleaner wafts upward. The artificial citrus smell hits the back of Hannah's throat. Her stomach violently revolts. Saliva floods her mouth instantly. She drops the plastic fork kit right onto the shiny floor. She spins around on her heel. The supply closet sits 10 feet away. She practically sprints toward the heavy wooden door. Her sneakers squeak against the polished tile. She throws the door open. The small room smells intensely of rubbing alcohol. A deep industrial sink sits in the corner next to stacks of clean bedsheets. Hannah barely reaches the porcelain edge. She bends over and throws up everything in her stomach. The physical force makes her ribs ache. Her vision swims out of focus. Black dots dance across the gray tile wall. She grips the cold ceramic edge of the sink. Her knuckles lock. She gasps for air. A sour taste coats her tongue entirely. She turns on the metal faucet. Cold water rushes out in a loud torrent. She splashes the freezing liquid over her face. She rinses her mouth, spitting the water down the drain. Her hands shake violently against the wet porcelain. The wooden door groans open behind her. You dropped your sterile kit in the hallway. Diane stands in the doorway. She holds the plastic wrapping between two fingers. Her gum snaps again. She leans against the metal doorframe. She watches Hannah with heavily lined eyes. Must be a stomach bug, Hannah croaks. She wipes her chin with a rough paper towel from the wall dispenser. A lot of bad flu going around the ward. Flu usually comes with a high fever. Diane steps into the closet. She hands Hannah a small paper cup filled with water from the hallway cooler. Thanks. Hannah takes a slow sip. The water feels like ice sliding down her raw throat. Diane crosses her arms over her chest. The starch in her scrubs crinkles. You look completely green. You have been eating dry saltines from the break room for 3 straight days. You think I miss the cracker crumbs all over your clipboard? I just like saltines. Right. Diane tilts her head. She stares directly at Hannah's stomach. I used to throw up exactly like that when I was carrying my oldest kid. The smell of the floor wax made me gag until my 2nd trimester. The paper cup crumples in Hannah's fist. Water spills over her fingers. It drips onto her white shoes in small puddles. You are completely out of your mind if you think I am. I don't think anything, Diane cuts her off smoothly. She uncrosses her arms. I just observe the facts. Hannah stares at the stack of white towels on the metal shelf. Her pulse thumps in her ears. A loud rushing noise drowns out the buzzing fluorescent lights overhead. Her brain misfires completely. The math hits her like a physical blow to the chest. 4 weeks. She counts backward in a frantic panic. 30 days since she dragged a broken suitcase through the gravel of a massive country estate. 30 days since a severe thunderstorm rattled the windows of a dark guest room. 30 days since heavy hands gripped her hips. Since rough lips muttered impossible nonsense against her skin. Since Caleb bolted out of the room before the sun even cleared the trees. Oh God. A cold sweat breaks out across her forehead. Her blood turns to literal ice water. The chill freezes every vein in her body. She stops breathing. Her chest locks tightly. I need to go, Hannah whispers. Your shift ends in 10 minutes anyway. Diane takes the crumpled cup from Hannah's hand. She tosses it into the plastic trash can. Go home. Buy a stick on the way. Call the guy. Hannah pushes past the older nurse. We are not talking about this. Suit yourself, Diane calls after her. Alert the Vatican if it happens to be a miracle. Hannah Power walks down the hall. She ignores the beeping monitors. She ignores a doctor calling her name from the main desk. She shoves the heavy double doors open and escapes into the locker room. The locker room offers absolutely zero comfort. It smells permanently like damp shoes. She spins the dial on her metal locker. Her hands shake so badly she misses the combination twice. She yanks the metal door open. Her canvas bag sits on the top shelf. She grabs the straps. She stuffs her stethoscope into the front pocket. She doesn't bother changing out of her scrubs. She runs out the back exit of the hospital. The automatic sliding doors part. The July heat hits her face like a wet blanket. The city street buzzes with morning traffic. Taxis honk loudly. A delivery truck idles by the curb. Exhaust fumes fill the humid air. Hannah forces herself to breathe. In and out. Slowly. She walks down the concrete sidewalk. Her sneakers hit the pavement with heavy thuds. She stares at the cracked cement. A pigeon pecks at a discarded French fry near a trash bin. The entire world looks completely normal. People buy coffee from a corner cart. A guy in a business suit talks loudly on his cell phone. A woman pushes a double stroller right past her. The stroller makes Hannah stumble. She actually trips over her own feet. She catches her balance against a brick wall. Her skin scrapes against the rough surface. Pregnant. The word echoes in her skull. It bounces around with terrifying clarity. A baby. Caleb's baby. Her knees buckle slightly. She slides her back down the brick wall. She sits on the dirty sidewalk right next to a bus stop sign. A woman waiting for the bus gives her a very weird look. Hannah ignores the stare. She pulls her knees up to her chest. She wraps her arms around her legs tightly. Hey. The woman at the bus stop nudges Hannah with the toe of her shoe. You block the path. Move. Hannah scrambles to her feet. She glares at the woman. Find another spot. She walks away quickly. She turns the corner onto a busier avenue. A bright green awning sticks out over the sidewalk up ahead. A generic pharmacy. The sliding glass doors stand wide open. Bright artificial light spills onto the concrete. She crosses the street. She dodges a bicyclist who yells something obscene at her. She ignores him completely. She walks straight into the pharmacy. The air conditioning blasts her face. The store smells heavily of cheap vanilla perfume. Hannah walks directly to the family planning aisle. The shelves hold dozens of boxes. Pink boxes. Blue boxes. Digital tests. Tests that promise results in exactly 2 minutes. She stares at the cardboard packaging. The smiling women on the boxes mock her panic. They look so happy. They look like their lives make perfect sense. Hannah grabs 3 boxes at random. She clutches them against her chest. She practically runs to the front counter. A teenage cashier stands behind the register. He wears a blue vest. He pops a bubble with his chewing gum. Just these, Hannah says. She dumps the boxes onto the counter. The teenager picks up the first box. He scans the barcode. The machine beeps. He picks up the second box. It beeps again. He looks at Hannah. He looks at her messy hair. He looks at her wrinkled hospital scrubs. He looks at the absolute panic radiating from her face. You know, these all do the exact same thing, the cashier says slowly. Buying 3-1T change the math. Ring them up. Hannah digs into her pocket for her wallet. I don't need a lecture. Okay. Total is $34. She pulls out a crumpled $50 bill. She throws the paper money onto the counter. Keep the change, Hannah says. She grabs the plastic bag. She snatches it off the counter before he can hand it to her properly. She walks out of the store without looking back. The walk back to her apartment takes exactly 12 minutes. She counts her steps. She tries to focus on the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't work. Panic claws up her throat. It settles right behind her ribs. She unlocks her apartment door. The deadbolt clicks loudly. She shoves the door open. The apartment smells stale. Her cat meows loudly from the kitchen counter. Oliver is a grumpy orange tabby with zero respect for personal boundaries. Not now, Hannah whispers. She drops her canvas bag onto the floor. She walks straight into the small bathroom. The yellow tiles look very dull. The grout needs a heavy scrubbing. She drops the pharmacy bag onto the counter. The plastic crinkles sharply in the quiet room. She opens the first box. She rips the cardboard. The paper instructions flutter to the floor. She ignores them entirely. She tears the foil wrapper open. The plastic stick feels heavy in her hand. It feels exactly like a loaded weapon. She sits on the edge of the toilet seat. She stares at the blank white wall. A tiny spider crawls near the baseboard. She watches it move. She watches it climb up the peeling paint. Hannah takes a deep breath. She forces herself to stand up. She completes the required steps. She sets the plastic stick flat on the counter. The tiny digital screen remains completely blank. The waiting begins. 2 minutes. She sets a timer on her phone. She places the phone next to the sink. The screen goes dark. The bathroom feels incredibly small. The walls press inward. The air turns thick. She struggles to drag oxygen into her lungs. Oliver walks into the bathroom. He rubs his orange head against her shin. He purrs loudly. Stop, Hannah says softly. She nudges him away with her foot. The cat ignores her request. He jumps onto the closed toilet lid. He stares at the plastic stick on the counter. He sniffs the edge. Hannah snatches the test away. She holds it tightly in her fist. She refuses to look at the screen. Not yet. Her phone screen lights up brightly. The alarm chimes. A cheerful tune fills the bathroom. It sounds completely wrong. It sounds like a cruel joke. Hannah silences the alarm. She grips the edge of the sink with her left hand. Her fingers turn white. She stares at her own reflection in the mirror. Her eyes look huge. Dark circles shadow the skin under her lower lashes. She looks incredibly tired. She looks terrified. She looks down at her right hand. She slowly opens her fingers. She turns the plastic stick over. The digital screen glows faintly. The word sits right in the center. Black letters against a gray background. Pregnant. The plastic stick slips from her fingers. It clatters against the porcelain sink. It bounces once. It lands near the metal drain. The word still shows perfectly clear. Hannah grips the sink with both hands. Her knees finally give out completely. She slides down the wooden cabinet doors. She hits the cold tile floor hard. Her tailbone aches from the impact. She pulls her knees up to her chest. She buries her face in her arms. A single tear escapes. It rolls down her cheek. It drops onto the fabric of her scrubs. A baby. She carries a tiny baby. A baby created by a man who couldn't even look her in the eye the next morning. The baby of a man who called her a mistake. Oliver jumps down from the toilet. He curls up next to her hip. He purrs softly against her side. Hannah sits on the floor for a long time. Her legs go numb. The bathroom tiles freeze her skin. She finally reaches up. She grabs the plastic stick again. She stares at the black letters. She wants the screen to glitch. She wants the battery to die. She taps the digital display with her thumbnail. The word stays exactly the same. She tosses the test into the metal trash can. It hits the bottom with a loud clank. She stands up slowly. Her joints pop. She walks into the cramped kitchen. She opens the refrigerator. The shelves hold half a carton of milk. They hold a jar of ancient pickles. She closes the door. She leans her forehead against the cool stainless steel. Her phone vibrates on the counter. The screen lights up with a text from Natalie. The message preview shows a photo of a beach. It includes a complaining caption about seagulls stealing her sandwich. Hannah picks up the phone. She unlocks the screen. She opens the group chat. She types a single letter. She deletes it. She types another letter. She deletes that one, too. She cannot tell Natalie. Natalie would immediately deploy her entire family to hunt down the anonymous father. Natalie would drag Caleb into the mess. Caleb would find out. Caleb would look at her with that same cold panic he showed the morning after the wedding. Hannah drops the phone back onto the counter. She refuses to ruin her best friend's honeymoon with a paternity crisis. She refuses to invite that brooding jerk back into her life. She will handle this completely on her own. She will figure out how to raise a child in a third-floor walk-up apartment alone, even if she must survive on day-old bread and hospital staff room coffee. She grabs her canvas bag. She pulls out her nursing textbooks. She dumps them onto the small dining table. She needs a plan. She needs a budget. She needs a bigger place. Wood chips scatter across the damp grass. The heavy iron axe head bites deep into the oak log. Caleb wrenches the wooden handle sideways. The timber groans loudly before snapping perfectly in half. He kicks the split pieces toward the massive pile near the barn wall. Sweat drips into his eyes. His gray t-shirt clings to his chest like a wet second skin. He swings again. The repetitive physical labor usually clears the noise out of his skull. Today it just makes his shoulders ache. 30 days passed since the wedding. 30 days since he practically sprinted out of a guest bedroom. Every single night ends the exact same way. He stares at the ceiling in the dark. He listens to the floorboard settle under the weight of the old house. He remembers the smell of lavender soap mixed with cheap wine. Then he gets up and goes outside to destroy something. A silver serving tray clatters violently against the porch railing behind him. Caleb lowers the axe. He turns his head slowly. His mother stands on the wooden steps. She holds a ceramic pitcher of ice water. Grandmother sits in the wicker chair next to her. The old woman holds a wooden cane planted firmly between her sensible orthotic shoes. They both watch him with identical expressions of severe disapproval. "You are going to run out of trees." His mother sets the pitcher down on a small side table. Condensation pools on the painted wood. The winter stockpile hit maximum capacity 2 weeks ago. "You just split next year as firewood." Caleb buries the axe blade into the chopping block. The heavy thud echoes across the empty yard. He wipes his forehead with the back of a thick leatherwork glove. "We might have a cold January," Caleb says. He walks toward the metal water pump near the fence line. "We might have a son who completely lost his mind." Grandmother taps her cane against the floorboards. The sharp wooden click cuts through the humid afternoon air. "You walk around this property like a ghost rattling chains. You snapped at the groundskeeper yesterday over a misplaced shovel." The man nearly quit his job on the spot. Caleb shoves his hands into his denim pockets. He refuses to look at them. The iron water pump squeaks loudly as he pushes the handle down. Cold well water gushes over his dirty hands. "I gave him a raise this morning to cover the trouble," Caleb mutters. He splashes the freezing water against the back of his neck. Money does not fix a rotten mood. His mother walks down the porch steps. She crosses the grass with silent predatory grace. She stops exactly 2 feet away from him. Her dark eyes narrow. "You sent the girl away. You did the noble thing to protect the pack from a human complication. So be noble. Stop punishing everyone else for your own stubborn choices." Caleb turns the pump off. Water drips from the iron spout into the mud. He wants to tell them to leave him alone. He wants to walk deep into the tree line until the house disappears entirely. She was soft. Grandmother speaks up from the shadows of the porch. Her voice sounds like dry leaves scraping over concrete. "City girls break out here. You saved her the trouble of packing her bags later. The mating instinct fades if you ignore it. Stop helping, mother." His mother glares back at the older woman. "Your archaic theories are making him clench his jaw so hard his teeth might shatter." The words feel like a physical punch to the ribs. Caleb flinches. His jaw actually locks instantly. The muscles in his neck jump. He remembers the sharp bite of Hannah's fingernails digging into his shoulders. She did not feel soft then. She felt entirely real. She felt like an anchor in a world full of shifting dirt. Drop it, Caleb warns. He turns toward the barn. The fence in the lower pasture needs mending. Mason is already down there. His mother steps sideways to block his path. He took the truck after you broke the coffee maker this morning. Sit down. Drink some water. Talk to us. There is absolutely nothing to talk about. Caleb sidesteps her smoothly. He grabs a heavy coil of wire off the outdoor tool bench. I have work to do. He walks away fast. He ignores his mother calling his name. He ignores the sharp tap of the wooden cane hitting the porch behind him. He needs to move. He needs physical exhaustion. If he stops moving, the panic catches up to him again. The panic tells him he made the worst mistake of his entire long life. He shoves the feeling down deep into his gut. He refuses to let the wolf surface. He just walks toward the tree line with the wire coil biting into his shoulder. A cracked phone screen lights up the dark kitchen table. The notification bell pings twice. Hannah stares at the glowing glass. She rubs her thumb over a jagged scratch near the front camera lens. Her massive anatomy textbook sits open to a chapter on cellular division. She cannot read the tiny text. The letters blur together into black smudges. The digital pregnancy test sits right next to the textbook. She kept it. She has no idea why. Throwing the plastic stick in the garbage felt like deleting a very large reality. The phone buzzes again. The group chat demands immediate attention. Brooke, are we seriously doing drinks tonight? I need a margarita the size of a fishbowl. Paige, yes. Rough day at the firm. Did you survive the shift, Hannah? Hannah picks up the device. Her hands shake slightly. She types a reply. Hannah, can't do drinks tonight. Or any night for a while. Paige, did you pick up another shift? You need to sleep. Brooke, seriously. You look like a zombie lately. Hannah deletes her next sentence. She types another. She deletes that one too. Her chest feels incredibly tight. The air in the apartment turns stale and thin. Oliver the orange tabby cat jumps onto the table. He sniffs the plastic test. Hannah shoves him gently toward the floor. Hannah, not a shift. I have news. You guys need to sit down. The typing bubbles appear instantly from both friends. They bounce on the screen. Paige, are you moving? Brooke, did you adopt another awful street cat? Hannah takes a deep breath. She closes her eyes. She hits send on the message she typed into her notes app an hour ago. Hannah, I am pregnant. The chat goes entirely dead. The silence stretches for 10 agonizing seconds. Hannah drops the phone onto the wood table. She covers her face with both hands. She rubs her temples hard. A dull headache pulses right behind her eyes. The phone erupts. It vibrates violently against the table wood. The notification chimes overlap into a chaotic mess of electronic noise. Brooke, excuse me? Paige, what? Brooke, hold on. Calling you right now. The screen switches to an incoming video call. Hannah rejects it immediately. Hannah, no calls. Please. I am exhausted. Paige, you drop a bomb like that and reject the call? Who is the guy? Brooke, is it the doctor from the 3rd floor? The one with the good hair? Hannah reads the messages. Her stomach twists. The image of Caleb standing in the dim guest room fills her mind. His broad shoulders blocked the door. His rough hands pulled her close. He smelled like cedar and bad decisions. Hannah, no. It is nobody from work. Paige, who then? Spill. Hannah stares at the digital keyboard. She types the truth. Hannah, I met someone by chance last month at the wedding. It was a one-night stand. I was very drunk. Brooke, a wedding hookup? Classic. Is he cute? What does he do? Paige, wait. Has Natalie answered her phone yet? She is still on that terrible cruise. Hannah, Natalie doesn't know yet. She has hardly any cell service. Brooke, you have to tell us. Have you told him? Hannah bites her lower lip. She bites down hard enough to taste copper blood. She remembers the cold morning light. She remembers the way Caleb scrambled away from her. He looked terrified. He looked completely disgusted. Hannah, I am not telling him. Paige, what? Why? He has a right to know. Hannah grips the edge of the table. Her fingernails dig into the soft wood grain. Hannah, he told me it was a mistake. He literally ran out of the room in disgust. He made me feel like something filthy he needed to scrape off his shoe. I am not calling a man like that to ask for child support. He will likely claim I'm lying to baby trap him. Brooke, he actually said that? What a complete garbage human. Paige, let me find him. I have a friend who runs background checks. Give me a name. Hannah, no names. I am handling this alone. Brooke, you are insane. You cannot do this alone in a one-bedroom apartment. Hannah ignores the vibrating phone. She pushes back her chair. The wooden legs scrape loudly across the linoleum floor. She walks into the cramped kitchen area. She opens the refrigerator door. She pulls out a plastic pitcher of tap water. She pours a glass. The water splashes over the rim. It soaks into the sleeve of her oversized sweater. She leans against the cheap laminate counter. She takes a slow sip. The nausea returns instantly. It hits her stomach with a vicious roll. She drops the glass into the stainless steel sink. The glass shatters. Thick shards cover the metal drain. Hannah stares at the broken pieces. She does not reach for a towel. She watches the water mix with the sharp edges. Her life currently resembles the bottom of this sink. Completely shattered. She left a giant piece of herself in those woods. The man who kept it thinks she is a pathetic mistake. Her phone chimes again from the other room. It refuses to stop. Her friends will never let this go. They will pry and dig until they uncover the truth. They will eventually realize the timeline matches the destination wedding. She grabs a yellow plastic broom from the pantry closet. She sweeps the broken glass into a dustpan. The sweeping motion gives her something physical to control. She dumps the shards into the trash can. She ties the plastic bag tight. She walks back to the table. She picks up the phone. Hannah, I need to sleep. We can talk tomorrow. Promise me you won't tell anyone. Paige, we promise. We are coming over tomorrow with takeout. Brooke, and a plan. You need a plan. Hannah locks the screen. The glass goes black. She sits in the quiet apartment. The radiator clanks in the corner. City traffic hums faintly outside the dirty window. She places her flat hand against her stomach. It feels exactly the same. No bump. No movement. Just normal skin and muscle. She wonders what her baby will look like. Will they look like Caleb? Will Natalie recognize her own family DNA? Is she going to have to move to Alaska and take up ice fishing? She grabs one of her old nursing textbooks. She flips to the thick index at the back. She looks for anything related to genetics. The book offers absolutely nothing helpful. Why would it? It's a basic nursing textbook, made for looking up how to take blood or administer medicine, not biogenetics on how to tell if your baby will share a certain shade of amber eye color, strong jawline, and the emotional capacity of the mold that lives under her sink. She closes the heavy textbook. She rests her forehead against the glossy cover. She has a 12-hour shift at the hospital tomorrow morning. She has to pretend everything is completely normal. She has to smile at sick patients and dodge Diane's highly suspicious glares. Hannah reaches for her phone again. She opens the photo gallery. She scrolls past pictures of her cat sleeping on laundry. She scrolls past blurry selfies from nursing graduation. She stops on a single photo taken at the rehearsal dinner. Natalie had demanded a group shot. Caleb stands in the far corner of the frame. He looks furious. His dark eyes glare directly at the camera lens. His broad shoulders fill up half the background. Hannah stares at his digital face. She traces his jawline with her thumb. One thing was certain, this was going to be a beautiful baby. He called it a mistake. He called her a mistake. You are going to regret that, Hannah whispers to the empty room. The empty room swallows the whisper whole. The cheap laminate table feels sticky under her elbows. Oliver the cat licks his front paw with annoying wet sounds. And then the cracked glass of the phone screen lights up like a distress flare. The vibration motor kicks in. It screams against the wood. The device inches toward the edge of the table. Hannah catches the plastic case right before it plummets to the floor. The screen freezes for a split second. The processor struggles to handle the incoming data packet. A tiny spinning wheel appears. Then the dam breaks. The phone pings constantly. It sounds like a broken fire alarm. Natalie finally found a functional cell tower on that ridiculous island. The group chat history synced all at once. Every message, every picture she had sent that didn't send due to the slow connection comes in all at once consecutive. Natalie is definitely a sharer. Hannah unlocks the screen. Her thumb leaves a sweaty smudge across the glass. The chat interface stutters. Photos load in jerky blocks of pixels. A glaring white beach appears first. Natalie wears oversized designer sunglasses reflecting a suspiciously gray ocean. The next photo shows a peeling sunburn across Natalie's left shoulder. The skin looks violently pink. The caption below it reads SPF 50 is a total lie. My skin is peeling off in sheets. More photos populate the thread. A half-eaten club sandwich resting on a plastic lounge chair. A seagull staring menacingly at a bowl of complimentary mixed nuts. Natalie's new husband looking extremely pale on the deck of a catamaran. Then the tone of the text shifts. The timestamps catch up to the current day. Natalie reads the backlog. She hits the pregnancy announcement. The little gray typing bubble appears. It pulses. It vanishes. It appears again. Hannah holds her breath. Her lungs burn. Her grip on the phone tightens until her knuckles pop. Natalie, what? Natalie, are you kidding me right now? Natalie, Hannah. Natalie, I leave the country for exactly 1 month. 1 month. You are pregnant? Natalie, who is he? Give me a name. Brooke chimes in immediately. Brooke, she refuses to tell us. We tried interrogating her. We will get her in person. Do the whole lamp and tough cop act. Drag it out of her. Paige, the guy is total trash. He told her it was a mistake and bailed. Natalie, a mistake? He actually said that to her face? Oh my God. I am going to commit a felony. Hannah stares at the glowing text bubbles. Cold sweat breaks out across the back of her neck. A heavy rock settles right at the bottom of her stomach. The absolute irony of the situation chokes her. Natalie wants to murder the father. Natalie wants to bury him under a patio. The father is currently chopping wood or brooding in a forest right in Natalie's own backyard. Hannah types a frantic reply. Hannah, please calm down. Enjoy your honeymoon. We can talk when you get back. Natalie, my honeymoon is ruined anyway. The room service menu consists entirely of wet toast and suspicious crab meat. My new husband spends more time communicating with the porcelain bowl than with me. And now my best friend is dealing with a deadbeat coward entirely alone. The screen switches suddenly. An incoming video call overrides the text thread. Natalie's contact photo flashes brightly. Hannah hits the green accept button. She props the phone against the empty coffee mug. The video feed connects with a loud squawk of static. The connection is garbage. Giant square pixels obscure half the screen. Natalie looks incredibly red. The sunburn covers her chest and neck. She stands on a balcony. Wind whips her hair into a chaotic mess. Hannah. Natalie yells. The audio lags behind her lip movements by 3 full seconds. Tell me his name right now. Do not lie to me. You sound like a malfunctioning robot, Hannah says. She rubs her forehead. Your connection is terrible. Stop trying to change the subject. Natalie glares into the front-facing camera. This is not a joke. You are sitting in that tiny apartment dealing with morning sickness. The guy is probably out living his life without a single consequence. I am going to ruin him. There is nothing to ruin. He is not involved. He is 50% involved. The wind on the balcony howls into the microphone. Natalie covers the phone with her hand for a second. The audio cuts out completely. She returns to the screen. Mother has connections. We can track him down. Caleb has a buddy who runs a private security firm. We will run a background check and destroy his credit score. Hannah completely freezes. Her blood turns to literal slush. The name hits her like a physical shove to the chest. Caleb. Natalie wants to ask Caleb to track down the father of Hannah's baby. He wouldn't have to put too much work into it. The sheer level of disaster approaching feels astronomical. Do not involve your family, Hannah says. Her voice cracks. She clears her throat harshly. Do not tell your mother. Definitely do not tell your brothers. This is my problem. It is my problem too. Natalie points a finger at the camera lens. You are my family. That baby is practically my niece or nephew. No coward gets to treat you like a dirty secret and walk away. My family handles things directly. We do not let people disrespect our pack. Pack. She uses the word casually. A quirky family term. It holds terrifying literal meaning for anyone who knows the truth. Natalie, please listen to me. Hannah leans closer to the screen. You are breaking up. The video is freezing. I am not letting this go. The audio glitches. A metallic squeal pieces the speaker. We fly back on Saturday. Sunday dinner is at the estate. I am making this the primary topic of conversation. The entire family is going to hunt this loser down. No. Wait, you cannot do that. Gotta go. The husband is throwing up the crab meat again. The screen freezes on an image of Natalie looking disgusted. See you next week. Love you. We are going to war. The call drops. The screen reverts to the home menu. Hannah sits in the total silence of the kitchen. The refrigerator hums loudly. Oliver hops onto her lap. The cat digs his sharp claws into her denim jeans. She ignores the pain completely. The timer just ran out. Natalie plans to drop a nuclear bomb in the middle of a werewolf dining room this weekend. The woman actually plans to beg Caleb to find the culprit. The hospital shift starts in 2 hours. Getting off the couch requires Herculean effort. Her limbs feel incredibly heavy. She pushes the cat aside gently. She walks into the cramped bathroom. The fluorescent light flickers overhead. It casts yellow shadows across the porcelain sink. Hannah strips off her clothes and steps into the shower stall. The water pressure in the building is famously terrible. A weak stream of lukewarm water hits her shoulders. She grabs a bar of cheap soap. The artificial floral scent instantly turns her stomach. She drops the soap. She leans her forehead against the cold wet tile. She breathes through her mouth to avoid the smell. She needs to pack her things and move to Canada. Or maybe Europe. Somewhere across a large body of salt water. Perpetually constipated men probably hate swimming long distances. The panic refuses to subside. It builds a permanent home behind her ribs. 10 minutes later she stands in front of the mirror. She wears clean scrubs. Seal blue. The fabric feels stiff and uncomfortable. She ties her dark hair back into a tight ponytail. She secures it with 2 heavy elastic bands. Her face looks extremely pale. Dark circles resemble bruises under her eyes. She grabs a tube of concealer from the vanity drawer. She dabs the thick makeup under her lashes. It barely hides the exhaustion. She shoves her phone into the front pocket of her canvas tote bag. The weight of the device feels dangerous. It holds a ticking time bomb. Sunday. Maybe he won't think it's his. Maybe she is overthinking it. He probably forgot she existed. The subway ride downtown offers zero comfort. The train car smells like wet newspaper and old garbage. The screech of the metal wheels against the tracks sets her teeth on edge. People crowd together on the plastic bench seats. A man wearing a heavy winter coat in the middle of July sleeps near the door. The chaotic energy of the city usually grounds her. Today it just amplifies the claustrophobia. She walks through the sliding glass doors of St. Jude Memorial Hospital. The blast of air conditioning hits her face. The lobby buzzes with frantic movement. A gurney rolls past the front reception desk. 2 paramedics shout medical codes at a young doctor. The rubber tires squeal on the polished linoleum floor. Hannah walks directly toward the staff locker room. The hallway smells intensely of bleach. The heavy odor masks the underlying scent of sickness. She pushes the heavy wooden door open. The locker room is mostly empty. A single nurse sits on the bench tying her shoelaces. Diane stands near the metal sink in the corner. The older nurse washes her hands with vigorous scrubbing motions. She spots Hannah in the reflection of the mirror. The soap suds drip into the basin. "You look marginally better than yesterday," Diane says. She rips a paper towel from the wall dispenser. The green tint is gone. "Did you buy the stick?" Hannah spins the combination dial on her locker. She opens the metal door. She shoves her canvas tote bag onto the top shelf. "I bought a new brand of crackers. The saltines were stale." That was the entire problem. Diane laughs. It sounds like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. She tosses the wet paper towel into the trash can. "Right. Crackers. Keep lying to yourself. The charge nurse put you on triage duty tonight. Lots of weird injuries rolling in from a multi-car pileup on the interstate. Get a coffee. A decaf coffee. I drink regular coffee." Hannah grabs her stethoscope. She drapes the rubber tubing around her neck. "Suit yourself, but if you need anything. I've eaten bad crackers 3 times in my life. Still dealing with the digestion issues." Diane pats her shoulder and walks past her. The heavy wooden door swings shut behind her. Hannah stands alone in the quiet room. She pulls her phone out of the bag one last time. The screen shows 0 new messages. Natalie is probably yelling at the concierge about the Wi-Fi. Saturday. The flight lands on Saturday. Sunday is the family roast. The collision course is completely unavoidable. Caleb sits in his sprawling mountain estate totally unaware of the impending chaos. He thinks he escaped the human mistake. He thinks he cut the tie completely. Hannah locks the phone. She drops it back into the bag. She slams the metal locker door shut. The loud crash echoes off the concrete walls. Let him find out. Let the entire pack find out. He broke things off. He ruined the dynamic. Now he gets to sit at the dining table and choke on his own bad decisions. Hannah walks out of the locker room to start her shift. The fear morphs slowly into cold heavy anger. The empty room swallows the whisper whole. The cheap laminate table feels sticky under her elbows. Oliver the cat licks his front paw with annoying wet sounds. And then the cracked glass of the phone screen lights up like a distress flare. The vibration motor kicks in. It screams against the wood. The device inches toward the edge of the table. Hannah catches the plastic case right before it plummets to the floor. The screen freezes for a split second. The processor struggles to handle the incoming data packet. A tiny spinning wheel appears. Then the dam breaks. 84 text messages slam into the notification center. The phone pings constantly. It sounds like a broken fire alarm. Natalie finally found a functional cell tower on that ridiculous island. The group chat history syncs all at once. Hannah unlocks the screen. Her thumb leaves a sweaty smudge across the glass. The chat interface stutters. Photos load in jerky blocks of pixels. A glaring white beach appears first. Natalie wears oversized designer sunglasses reflecting a suspiciously gray ocean. The next photo shows a peeling sunburn across Natalie's left shoulder. The skin looks violently pink. The caption below it reads SPF 50 is a total lie. My skin is peeling off in sheets. More photos populate the thread. A half-eaten club sandwich resting on a plastic lounge chair. A seagull staring menacingly at a bowl of complimentary mixed nuts. Natalie's new husband looking extremely pale on the deck of a catamaran. Then the tone of the text shifts. The timestamps catch up to the current day. Natalie reads the backlog. She hits the pregnancy announcement. The little gray typing bubble appears. It pulses. It vanishes. It appears again. Hannah holds her breath. Her lungs burn. Her grip on the phone tightens until her knuckles pop. Natalie, what? Natalie, are you kidding me right now? Natalie, Hannah. Natalie, I leave the country for exactly 1 month. 1 month. You are pregnant? Natalie, who is he? Give me a name. Brooke chimes in immediately. Brooke, she refuses to tell us. We tried interrogating her yesterday. Paige, the guy is total trash. He told her it was a mistake and bailed. Natalie, a mistake? He actually said that to her face? Oh my God. I am going to commit a felony. Hannah stares at the glowing text bubbles. Cold sweat breaks out across the back of her neck. A heavy rock settles right at the bottom of her stomach. The absolute irony of the situation chokes her. Natalie wants to murder the father. Natalie wants to bury him under a patio. The father is currently chopping wood or brooding in a forest right in Natalie's own backyard. Hannah types a frantic reply. Hannah, please calm down. Enjoy your honeymoon. We can talk when you get back. Natalie, my honeymoon is ruined anyway. The room service menu consists entirely of wet toast and suspicious crab meat. And now my best friend is dealing with a deadbeat coward entirely alone. The screen switches suddenly. An incoming video call overrides the text thread. Natalie's contact photo flashes brightly. Hannah hits the green accept button. She props the phone against the empty coffee mug. The video feed connects with a loud squawk of static. The connection is garbage. Giant square pixels obscure half the screen. Natalie looks incredibly red. The sunburn covers her chest and neck. She stands on a balcony. Wind whips her hair into a chaotic mess. Hannah. Natalie yells. The audio lags behind her lip movements by 3 full seconds. Tell me his name right now. Do not lie to me. You sound like a malfunctioning robot, Hannah says. She rubs her forehead. Your connection is terrible. Stop trying to change the subject. Natalie glares into the front-facing camera. This is not a joke. You are sitting in that tiny apartment dealing with morning sickness. The guy is probably out living his life without a single consequence. I am going to ruin him. There is nothing to ruin. He is not involved. He is 50% involved. The wind on the balcony howls into the microphone. Natalie covers the phone with her hand for a second. The audio cuts out completely. She returns to the screen. Mother has connections. We can track him down. Caleb has a buddy who runs a private security firm. We will run a background check and destroy his credit score. Hannah completely freezes. Her blood turns to literal slush. The name hits her like a physical shove to the chest. Caleb. Natalie wants to ask Caleb to track down the father of Hannah's baby. The sheer level of disaster approaching feels astronomical. Do not involve your family, Hannah says. Her voice cracks. She clears her throat harshly. Do not tell your mother. Definitely do not tell your brothers. This is my problem. It is my problem too. Natalie points a finger at the camera lens. You are my family. That baby is practically my niece or nephew. No coward gets to treat you like a dirty secret and walk away. My family handles things directly. We do not let people disrespect our pack. Pack. She uses the word casually. A quirky family term. It holds terrifying literal meaning for anyone who knows the truth. Natalie, please listen to me. Hannah leans closer to the screen. You are breaking up. The video is freezing. I am not letting this go. The audio glitches. A metallic squeal pieces the speaker. We fly back on Saturday. Sunday dinner is at the estate. I am making this the primary topic of conversation. The entire family is going to hunt this loser down. No. Wait, you cannot do that. Gotta go. The husband is throwing up the crab meat again. The screen freezes on an image of Natalie looking disgusted. See you next week. Love you. We are going to war. The call drops. The screen reverts to the home menu. Hannah sits in the total silence of the kitchen. The refrigerator hums loudly. Oliver hops onto her lap. The cat digs his sharp claws into her denim jeans. She ignores the pain completely. The timer just ran out. Natalie plans to drop a nuclear bomb in the middle of a werewolf dining room this weekend. She plans to beg Caleb to find the culprit. The hospital shift starts in 2 hours. Getting off the couch requires Herculean effort. Her limbs feel incredibly heavy. She pushes the cat aside gently. She walks into the cramped bathroom. The fluorescent light flickers overhead. It casts yellow shadows across the porcelain sink. Hannah strips off her clothes. She steps into the shower stall. The water pressure in the building is famously terrible. A weak stream of lukewarm water hits her shoulders. She grabs a bar of cheap soap. The artificial floral scent instantly turns her stomach. She drops the soap. She leans her forehead against the cold wet tile. She breathes through her mouth to avoid the smell. She needs to pack her things and move to Canada. Or maybe Europe. Somewhere across a large body of salt water. Wolves probably hate swimming long distances. The panic refuses to subside. It builds a permanent home behind her ribs. 10 minutes later she stands in front of the mirror. She wears clean scrubs. Seal blue. The fabric feels stiff and uncomfortable. She ties her dark hair back into a tight ponytail. She secures it with 2 heavy elastic bands. Her face looks extremely pale. Dark circles resemble bruises under her eyes. She grabs a tube of concealer from the vanity drawer. She dabs the thick makeup under her lashes. It barely hides the exhaustion. She shoves her phone into the front pocket of her canvas tote bag. The weight of the device feels dangerous. It holds a ticking time bomb. The subway ride downtown offers zero comfort. The train car smells like wet newspaper and old garbage. The screech of the metal wheels against the tracks sets her teeth on edge. People crowd together on the plastic bench seats. A man wearing a heavy winter coat in the middle of July sleeps near the door. The chaotic energy of the city usually grounds her. Today it just amplifies the claustrophobia. She walks through the sliding glass doors of St. Jude Memorial Hospital. The blast of air conditioning hits her face. The lobby buzzes with frantic movement. A gurney rolls past the front reception desk. 2 paramedics shout medical codes at a young doctor. The rubber tires squeal on the polished linoleum floor. Hannah walks directly toward the staff locker room. The hallway smells intensely of bleach. The heavy odor masks the underlying scent of sickness. She pushes the heavy wooden door open. The locker room is mostly empty. A single nurse sits on the bench tying her shoelaces. Diane stands near the metal sink in the corner. The older nurse washes her hands with vigorous scrubbing motions. She spots Hannah in the reflection of the mirror. The soap suds drip into the basin. "You look marginally better than yesterday," Diane says. She rips a paper towel from the wall dispenser. The green tint is gone. "Did you buy the stick?" Hannah spins the combination dial on her locker. She opens the metal door. She shoves her canvas tote bag onto the top shelf. "I bought a new brand of crackers. The saltines were stale." That was the entire problem. Diane laughs. It sounds like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. She tosses the wet paper towel into the trash can. "Right. Crackers. Keep lying to yourself. The charge nurse put you on triage duty tonight. Lots of weird injuries rolling in from a multi-car pileup on the interstate. Get a coffee. A decaf coffee. I drink regular coffee." Hannah grabs her stethoscope. She drapes the rubber tubing around her neck. "Suit yourself." Diane walks past her. The heavy wooden door swings shut behind her. Hannah stands alone in the quiet room. She pulls her phone out of the bag one last time. The screen shows 0 new messages. Saturday. The flight lands on Saturday. Sunday is the family roast. The collision course is completely unavoidable. Caleb sits in his sprawling mountain estate totally unaware of the impending chaos. He thinks he escaped the human mistake. He thinks he cut the tie completely. He is in for a shock when his own sister will demand for his head. Hannah locks the phone. She drops it back into the bag. She slams the metal locker door shut. The loud crash echoes off the concrete walls. Let him find out. Let the entire family find out. He broke things off. He ruined the dynamic. Now he gets to sit at the dining table and choke on his own bad decisions. Hannah walks out of the locker room to start her shift. The fear morphs slowly into cold heavy anger. The dining room ceiling fan clicks on every 4th rotation. It drives a spike of irritation straight through the base of his skull. A massive slab of rare roast beef sits in the center of the mahogany table. Blood pools around the edges of the ceramic platter. The pack chatters loudly. Utensils scrape against fine china. The noise levels usually signal a good hunt or a successful week. Today the noise just grates against raw nerves. Natalie holds court at the opposite end of the table. Her skin still carries a violent pink sunburn from the disaster cruise. Her human husband sits quietly beside her, still a particular shade of gray. He cuts his potatoes into incredibly tiny, identical squares. He clearly wants to remain invisible. The crab meat tasted exactly like wet cardboard. Natalie stabs a carrot with her fork. And the cabin steward refused to bring extra towels. We spent 2 days using the same damp cloth. The entire boat smelled like mildew. Mother passes a gravy boat down the line. You chose a maritime vacation. Boats sit in the water. Moisture is a geographical reality. They promised luxury. Natalie glares at a distant cousin across the room. Luxury does not involve sharing a bathroom with a family of spiders. Caleb pushes a slice of beef around his plate. His appetite vanished exactly 4 weeks ago. The meat looks like chewed rubber. He sets his knife down. The heavy silver clatters against the wood table. Mason kicks his boot beneath the table. Stop sulking. Mason leans over. He whispers under the cover of a loud argument happening near the fireplace. You are bringing the entire room down. Dad is 2 seconds away from sending you out to the barn with the hounds. Caleb ignores the bait. He picks up his fork. He presses the tines into the thick table linen. Natalie takes a long drink of red wine. She sets the crystal glass down hard. The liquid sloshes over the rim. The absolute worst part of the trip had nothing to do with the boat. Natalie points her fork at the centerpiece. My friends barely got any of my texts for a solid month. Hannah was in crisis mode, and I wasn't even here for her. The fork in Caleb's hand slips. The metal scrapes a long, ugly scratch across the glazed ceramic plate. He freezes. The muscles in his back lock instantly. Grandmother looks up from her soup. Your little soft friend from the city. The one who ran off before the cake was cut. She had an emergency at the hospital. Natalie defends the lie smoothly. She has clearly practiced the excuse. Anyway. I finally found out about everything. She dropped an absolute bomb in the group chat. The air in the dining room suddenly feels incredibly thin. Caleb stops breathing. His pulse hammers a chaotic rhythm against his ribcage. He stares at the dark grain of the wood table. Mason tilts his head. Did she adopt another street cat? You said her apartment already smells like a litter box. Shut up, Mason. Natalie leans forward. The wooden chair creaks under her weight. She is pregnant. Complete silence drops over the table. The kind of silence that precedes a lightning strike. The distant cousin stops chewing. The husband drops his knife. The silver hits the floor with a loud clang. Caleb squeezes the fork. Pregnant. Mother repeats the word. She calculates the timeline. Her dark eyes dart toward the head of the table. She looks directly at Caleb. Natalie completely misses the shift in the room's energy. She waves a hand dismissively. Yes. Pregnant. And the guy is a total coward. He told her it was a mistake. He left her completely alone. The stainless steel fork bends. The metal handle folds straight back on itself. The sharp tines dig into Caleb's palm. The thick metal groans audibly under the unnatural pressure. He does not feel the pain as the skin breaks. A drop of blood hits the white linen tablecloth. A mistake, Caleb repeats. His voice sounds like grinding stones. The words tear his throat apart. Exactly. Natalie slams her fist onto the table. The water goblets rattle. He treated her like garbage. She refuses to give me a name. She wants to handle it alone. We all know she makes terrible decisions under stress. Natalie. Her husband touches her arm. He finally speaks. Maybe you should lower your voice. No, Natalie shakes him off. She looks directly down the table. Her eyes lock onto her older brother. Caleb. You have contacts. You know the guy who runs that shady security firm downtown. I need you to run a full background trace on her. Caleb stares at her. His brain misfires. The words lose all meaning. Find the guy. Natalie demands. Find him and drag him out here. We are going to ruin his life. Mason lets out a low whistle. Oh boy. Mother stands up abruptly. Her chair screeches against the floorboards. Natalie. That is quite enough. Why? Natalie looks around the table in confusion. She finally notices the terrified faces of the extended pack. She notices the bent piece of metal bleeding into Caleb's hand. What is going on? Why are you all looking at me like I just shot someone? The husband sinks lower in his chair. He clearly wishes the floor would swallow him whole. Honey. Read the room. Caleb slides his chair back. The wood scrapes loudly. He stands up. His massive frame blocks the light from the chandelier. The shadows stretch across the ruined tablecloth. He looks at his mother. Her face is pale. She knows. The entire table knows. He drops the mangled fork onto his plate. He turns around and stalks out of the room without a word. Caleb. Natalie calls out. Her voice wavers. Confusion bleeds into sudden realization. The math clicks into place inside her head. The wedding. The midnight walk. The sudden departure. Wait. Caleb. He does not wait. He is already out of the dining room and heading to get his mate and baby. His heavy boots hit the hallway floorboards with terrifying force. The heavy oak door slams shut. The impact sends a shockwave through the floorboards. The crystal chandelier sways slightly above the table. Light fractures across the cold roast beef. Natalie stares at the empty archway. Her brain feels entirely coated in thick mud. She looks down at the blood spotting the white linen near Caleb's abandoned plate. The heavy steel fork sits twisted into a mangled knot. No, Natalie whispers. The word barely escapes her lips. Her husband reaches for her hand. His fingers feel cold and clammy. I tried to tell you to stop talking. You knew? Natalie rips her hand away. She glares at him. I have eyes. He mutters. He shrinks back against the heavy carved chair. He spent the entire wedding reception staring at the driveway like someone stole his truck. She looked completely wrecked that morning after he walked her to her room. Mother sits down slowly. She folds her hands on the table. You asked him to hunt himself down. That is a special kind of cruelty. I did not know. Natalie's voice rises to a shrill pitch. Panic clogs her throat. The reality of the situation crashes over her. She said it was a one-night stand. She said the guy called her a mistake. My brother called my best friend a mistake? After sleeping with her? Mason picks up a bread roll. He tosses it onto his plate. To be fair, he probably panicked. He thinks humans are made of spun glass. He thought he was protecting her and the pack. Protecting the pack. Natalie grabs her wine glass. She throws it. The crystal shatters against the stone fireplace. Red wine drips down the brick like fresh blood. The distant cousins flinch. Complete silence rules the dining room again. He knocked up my best friend. Natalie stands up. Her chair falls backward. It hits the floor with a loud crash. My best friend is carrying a werewolf halfling. In a third-floor walk-up apartment. In the middle of the city. Without air conditioning. Grandmother taps her cane against the floor. The sharp click commands immediate attention. Sit down, girl. Hysterics fix nothing. The alpha is currently losing his mind. We let him hunt. He will bring her back. Bring her back? Natalie laughs. The sound borders on absolute madness. You do not know Hannah. She holds grudges for a living. She once ignored a professor for an entire semester because he mispronounced her name on the first day. Caleb told her she was a mistake. She is going to pepper spray him. Mother rubs her temples. Then he deserves it. A wolf who abandons his mate deserves the sting. Mate. Natalie chokes on the word. She is his mate? Oh my God. This is a disaster. She hates him. She will get over it. Grandmother says dismissively. The bond always wins. She is human. Natalie snaps. She points a shaking finger toward the window. She does not care about your ancient moon logic. She cares about paying her electric bill and finishing her hospital rotation. If Caleb shows up at her door acting like a possessive caveman, she will call the actual police. Her husband clears his throat softly. Should we warn her? Natalie freezes. She looks at the man she married. He finally produced a useful idea. She dives toward her purse sitting on the floor and rips the zipper open. She digs through the lipsticks and crumpled receipts. Her fingers close around the cold metal of her phone. Natalie. Mother warns. The tone is incredibly sharp. Do not interfere. The male needs to handle his own territory. My best friend is my territory. Natalie unlocks the screen. She opens the group chat. Her thumbs fly across the digital keyboard. Natalie, Hannah. Pack a bag. Brooke, what? Why? Paige, are we going somewhere? Natalie, I am an idiot. I spilled the beans at dinner. The deadbeat is my brother. He is coming for you right now. Brooke, wait. The grumpy guy from the wedding photos? Natalie ignores Brooke. She types furiously. Natalie, run. Go to Brooke's place. Do not answer your door. He is completely feral. The typing bubble from Hannah appears. It stays there for a long time. Hannah, he is what? Natalie, he broke a solid steel fork in half with his bare hands. He is on his way to the city. Natalie drops the phone onto the table. Her hands shake. She looks at the shattered glass near the fireplace. The Sunday roast is officially ruined. Grandmother slides another slab of roast beef towards herself with a smile. The heavy truck engine roars to life. The massive tires spin out on the loose gravel driveway. Caleb slams the gear shift into drive. The metal column groans under his rough handling. He hits the gas pedal hard. The truck fishtails slightly before catching traction on the dirt road leading out of the estate. The steering wheel leather creaks under his grip. His right palm throbs. A thin line of blood smears across the black steering wheel cover. He ignores the pain. The physical sensation barely registers over the deafening roar inside his skull. Pregnant. The word echoes off the windshield. It bounces around the cab of the truck. A baby. His child. Growing inside a woman he abandoned to live in a tiny apartment in a city full of danger and rot. He hits the paved highway. He pushes the speedometer past 80. The pine trees blur into a solid green wall outside the window. The engine whines. He calculates the distance. 200 miles. 3 hours if he ignores the speed limits entirely. She better not run. He will find her. He will track her down even if it cost him his entire fortune. He told her it was a mistake. He looked her right in the eyes and lied to her face. The memory of those words tastes like battery acid. He remembers the cold morning light. He remembers the shock draining the color from her cheeks. She had looked at him like he was a monster. He proved her right. He punches the dashboard. The plastic cracks under the force of his knuckles. Stupid. Caleb growls the word out loud. The sound fills the empty cab. He let his fear control the situation. He feared the northern pack. He feared his own lack of control. He feared her fragile human bones. He tried to cut the bond to keep her safe. Instead, he left his pregnant mate entirely vulnerable in a city filled with strangers. He left her sick, exhausted, and dealing with the terrifying changes she can't even possibly understand alone. A slow-moving sedan blocks the left lane. Caleb flashes his high beams. The driver does not move. Caleb swerves hard to the right. The heavy truck suspension rocks violently. He cuts off a delivery van, ignores the angry blare of a horn, and accelerates past the slow car. He jerks the wheel back into the left lane. He needs to reach the city as quickly as possible. He replays Natalie's rant over and over. She refuses to give me a name. She wants to handle it alone. Hannah is stubborn. She is incredibly stubborn. She poked him in the chest when every other human ran away from his temper. She kissed him back with a fierce, demanding heat. She will fight him. She will probably slam the apartment door right in his face or throw something at him. He hopes it is not the cat. Good. Let her fight. He will stand in the hallway until the floorboards rot. The sun begins to dip below the tree line. Long shadows stretch across the asphalt. The sky turns a bruised shade of purple. The moon is waxing. The pull of the lunar cycle hums in his blood. It amplifies the frantic need to find her. To send her. To prove she is still breathing. He presses the gas pedal all the way to the floorboard. The truck eats the miles. The city skyline eventually appears in the distance. The tall glass buildings reflect the dying light. He exits the highway. The city traffic immediately chokes the forward momentum. Cars sit bumper to bumper. The stoplights feel like personal insults. Caleb grips the wheel. His knuckles turn chalky white. The air inside the cab feels incredibly stale. He rolls the window down. The smell of exhaust, hot trash, and cheap food floods his senses. It is a disgusting environment for a pregnant female. He navigates the narrow side streets. He remembers the address from the single time he looked up her file. He told himself it was just a security check. A lie. He wanted to know where she lived. He wanted to know she arrived safely. He finds the brick apartment building. It looks ancient. The fire escape rests against the side wall. A sketchy-looking guy leans against the front buzzer panel smoking a cigarette. Caleb slams the truck into park right in front of a fire hydrant. He kills the engine. He kicks the driver's side door open. The guy by the door takes one look at Caleb's face, drops his cigarette, and scurries down the block without looking back. Caleb rips the front lobby door open. The lock snaps. He doesn't care. He takes the concrete stairs 3 at a time. His boots pound a terrifying rhythm against the steps. Floor 2. Floor 3. He hits the 3rd floor landing. The hallway smells like old cabbage and cheap floor wax. He stops in front of apartment 3B. He listens. He focuses his hearing through the thin wooden door. A heartbeat. Fast. Frantic. She is awake. She is standing right on the other side of the door. Caleb raises his fist. He knocks. The wood splinters slightly under his knuckles. He does not plan to leave without her. The wooden spoon scraped the bottom of the cheap aluminum pot. Canned chicken noodle soup bubbled lazily over the gas burner. The salty steam coated the small kitchen with a thick, artificial haze. Sodium usually fixed bad days. Today felt beyond the healing power of processed broth. She is not running like Natalie suggested. Let him come and she will send him right back on his way. A violent crash rattled the front door. The deadbolt groaned against the metal strike plate. The entire door frame shook. Dust drifted down from the upper hinges. Someone was literally trying to break down the barrier. Another heavy thud followed the first. The rhythm sounded frantic. The cheap wood cracked right near the peephole. Oliver the cat bolted out of the kitchen. The orange blur scrambled under the sagging fabric of the futon. Hannah dropped the wooden spoon. Hot soup splattered across the laminate counter. She ignored the mess. Her sneakers squeaked against the linoleum. She crept toward the entryway. The hallway outside usually stayed quiet on Sunday evenings. Old man Whitaker lived next door. Whitaker weighed maybe 90 pounds soaking wet. Whitaker did not possess the physical mass to dent a solid core door. Police, Hannah yelled toward the painted wood. Her voice cracked slightly. I am calling the police right now. Hannah. Open the door. The rough, gravelly voice vibrated straight through the deadbolt. It hit the floorboards. It crawled right up her shins. Caleb. Panic spiked instantly. Her pulse hammered against her throat. Natalie had warned her. The group chat warning felt incredibly real now. He actually drove all the way from the mountains. He tracked her down to the specific apartment building. He stood right outside her door. Go away. She backed up a step. Her heel hit the edge of the cheap hall rug. You are trespassing. Open it. He pounded a fist against the wood again. The brass doorknob rattled wildly. Or I will break the lock. Your choice. He sounded completely deranged. He sounded like a man perfectly willing to splinter the frame into kindling. The building superintendent would definitely charge her for a broken door, and the old man will likely inflate the cost to 3 times the actual amount. She reached forward with shaking hands. She twisted the deadbolt lock. Before she could turn the knob, the door shoved inward. Caleb practically fell into the narrow entryway. He filled the entire space instantly. His broad shoulders blocked out the hallway light. He looked like a survivor dragged from a horrific car wreck. A dark charcoal shirt hung off his frame. The fabric was torn at the shoulder seam. Dirt and grease stained his denim jeans. His dark hair stood up in chaotic spikes. His eyes looked completely wild. The irises flashed bright amber in the dim overhead light. He slammed the door shut behind him. The noise echoed off the narrow walls. Hannah stumbled backward. She hit the edge of the console table. A stack of unpaid bills fluttered to the floor. Caleb reached out. His large hands clamped onto both of her shoulders. The heat radiating from his skin felt insane. He gripped her tightly. He dragged her a step closer. His chest heaved with jagged, shallow breaths. "You are safe." He stared down at her face. His gaze darted to her hairline. He checked her neck. He inspected her collarbone. "Are you hurt? Tell me you are not hurt. What is wrong with you?" She tried to twist out of his grip. His fingers dug deeper into her sweater. He refused to let go. "This building is a concrete trap." He kept talking. His words spilled out in a rushed, frantic stream. "The stairs are too narrow. The fire escape is entirely rusted through. Anyone could trap you in here. You have zero security on the ground floor. Some sketchy man was waiting by the entrance. It's not safe. Caleb, let go of me. You are exposed to the entire street." He leaned closer. He smelled like burnt rubber, highway asphalt, and old pine needles. "We are leaving. You cannot stay in this box. The air smells like sickness. Stop talking about my apartment." She slammed her palms against his chest. The solid muscle beneath his shirt felt like a brick wall. She pushed hard. He barely moved an inch. He finally blinked. The frantic amber light in his eyes faded into a dark, exhausted brown. He loosened his grip on her shoulders. He slid his hands down her arms. He stopped at her wrists. He held them gently. "You left." He whispered the words. The accusation hung in the stale air. "You literally ran out of my room before the sun came up." She yanked her wrists free. Anger flared hot in her chest. It burned away the initial panic. "You called the entire night a mistake. You looked at me like a piece of garbage." Each sentence hits exactly where it should. "I was protecting the territory." "Oh, please." Hannah rolled her eyes. She crossed her arms over her chest defensively. "Do not give me some weird corporate lumberjack excuse. You panicked. You do not understand the danger." Caleb ran a hand through his messy hair. He paced a tight circle in the small entryway. His heavy boots thumped loudly. "You have no idea what lives out there. You have no idea what I am." Hannah scoffed loudly. "You are an overgrown man with severe communication issues. And terrible driving skills judging by the grease on your jeans." He stopped pacing. He turned to face her. His gaze dropped slowly. He stared directly at her stomach. The silence stretched out. The refrigerator hummed loudly in the kitchen. Natalie told the whole table. His voice dropped into a low, vibrating rumble. "She dropped it during Sunday dinner as she asked us to track down and ruin the father. My mother looked directly at me." Hannah felt the blood drain from her face. The nausea returned instantly. She swallowed hard. "Natalie has a big mouth." "Is it true?" "That is none of your business. Do not lie to me." He stepped forward again. He crowded her against the wall. The sheer size of him felt overwhelming. "I can hear your heart rate spiking. I can smell the shift in your blood. You are insane." She flattened her back against the plaster. "You cannot smell a pregnancy. That is scientifically impossible. Human science means nothing right now." He pressed his palm against the wall right next to her head. He leaned down. His mouth hovered inches from her ear. "Tell me the truth." "Yes." She spat the word out. She refused to look away. "Yes, I am pregnant. And yes, you are the father. Now get out of my apartment." Caleb squeezed his eyes shut. His chest hitched. A sound escaped his throat. It sounded exactly like a physical whimper. The noise shocked her completely. The big, terrifying man leaning over her looked entirely broken. He opened his eyes. He looked down at her stomach. He raised his right hand slowly. Hannah saw the blood. A deep, jagged cut crossed the center of his palm. The skin looked swollen and angry. Dried blood crusted around the edges. What did you do to your hand? She grabbed his wrist without thinking. The nurse instincts kicked in automatically. She pulled his palm up to the light. Did you get into a fight with your truck on the way here? A fork. He sounded distracted. He kept staring at her stomach. You cut yourself this badly with a fork? I bent it in half. Hannah dropped his wrist. You need stitches. And a tetanus shot. Sit down before you bleed on my rug. She pushed him toward the cheap futon. He actually let her move him. He sat down heavily on the saggy cushions. He buried his face in his uninjured hand. She walked into the tiny bathroom. She grabbed a clean towel and a bottle of antiseptic from the medicine cabinet. She marched back into the living room fully ready to take care of him. Caleb sat completely still. He looked entirely out of place in her small, cramped living space. His knees practically hit the coffee table. Hannah sat down next to him. The futon spring squeaked loudly. She grabbed his right hand again. She poured the antiseptic directly over the wound. He did not even flinch. The chemical burned fiercely. He ignored it completely. Why did you track me down? She pressed the white towel against the cut. She applied hard pressure. You made your feelings very clear last month. I lied. Excuse me? He turned his head. He looked at her with an intensity that made her skin prickle. I lied to you. I woke up in that bed. I smelled your skin. I realized exactly what you meant to me. It terrified me. You are making zero sense. You are human. He reached out with his left hand. He tucked a stray piece of dark hair behind her ear. His fingers felt rough against her cheek. My world is violent. My pack demands blood for territory disputes. A human mate is a liability. A target. The northern families would have ripped you apart just to break my control. Hannah stared at him. The words sounded completely unhinged. Mate? Pack? You run a lumber company. Stop talking like you live in a fantasy novel. The lumber company is a front. Caleb took a slow breath. He pulled his hand away from her face. My family controls the entire mountain ridge. We are wolves. Hannah burst out laughing. The sound echoed in the small apartment. She laughed until her ribs ached. She laughed to cover up the absolute terror crawling up her spine. Right. She gasped for air. She pressed the towel harder against his hand. You are a werewolf. Did you get bitten by a radioactive dog? Do you howl at the moon? This is the worst excuse for ghosting a woman in the history of dating. Caleb did not laugh. His face remained entirely serious. He gently pulled his hand out of her grip. The bleeding had slowed. He set the bloody towel on the coffee table. Watch my eyes. He murmured the command. Hannah stopped laughing. The heavy, serious tone in his voice demanded attention. She looked at his face. The dark brown irises shifted. The color bled out instantly. A bright, burning gold flooded his eyes. The pupils contracted into sharp, vertical slits. The physical change happened in a fraction of a second. It looked completely inhuman. Hannah stopped breathing. Her heart skipped a beat. She stared at the golden eyes staring back at her. The air in the room suddenly felt incredibly cold. Oh my God. She whispered the words. She shrank back against the armrest of the futon. I tried to send you away to keep you out of this. Caleb leaned forward. The golden light faded back to normal brown. The human face returned. I tried to break the bond. I acted like a coward. I let you walk out of that house thinking I did not care when the truth is you are all that matters and that baby is everything. You have fangs. She pointed a shaking finger at his mouth. Sometimes. Your family, she trailed off. Her brain struggled to process the information. Natalie? Grandmother? All of us. He confirmed the nightmare. The entire estate. The guests at the wedding. We belong to the same bloodline. Hannah pulled her knees up to her chest. She wrapped her arms around her legs tightly. The memories from the wedding crashed over her. The heavy footsteps in the hallway. The shattered plates. Grandmother talking about taking territory. Mason making terrible jokes about hunting. It all made horrifying, perfect sense. She slept with a literal monster. She carried a monster inside her body. I need you to leave. She stared at the far wall. She refused to look at him again. I need you to walk out that door right now. No. Get out, Caleb. Her voice rose to a shout. You broke down my door to tell me you are a wild animal. You left me alone for a month. Now you want to barge back into my life? Go away. He slid closer on the futon. The springs protested the movement. He reached out. He placed both hands firmly on her knees. The heat of his palms penetrated her denim jeans. I am not leaving you here. His voice stayed low. The gravelly texture carried a stubborn weight. You carry my child. You carry a wolf pup. Your body will go through changes the doctors at your hospital cannot explain. You will run fevers. Your senses will sharpen. The local medical system will lock you in a lab if they figure it out. I am a nurse. She argued desperately. I know how biology works. You know human biology. He corrected her softly. You know nothing about us. The pup needs the pack scent to settle properly. You need the protection of the den. I am not moving into a house full of wolves. You have no choice. Watch me. She kicked her legs out. She shoved his hands away. She stood up from the futon quickly. The sudden movement caused a wave of dizziness. She grabbed the edge of the television stand to steady herself. Caleb stood up immediately. He hovered right behind her. He caught her elbow to keep her from falling. Pack a bag. He ordered gently. We have a 3-hour drive ahead of us. You can yell at me the entire way. You can throw my tools out the window. But you are coming home with me. Hannah glared over her shoulder. The sheer arrogance of the man infuriated her. He showed up covered in dirt, bleeding on her furniture, and expected her to just follow him into the woods. I have a shift tomorrow. I have a cat. She gripped the wood edge tightly. Quit. You cannot just quit a hospital job. I will buy the hospital. He stated the fact with absolute seriousness. I will fire the board of directors. Go pack your clothes. Pack your cat. He was not joking. The terrifying reality settled heavily over her shoulders. He possessed the money. He possessed the sheer brute force to upend her entire existence. And a tiny part of her, the exhausted, terrified part dealing with the nausea entirely alone, felt a sudden, sharp relief. He fought for her. He looked awful. He drove like a maniac just to reach her door. She let go of the television stand. She walked toward the bedroom. If your mother asks about my apartment, I will bite her. Hannah yelled back toward the living room. Fair enough. Caleb let out a long, ragged exhale. The sound held the first trace of real relief. Hannah pulled a canvas duffel bag from the closet. The same bag she packed a month ago. The universe possessed a terrible sense of humor. She tossed a stack of clothing into the fabric bottom. She prepared to walk straight back into the wolf den. The truck tires grind over the loose gravel. The noise vibrates straight up through the floorboards. The heavy iron gates of the ancestral estate loom out of the pitch-black darkness. Rust flakes off the metal scrolls under the glare of the headlights. Hannah grips the canvas strap of her duffel bag tightly. Her knuckles turn completely white against the dark green fabric. The truck heater blasts dry air directly at her face. The cabin smells faintly of dog hair, old coffee, and sheer panic. Caleb downshifts the transmission. The engine growls low and mean. He grips the steering wheel so hard his tendons pop against his skin. A thick white bandage covers his right hand. The gauze looks stark against his tanned fingers. He keeps his eyes glued to the dirt road. He refuses to look at the passenger seat. He has not spoken a single coherent sentence since they crossed the state line an hour ago. The massive Victorian house finally appears through the thick pine trees. Every single window blazes with harsh yellow light. Shadows move frantically behind the glass panes. The front porch swarms with bodies. Are they waiting for an execution? Hannah asks. Her voice sounds incredibly thin. It cracks on the last syllable. Caleb hits the brakes hard. The truck jerks to a violent halt near the overgrown rose bushes. Dust clouds billow past the headlights. They caught the scent. Caleb cuts the engine completely. The sudden silence lasts exactly 2 seconds. The front door of the manor flies open. The heavy wood slams hard against the exterior siding. Natalie sprints across the porch boards. She wears mismatched socks and zero shoes. She completely ignores the wooden stairs. She jumps straight off the edge into the flower bed. "You absolute idiot." Natalie screams across the dark lawn. She crushes a row of prize-winning petunias under her feet. "Open this door right now." Hannah shrinks back against the leather seat. She reaches for the door handle. Natalie beats her to it. The heavy truck door yanks open with terrifying force. Cold mountain air floods the heated cabin. Natalie lunges inward. She wraps both arms around Hannah's neck. She drags her out of the seat entirely. The canvas bag tumbles onto the dirty floor mats. "Can you breathe?" Natalie demands. She pulls back instantly. She grabs Hannah by the shoulders and shakes her slightly. "Are you throwing up blood? Did he lock you in the trunk? Because I will absolutely murder him with my bare hands." "I rode in the front seat." Hannah stumbles onto the driveway gravel. Her knees feel incredibly wobbly. The long car ride stiffened her joints badly. "Stop shaking me. I feel dizzy enough already." Natalie lets go immediately. She takes a giant step backward. She points an accusing finger directly at Hannah's stomach. "A baby." Natalie gasps loudly. Tears streak through the peeling sunburn on her cheeks. "You let my brother knock you up." "My brother." The grumpiest man on the entire eastern seaboard. "He hates everyone." "Natalie." Caleb's voice rumbles from the other side of the truck. The sound carries a dark, lethal warning. He slams his door shut. The metal crash echoes across the yard. Natalie ignores him entirely. She grabs Hannah's hand. She pulls her toward the house with frantic energy. Ants pour off the porch like an angry swarm of hornets. They surround Hannah instantly. The smell of roasting meats and heavy floral perfume suffocates the cool night air. Aunt Helen shoves a massive woolen blanket directly into Hannah's chest. "Wrap this around your shoulders immediately." The wind carries a chill. "You need to incubate." "Incubate?" Hannah chokes on the word. The rough wool scratches her chin. "I am a pregnant woman. I am not an egg. You need warmth." Another aunt argues loudly. She pinches Hannah's cheek hard. Her sharp fingernails bite into the skin. "You look much too pale. The city drained your blood. Stop touching her." Caleb growls from the edge of the crowd carrying her bags and the cat carrier. The ants ignore him too. They part right down the middle instead. They create a narrow path through the grass. Grandmother walks forward. Her wooden cane taps a steady, terrifying beat against the packed dirt. The old woman stops exactly 2 feet away. She stares at Hannah with unblinking, pale eyes. The entire front lawn goes dead silent. The crickets even stop chirping. Grandmother tilts her head. She inspects Hannah from head to toe. She focuses intensely on Hannah's waistline. She has narrow hips. Grandmother announces loudly to the quiet yard. "The birthing will be very difficult. But she has a strong jaw. She will survive." Hannah drops her jaw. She stares at the terrifying old woman. "Excuse me?" "Accept the compliment." Mason sidles up next to Hannah. He wears a ridiculously bright red flannel shirt. He bumps his shoulder against hers. Grandmother usually predicts death by dismemberment. Surviving is extremely high praise. "Mason." Caleb barks a warning. He takes a fast step toward his younger brother. His hands tightly clutching her property. Mason holds up both hands. He backs away slowly. A massive grin splits his face. "Stand down, Alpha. I am just welcoming the newest pack member." The human looks like she might pass out on the gravel. Hannah actually does feel faint. The noise batters her skull. The strange smells overload her heightened senses. These people turn into giant wolves. They hunt things in the woods. Now they want her to wear scratchy blankets and discuss her pelvic bone structure in public. Mother steps off the porch. She glides across the grass with terrifying, silent grace. She wears a dark velvet robe. She stops right in front of Hannah. She places a cool hand directly on Hannah's forehead. No fever. Mother declares quickly. She turns her head to glare at Caleb. You took too long. She needs food. She needs a quiet room. You caused this ridiculous panic. Caleb stands 10 feet away. He stays frozen near the front bumper of the truck. He looks completely out of his element. This man breaks solid steel forks with his bare hands. He threatens to buy entire hospitals just to win an argument. Yet he currently looks absolutely terrified to move an inch closer. He stares at Hannah. His eyes track the way she leans slightly against Natalie. He watches the heavy woolen blanket slide off her shoulder. He does not step forward to fix it. He just breathes in slow, measured increments. He views himself as a walking hazard. He clearly thinks he will accidentally crush her if he crosses the distance. I am perfectly fine. Hannah says loudly. She pushes the blanket back up. The wool makes her skin itch violently. I just need a glass of cold water. Water. Natalie screams the word toward the open front door. Someone fetch spring water. And crackers. Do we have the expensive crackers? I bought the cheap ones. Mason supplies unhelpfully from the shadows. You are completely useless. Natalie turns back to Hannah. She links their arms together tightly. Come inside. I prepared the main guest suite. It has the thickest walls. The insulation blocks out the howling. Hannah stops walking. Her sneakers dig into the dirt. Howling? Natalie waves her free hand dismissively. Just the distant cousins. They get overly excited during a full moon. Do not worry about it. I bought industrial earplugs. They try to drag Hannah toward the house. The pack moves as a single chaotic unit. They crowd around her tightly. They offer bizarre pieces of advice about drinking raw egg yolks for fetal strength. Hannah tries to politely decline. The ants just talk louder to drown her out. Hannah glances back over her shoulder. The porch lights cast long, distorted shadows across the driveway. Caleb still stands by the truck. The pack left him behind completely. He is looking down at the cat trying to decide what to do with the orange feline. His broad shoulders slump. He looks incredibly isolated. He brought her here for protection. Now he refuses to claim his own space in the crowd. Hannah stops on the bottom porch step. She yanks her arm away from Natalie. Wait. Hannah turns around. She faces the dark driveway. The ants stop talking instantly. Natalie looks highly confused. Grandmother taps her cane once on the wood. Hannah walks back across the grass. The night air cools her flushed cheeks. She approaches the heavy metal truck. She stops right in front of Caleb. He towers over her in the gloom. He stares down at her face with a volatile mixture of raw hunger and absolute panic. You forced me into a vehicle. Hannah pokes him directly in the chest. Her finger hits solid muscle. You made me quit a perfectly good nursing job. You drove like an absolute maniac for 3 hours. I did. Caleb agrees in a low, rough rasp. Then carry my bag. Hannah demands sharply. I am not hauling my own luggage up those giant stairs. You dragged me to the den. Be useful and take care of Oliver. Caleb blinks rapidly. The tight tension in his jaw breaks slightly. A very faint smirk touches the corner of his mouth. Yes. He mutters. He steps around her quickly with the bag in hand and the cat in the other. He is going to take excellent care of this overweight feline. He will show her just how well he can take of another living being. This cat is going to be spoiled even more than he already is. He walks back to her. He stands much closer this time. The intense heat rolls off his skin. He smells like the deep pine forest and rain. He does not touch her. He clearly fights the physical urge. His hands remain locked tight around the canvas strap. Walk with me. Hannah says. She refuses to let him brood in the driveway like a tragic outcast. They will swarm you again. Caleb warns quietly. He nods toward the crowded porch. The family watches them intently. They have absolutely zero boundaries. Then protect me from your crazy ants. Hannah replies. She turns toward the house. Caleb falls into step exactly beside her. His heavy boots crunch the gravel. He positions his large body between Hannah and the rest of the yard. He creates a physical shield. He steps onto the porch. The ants immediately back away. The sea of relatives parts without a single complaint. Caleb's presence clears the path effortlessly. The dark, dangerous alpha energy rolls off him in heavy waves. Nobody speaks a single word as they enter the front door. The interior smells exactly the same as last month. Wood smoke. Old paper. Roasting garlic. The ancestral scent coats the plaster walls. Hannah breathes it in deeply. The sharp nausea in her stomach actually settles a fraction. The tight knot in her shoulders drops. Mother waits by the grand staircase. She holds a polished silver tray. A crystal glass of water and a small plate of dry crackers sit on the metal. The sweet is ready. Mother says softly. She hands the glass to Hannah. Caleb. Show her the way. Then come down to the kitchen. We have serious logistics to discuss. Caleb nods once. He gestures toward the wooden stairs. Go ahead. Hannah takes a long sip of the cold water. She climbs the steps. The floorboards groan under their combined weight. Caleb follows closely behind her. He tracks every single movement she makes. He watches her feet. He watches her grip on the banister. He acts completely ready to catch her if she trips over a speck of dust. They reach the second floor landing. The long corridor stretches out in the gloom. The floral wallpaper looks just as hideous as she remembered. Caleb bypasses the small guest room from the wedding. He leads her toward the massive double doors at the far end of the hall. The Alpha Suite. He pushes the heavy wood open with his shoulder. The room is huge. A massive four-poster bed dominates the center of the floor. Thick velvet curtains block the tall windows. A stone fireplace covers the entire right wall. Small logs burn quietly on the iron grate. The fire casts a warm orange glow across the thick Persian rug. Hannah walks inside. The heat from the fire feels incredible on her cold skin. She sets the water glass on a heavy oak dresser. Caleb drops the duffel bag near the closet. It lands with a soft thud. He slides the cat carrier inside the room. He refuses to step fully into the room. He lingers right near the threshold. His hand rests heavily on the brass doorknob. The bathroom is through that door. He points vaguely toward the dark corner. You have fresh towels. Natalie brought them up earlier. Okay. Hannah turns around. She crosses her arms tightly. She studies him. He looks completely exhausted. The long drive and the emotional explosion drained him completely. He grips the doorknob like a literal lifeline. He wants to run again. The primal instinct to retreat fights a violent war with the instinct to stay. I will sleep in the room down the hall. Caleb says. He avoids her eyes entirely. He stares at the burning logs. If you need anything, just yell. I will hear you. He starts to pull the door shut. Stop. Hannah commands. The word snaps through the quiet room like a whip. Caleb freezes. The door stops moving. He finally looks at her face. You broke my apartment door. Hannah walks toward him. Her sneakers make zero noise on the thick rug. You kidnapped me. You gave me a ridiculous speech about protection and pack sense. Now you want to sleep down the hall? I need to give you space. He mutters defensively. His voice sounds rough. You need to rest. You need to stop making decisions for me. She stops right in front of him. She reaches out. She grabs the front of his torn shirt. She pulls hard. Caleb stumbles forward. He lets go of the doorknob. He steps fully into the room. Hannah kicks the heavy door. It slams shut with a definitive click. The brass lock engages instantly. You dragged me into this mess. Hannah looks up into his face. The golden light flickers in his dark eyes again. You do not get to hide in the hallway. You stay right here. Caleb swallows hard. His throat clicks audibly. He raises his uninjured hand. He carefully traces the line of her jaw. His fingers tremble slightly against her skin. The big, terrifying wolf is scared of a pregnant human. I might hurt you. He whispers the confession. It sounds like a secret failure. I lose control around you. The instincts are too loud. You hate cats. Yet you have treated Oliver like a baby. Hannah reminds him bluntly. She leans into his warm touch. You have plenty of control. Take your boots off. Caleb stares at her. The panic slowly recedes. A fierce, possessive warmth replaces the fear entirely. He drops his head. He rests his forehead against hers. The rough stubble on his chin scratches her soft skin. He breathes her in deeply. His chest expands in a massive sigh of total relief. Okay. He breathes out the word. The tension finally breaks completely. He tilts his head. He captures her mouth in a desperate, bruising kiss. Hannah gasps against his lips. She tangles her hands in his messy hair. He kisses her like a man dying of thirst. He maps the shape of her mouth with frantic urgency. The kiss holds zero hesitation. He finally stops fighting the pull. He pulls back slightly to catch his breath. He sits down heavily on the edge of the massive bed. He unlaces his thick work boots. They hit the floorboards with loud, heavy clunks. Hannah watches him shed the ruined work shirt. The firelight dances across the faded scars on his broad back. She sits down next to him on the bed. The mattress sinks under their combined weight. They sit in the quiet room, just existing together in the same space. The ancestral house groans around them. The pack finally settles down for the night. Hannah feels the crushing exhaustion hit her bones. She rests her head against his bare shoulder. Caleb immediately wraps a heavy arm around her waist. He pulls her flesh against his warm side. He holds her incredibly tight. He does not let go. I'm still angry, she says, sounding not quite as angry as she should. Good. Stay that way. Make me regret it even more than I already do. I deserve it. But for now, let us just rest. Hours later. The heavy arm wrapped around her waist feels exactly like a weighted blanket. A very hot, very stubborn weighted blanket. Caleb breathes in a slow, deep rhythm against her hair. The logs in the fireplace pop loudly. Orange sparks fly up the soot-stained chimney. Every single muscle in his broad chest stays entirely locked. He acts like releasing his grip will cause the floor to collapse. Eventually the heat becomes completely suffocating. Hannah wriggles slightly. She tries to create an inch of breathing room. Caleb tightens his hold instantly. His hand flattens against her ribcage. He makes a low vibrating sound in the back of his throat. You are currently crushing my lungs. She murmurs the complaint into his bare shoulder. The skin tastes like salt and exhaustion. Sorry. He loosens his arm exactly half an inch. He still refuses to pull away completely. Sleep drags her under soon after that. The massive four-poster bed swallows them both entirely. The mattress feels like sleeping on a cloud stuffed with goose feathers. Morning arrives with a blinding shaft of sunlight hitting her face. The heavy velvet curtains gap slightly. Hannah rolls over. The sheets tangle around her legs. The space next to her is completely empty. The sheets feel stone cold. He got up hours ago. She pushes herself up into a sitting position. Her joints ache. A faint wave of nausea rolls through her stomach. She ignores it. She swings her legs over the edge of the tall mattress. Her bare feet hit the thick Persian rug. A giant shadow blocks the doorway leading to the ensuite bathroom. Caleb stands there. He wears fresh jeans and a plain black t-shirt. He leans a massive shoulder against the wooden doorframe. His arms cross tightly over his chest. He watches her with intense, unblinking focus. He looks exactly like a Gothic gargoyle perched on a cathedral roof. Creepy. Hannah rubs the sleep out of her eyes. How long have you been standing there staring at me? Since dawn. He states the fact plainly. Zero shame. Normal people sleep until the sun comes up. They do not guard bathroom doors. Normal people do not have to worry about. He cuts himself off. He clears his throat harshly. He looks away from her face. He stares at the wall instead. You need breakfast. Mother made eggs. He pushes off the doorframe. He walks backward a step. He looks at her again. I will wait outside. He practically bolts into the hallway. The heavy double doors click shut. Hannah stares at the polished wood. The man has serious boundary issues. Yesterday he broke her apartment door down to drag her across state lines. Today he acts afraid to stand in the same room. The whiplash is genuinely exhausting. She takes a fast shower. The water pressure in the Alpha suite puts her city apartment to shame. Hot water blasts the tension out of her shoulders. She changes into clean yoga pants and an oversized gray sweater. She opens the bedroom door. Her toe immediately catches on something hard. She stumbles forward. She flails her arms wildly. She catches her balance against the hallway wallpaper. She looks down. A pair of massive steel toe work boots sit directly in the center of the threshold. They block the exit completely. Are you kidding me? Hannah kicks the left boot. It feels like kicking a cinder block. Her toe throbs instantly. Caleb stands exactly 10 feet down the corridor. He faces the window. He snaps his head around at the noise. He sees her hopping on one foot. You tripped. He closes the distance in 2 massive strides. He reaches out to grab her elbow. Hannah swats his hands away. You left a booby trap outside my bedroom. Why are your giant shoes parked right in my way? They mark the door. He looks down at the boots. He seems completely confused by her anger. To keep the others away. It leaves a scent boundary. It is a tripping hazard. Move them. He bends down. He grabs the boots by the laces. He sets them against the baseboard. He looks incredibly put out by the order. Thank you. She walks past him toward the stairs. She feels his gaze burning a hole between her shoulder blades. He follows exactly 3 steps behind her. He matches her pace perfectly. The kitchen smells like bacon grease and burnt toast. The chaos of the estate hits her senses immediately. 3 aunts argue over a grocery list near the refrigerator. Natalie sits at the large island. She types frantically on her phone. She looks up. There she is. Natalie points a half-eaten piece of toast at Hannah. Sit. Eat protein. You look entirely too pale. Caleb pulls a wooden stool out for Hannah. The legs scrape loudly against the tile. He waits for her to sit down. He grabs a clean plate. He piles it with scrambled eggs and 4 strips of bacon. He sets the food in front of her. Then he backs away. He retreats to the far corner of the kitchen. He leans against the pantry door. He crosses his arms again. He watches her chew. Hannah takes a bite of the eggs. The flavor is incredible. She swallows. She looks at Natalie. Why is your brother acting like a weird security guard? Natalie rolls her eyes. She does not bother lowering her voice. Possessive alpha nonsense. They get completely unhinged during the early stages. My husband had to threaten him with a weed whacker yesterday just to walk to the mailbox. Caleb thinks everything is a threat right now. A low growl rumbles from the pantry corner. The sound vibrates the silverware in the kitchen drawers. Natalie ignores the noise completely. Eat your bacon. He will calm down in a few weeks. Probably. Hannah stabs a piece of meat with her fork. She glares at Caleb. He stares right back. His eyes track the movement of her throat as she swallows. The intensity makes her skin flush hot. Mason strolls into the kitchen. He grabs an apple from a bowl on the counter. He takes a loud crunching bite. He looks at Hannah. He looks at Caleb in the corner. A slow smirk spreads across his face. Morning, sunshine. Mason leans against the island next to Hannah. He drops his voice into a conspiratorial whisper. How is the prisoner of war doing today? Getting enough rations? Mason. Caleb snaps the name like a whip. He pushes off the pantry door. He takes a fast step forward. Back off, big guy. Mason holds up his apple. He smiles widely. Just checking on the guest. You look like you want to rip my throat out. Do not test me today. Caleb stops a few feet away. His hands curl into fists. You guys. Hannah drops her fork onto the plate. The clatter cuts through the heavy tension. Stop posturing. It is entirely too early for this macho garbage. I just want to eat breakfast without causing a murder. Caleb locks his jaw. A muscle ticks wildly under his cheekbone. He looks at Mason with pure venom. He turns around. He walks out the back door. The screen door slams hard enough to rattle the hinges. He is so much fun. Mason takes another bite of the apple. You really picked a winner. Hannah sighs heavily. She picks up her fork again. The food suddenly tastes like sawdust. The cold morning air hits his face. It does absolutely nothing to cool the burning heat in his blood. Caleb paces the length of the back patio. His boots crunch loudly on the stray gravel bits. He needs to create distance. He knows his presence overwhelms her. She hates being stared at. She told him to back off. He tries. He really tries to give her space. The physical separation physically hurts. A tight band squeezes his chest every time she walks out of his line of sight. His hearing zeroes in on the rhythmic thump of her heartbeat from inside the kitchen. He tracks the sound perfectly. He memorizes the exact tempo. He knows exactly when she takes a sip of water. He hears the soft clink of her fork against the ceramic plate. His wolf brain screams constant warnings. She is fragile. She carries the pup. The house is full of heavy, clumsy pack members. Someone could bump into her. She could slip on a wet floor tile. A rogue could breach the perimeter fences. The list of potential disasters loops endlessly in his skull. He walks toward the woodpile. He grabs an axe. He needs a distraction. He needs to burn off the frantic energy. He sets a log on the chopping block. He swings the heavy iron blade. The wood splits with a satisfying crack. He grabs another log. He swings again. The physical labor focuses his mind slightly. An hour passes. The pile of split firewood grows massive. Sweat soaks the collar of his t-shirt. He stops mid-swing. He listens. The house is relatively quiet. The ants left for town. Mason took his truck down to the lower pasture. Natalie is complaining to their mother in the parlor. Hannah's heartbeat moves. The sound travels from the kitchen. It moves up the front staircase. She walks slowly. Her steps hit the wooden treads with a soft thud. She reaches the second floor. She walks down the hallway. She enters the alpha suite. Caleb drops the axe. The handle clatters against the dirt. He walks back to the house. He moves with silent speed. He enters through the kitchen door. He ignores Natalie calling his name from the other room. He takes the back stairs 2 at a time. He reaches the second floor landing. He stops in the shadows near the linen closet. The heavy double doors of the alpha suite stand slightly open. A gap of exactly 4 inches remains. He breathes in deeply. The scent of lavender soap and warm human skin hits his senses. The smell acts like a physical tether. He walks slowly down the corridor. He stops right outside the cracked door. He looks inside. Hannah sits on the edge of the massive bed. She has a heavy nursing textbook open on her lap. She flips a page. She does not look up. He stands in the hallway. He leans his shoulder against the wall. He crosses his arms. He watches her read. He watches the way she chews on her bottom lip when she concentrates. He watches her tuck a stray piece of dark hair behind her ear. He stays perfectly still. He breathes quietly. He thinks he is completely hidden in the shadows of the corridor. You breathe entirely too loud, Hannah says. She does not look up from the book. She turns another page. Caleb freezes. He pulls his shoulder off the wall. I thought you were studying. I am. She finally looks up. She meets his eyes through the narrow gap in the doorway. But it is very hard to focus on cellular division when a giant man lurks outside my room like a serial killer. I am guarding the door. From what? She closes the heavy book with a loud thud. A rogue vacuum cleaner? The house is basically empty. Habit. He mutters the word. He feels completely ridiculous. The human catches him stalking her. He is supposed to be the apex predator of the entire mountain range. She treats him like a misbehaving golden retriever. Come inside. She orders softly. She pats the mattress next to her. Or go away. Hovering is weird. Caleb pushes the door open. The brass hinges squeak slightly. He walks into the room. The space immediately feels smaller with his massive frame inside it. He approaches the bed. He stops a foot away from her knees. He looks down at her. The afternoon light catches the soft curve of her cheek. He wants to drag her against his chest. He forces his hands to stay at his sides. Sit down. She pats the mattress again. He sits. The springs groan under his weight. He leaves exactly 6 inches of space between their legs. Hannah sighs. She slides across the duvet. She closes the gap completely. She presses her side against his arm. You act like touching me is a crime. She rests her head on his shoulder. Yesterday you broke down my front door. You practically kidnapped me. Now you treat me like spun glass. You are human. He repeats the terrifying fact. You bruise easily. I survived nursing school. She traces a random pattern on the thigh of his jeans with her index finger. The light touch sends a violent shiver straight down his spine. I can handle a hug. I might. He stops talking. He shakes his head. Use your words, Caleb. I lose myself. He finally admits the truth. He stares at the opposite wall. The confession tastes like defeat. The wolf part of me wants to lock you in this room. It wants to stand outside that door and tear anyone apart who tries to enter. It is completely irrational. The human part knows you need freedom. The conflict makes me freeze. Hannah stops tracing the pattern. She lifts her head. She looks at his profile. So. She starts a sentence. She pauses. You leave your boots in the hallway to claim the territory. Yes. And you stand in the corner of the kitchen so you can watch every exit. Yes. That is actually incredibly sweet. She smiles. The expression changes her entire face. In a completely deranged, terrifying way. Caleb turns his head. He looks at her smile. The knot in his chest loosens slightly. You are not scared of me. I am terrified of your grandmother. She laughs softly. You are just a giant grump with an overactive protective complex. Now shut up and kiss me. She grabs the front of his black t-shirt. She pulls him down. He catches her mouth with his. The hesitation vanishes instantly. He slides a hand around the back of her neck. He tangles his fingers in her dark hair. The kiss starts slow. It burns hot and desperate within seconds. He groans against her lips. He presses her backward onto the mattress. She wraps her arms around his broad shoulders. She pulls him closer. She arches her back into his touch. A loud knock hits the wooden door frame. Hey lovebirds. Mason shouts from the hallway. Mother says it is time for lunch. Stop making out in there. The walls are thin. Caleb breaks the kiss. He breathes heavily. He glares at the open doorway. The murderous rage returns in a split second. I am going to kill him. Caleb whispers against Hannah's mouth. He shifts his weight off her. He stands up from the bed. Leave him alone. Hannah grabs his wrist. She pulls herself up into a sitting position. Her hair is completely wrecked. Her lips look swollen and pink. Let us go eat. I am starving. She stands up. She grabs his hand. She links her fingers through his. She drags him toward the door. Caleb follows her. The burning need to rip his brother's head off fades. He looks down at their joined hands. Her small fingers look fragile against his thick knuckles. She anchors him completely. He walks out into the hallway. He prepares to face the chaotic house. He keeps her tucked closely by his side. The wooden staircase groans loudly under the heavy weight of Caleb's boots. He refuses to release her hand. His thick, rough fingers wrap completely around her knuckles. The grip feels incredibly hot. It anchors her. The dining room downstairs sounds exactly like a crowded subway station right before rush hour. Shouting echoes up the plaster walls. Cutlery clatters violently against ceramic plates. Hannah takes a deep breath. She steps onto the bottom landing. Aunt Helen immediately stops talking mid-sentence. Her sharp eyes lock onto their joined hands. The older woman nods once. A terrifying gesture of total approval. Lunch involves a massive ceramic platter of roasted chicken. A heavy garlic scent coats the entire room. Caleb pulls a heavy wooden chair out for Hannah. He waits for her to sit. He sits down in the chair right next to her. He positions himself entirely too close. His denim jeans rub constantly against her soft yoga pants. The heat radiating off his large body borders on ridiculous. It feels exactly like sitting next to a massive industrial furnace. Pass the salt. Natalie points a strict finger across the mahogany table. Mason slides the ceramic shaker across the polished wood. It nearly flies off the edge. Careful. Natalie glares at him. You almost chipped the crystal glass. Crystal is practically cheap window glass. Mason stuffs an entire dinner roll into his mouth. You worry about the... It is a wedding gift. Natalie cuts him off loudly. Have some basic respect. Hannah focuses completely on her plate. The nausea sits very low in her stomach. It stays manageable. She attributes this to Caleb. He growls softly in his throat anytime a relative raises their voice near her chair. It is utterly mortifying. It is also weirdly endearing. He acts like a giant guard dog entirely convinced a rogue pigeon might attack her. The dining room eventually gets completely suffocating. The chaotic noise batters against Hannah's skull. She pushes her chair back. The wood scrapes loudly. Need air. She mutters the excuse. Caleb starts to stand up immediately. Stay right there. She points a firm finger directly at his nose. Eat your chicken. I am walking exactly 10 feet to the back porch. He freezes halfway out of his seat. His jaw tightens. He slowly sits back down. He looks completely miserable. The wraparound porch offers instant relief. A cool wind rolls down from the mountain ridge. It smells strongly of crushed pine needles. Hannah sinks into a faded wicker chair. The green cushions feel slightly damp. She stretches her legs out over the floorboards. She closes her eyes. Heavy footsteps hit the wooden deck. Mason strolls around the corner. He wears a faded denim jacket. He tosses a bright green apple high into the air. He catches it effortlessly with one hand. Hiding from the pack? Mason leans backward against the porch railing. The drywood creaks loudly under his weight. Hiding from the noise. Hannah keeps her eyes closed. Your family shouts over the gravy bowl. Yeah. We lack basic indoor voices. Mason takes a loud, crunching bite of the apple. He chews with his mouth entirely open. You know why wolves make terrible real estate agents? Hannah opens one eye. I really do not want to know. Because they always try to sell you a den, not a house. Mason grins. The terrible joke lands with a massive thud. Get it? We like the dirt. That was terrible. Hannah sighs. Please find a new audience. A massive rustling sound erupts from the side yard. The overgrown rose bushes shake violently. Thorns snap audibly. A huge figure stands up straight out of the wet dirt. Caleb steps onto the cut grass. Dead leaves stick out of his messy dark hair. A long scratch bleeds sluggishly on his left cheek. He glares up at the porch. A low rumble vibrates deep in his chest. The sound physically rattles the porch windows. What on earth were you doing in the bushes? Hannah stares at him in complete disbelief. Caleb ignores her question entirely. He locks his glowing golden eyes on his younger brother. Get away from her. Mason laughs loudly. He tosses the apple up again. Relax. We were just discussing property values. Dirt under his fingernails drives him completely crazy. He spent the last 20 minutes checking the soil density around the stone foundation. A completely unnecessary task. He just needed to patrol the perimeter actively. He needed to make sure the scent lines held strong against the wind. He hears Mason breathing near Hannah. The protective instinct spikes instantly. It floods his veins with boiling liquid fire. He shoves his massive frame through the thorny rose bushes. The sharp thorns tear at his cotton shirt. He does not feel the pain at all. He only sees his brother standing way too close to his mate. Caleb steps up onto the wooden porch. His heavy boots leave thick muddy tracks on the painted wood. He stops directly between Hannah's chair and the railing. He creates a solid physical wall. You look like a swamp monster. Mason points a finger at the dead leaves in Caleb's hair. Did you actually crawl under the house? Leave. Caleb orders him flatly. Actually. Mason takes another bite of his apple. You need me. You need serious professional help. Hannah shifts in her wicker chair. He is fine. We are fine. He is a total disaster. Mason ignores her entirely. He focuses directly on his older brother. You broke down a door yesterday. You stalk her around the kitchen today. You are doing this modern romance thing completely wrong. Caleb crosses his arms. The torn fabric of his shirt strains tightly against his biceps. I do not need your terrible advice. Yes, you do. Mason gestures wildly with the half-eaten apple. Women do not want a cave-dwelling mud monster. They want emojis. They want you to text them a little yellow smiley face with hearts in its eyes and kissy lips. Caleb stares at him. The concept sounds utterly foreign. I do not use emojis. Exactly the problem. Mason nods sagely. You brood constantly. You glare at everyone. You stand in the corners looking like a statue carved from granite in a Gothic Victorian house. You need to take her on a date. Buy her flowers, maybe chocolates. Hannah covers her mouth with her hand. A small snort escapes her lips. She is actually laughing at him. Caleb feels a sudden flush of heat hit his neck. The embarrassment stings sharply. He turns his head slightly. He looks down at Hannah. Her brown eyes sparkle with bright amusement. She looks incredibly beautiful. The tight tension in her shoulders is completely gone. A movie theater. Mason continues his unsolicited lecture loudly. Take her to see something with loud explosions. Buy the overpriced butter popcorn. Share a giant soda. Do normal human things before you scare her right back to the city. I will not scare her away. Caleb growls softly. You stood in a rose bush for 20 minutes just to listen to her breathe. Mason points out the obvious flaw in that logic. That screams stable partner. It was a security patrol. Right. Mason tosses the apple core into the yard. It lands near the gravel driveway. Security. Take her to a restaurant. A place with printed menus and waiters. Put on a clean shirt without holes in it. Mason pushes off the wooden railing. He walks toward the front door. He pauses right next to Caleb. Just try being normal for 5 straight minutes. Mason claps him hard on the shoulder. He dodges the immediate swing of Caleb's fist. Mason laughs again. He disappears inside the house. The heavy screen door bangs shut behind him. Caleb stands alone on the porch. The silence stretches out uncomfortably. The mountain wind rustles the tall pine trees. He reaches up. He pulls a dead leaf out of his hair. He crushes it in his fist. A movie theater. Hannah says quietly. He turns around. He looks down at her face. She bites her bottom lip. She tries very hard to hide a massive smile. Do not laugh. Caleb mutters heavily. He wipes a smudge of dirt off his jeans. He is a complete idiot. He thinks buying plastic flowers proves loyalty. He has a tiny point. Hannah stretches her arms high over her head. You do hover constantly. You act like I am a major flight risk. You ran away once. He reminds her bluntly. The memory still burns like acid in his gut. Because you told me to leave. She shoots back instantly. You called me a mistake. I listened to your stupid words. The truth hits him like a physical blow to the ribs. He flinches. He drops his gaze to the wooden floorboards. The muddy boot prints look incredibly messy. They look exactly like evidence of his total lack of control. I know. He says the words carefully. I have to fix that. You do. Hannah agrees. She does not let him off the hook at all. She demands full accountability. He respects her immensely for it. She stands up from the wicker chair. She steps directly into his personal space. She reaches up. Her soft fingers brush gently against his cheek. She touches the fresh scratch left by the sharp rose thorns. You do not have to text me emojis. I'm guessing if I have the capacity to accept werewolves exist. I have the capacity to forgive one for being an idiot. She whispers. Her thumb wipes a speck of dry dirt off his jaw. Good. He breathes out heavily. He catches her wrist. He kisses the soft palm of her hand. I hate typing on small screens. But a date might be nice. She tilts her head. She looks up at him with expectant eyes. A real date. Outside of this property line. With actual food cooked by someone else. Panic flares bright in his chest. Taking her off the estate means leaving the safety of the perimeter fences. It means exposing her to random variables. It means crowded rooms and unpredictable scents. He hates crowds. He hates strange humans bumping into him. The local diner in town gets incredibly busy on weekdays. The waitress talks entirely too much. She always asks extremely personal questions. He will have to sit facing the front door. He will have to monitor every single person who walks inside. He will probably snap a butter knife in half if a local mechanic looks at Hannah for too long. I will think about it. He lies through his teeth. He has zero intention of letting her leave the property anytime soon. Hannah narrows her eyes. She sees right through the terrible lie. Caleb. Tomorrow. He compromises instantly. The stubborn set of her jaw forces his hand entirely. We can drive into town tomorrow. For lunch. Deal. She smiles widely. She stands on her tiptoes. She presses a quick, firm kiss against his mouth. Her lips taste exactly like strawberry chapstick and weak coffee. She pulls away much too fast. She turns around. She walks back toward the house. I am going to take a nap. She calls back over her shoulder. Try not to fight any more bushes while I sleep. No promises. He watches her walk inside. The screen door clicks shut firmly. He stands completely alone on the porch. He runs a large hand over his face. The dirt smears heavily across his skin. He needs a hot shower. He needs a clean shirt. He needs to figure out how to behave like a normal human boyfriend in a public restaurant. The prospect terrifies him far more than any physical threat ever could. The garage floor smells like stale gasoline, wet concrete, and 30 years of rusted brake rotors. Caleb dips his hands into a tub of industrial pumice soap, scrubbing hard enough to skin his knuckles. Black grease coats his palms like liquid tar. He wants the noise of the property to fade. He wants 5 minutes without hearing 3 different aunts arguing over curtain fringe in the parlor. Heavy boots crunch across the gravel outside the open bay door. Mason strolls inside first, tossing a greasy spark plug from hand to hand. Their father follows right behind him, carrying a heavy wrench that looks like it belongs on a tractor trailer. Both of them wear identical expressions of supreme paternal wisdom. The exact look Caleb spent his entire life trying to avoid. You missed a spot behind your left ear, Mason says, leaning against the fender of an old Ford truck with a lazy grin. Unless that smudge is permanent facial hair at this point. Caleb turns on the rusty utility sink faucet. Cold water sprays over his knuckles, washing gray suds down the drain. He refuses to look at either of them. He keeps his gaze locked on the rusty drain basket. We came to talk about romance, their father announces, dropping the heavy wrench onto a workbench with a loud, metallic clatter that makes the tin cans rattle on the shelf. I am busy, Caleb mutters. His voice sounds like gravel rolling down an iron chute. You are hiding, Mason corrects smoothly. There is a massive difference. You dragged the human back from the city, threw her into the Alpha Suite, and now you wander around the grounds like a stray hound waiting for scraps. That is not courting. That is house arrest. Caleb shuts the water off with a sharp twist of the metal valve. He grabs a dirty shop rag from the edge of the basin and wipes his hands. The fabric leaves gray streaks across his skin. She likes her space, Caleb snaps, turning around to face them. She spends hours reading and eating those honey cakes Helen bakes. She is trapped in a fortress full of giant dogs who talk about ancient bloodlines and sharp claws, their father points out, crossing his massive arms over his flannel chest. You need to show initiative. Make an impression. Show her you possess actual survival skills. Mason pipes up with a bright, enthusiastic nod. Exactly. Back in the old days, a proper alpha dragged a fresh buck right to the cabin door. Nothing says eternal devotion quite like a bleeding carcass left on the welcome mat. Caleb stares at his brother as if he just suggested setting fire to the barn. We are not dragging a dead deer into a carpeted bedroom, Mason. She works in a hospital. She sees enough bodily fluids before breakfast. Fine. Skip the deer. Mason waves a dismissive hand in the air. Caveman posturing requires nuance. You have to demonstrate raw physical dominance combined with tender care. Pick up a heavy object. Lift a tractor tire. Then hand her flowers. Caleb's jaw tightens. He drops the greasy rag into the sink. Flowers. Dirt still clinging to the roots, their father adds with complete seriousness. Proves you dug it up with your bare hands. Women love soil under fingernails. Shows commitment to the dirt. Caleb opens his mouth to tell them both to walk directly into oncoming traffic. He stops. He thinks about Hannah sitting on the edge of the four-poster bed, tracing patterns on his jeans with soft fingers. He thinks about her laughing at him on the porch. The ridiculous advice sounds insane. Yet nothing else he thought of could give him anything resembling a normal human reaction. He walks past them without another word, heading out the side door of the garage into the overgrown field behind the barn. The tall weeds brush against his knees. Wild clover and yellow buttercups grow thick near the old stone wall. Caleb drops to one knee in the dirt. He grips a clump of wild stems, yanking hard. Roots snap. Black dirt sprays across his clean black t-shirt. He grabs a handful of purple blossoms, squeezing the stems until plant sap stains his palms green. He stands up, brushing stray soil off his knees. He looks down at the pathetic bunch of weeds in his fist. If Mason is wrong, Caleb plans to throw him off the balcony tonight. The afternoon sun filters through the sheer curtains of the Alpha Suite, casting soft yellow squares across the wooden floorboards. Hannah sits cross-legged on the thick Persian rug with a fresh cup of tea resting on a low wooden stool. Her current book lies on the floor. The tiny black text swims in front of her eyes. A heavy, deliberate knock hits the double doors. Before she can answer, the heavy wood swings open. Caleb stands on the threshold. He looks entirely ridiculous. His dark hair is wilder than usual, sticking out in 3 different directions. A dark smear of motor oil crosses his cheekbone. He holds a mangled clump of weeds and purple wildflowers tightly in his right fist. Black dirt crumbles off the roots, dropping straight onto the polished wood floor. Hannah stares at him. She blinks twice. Did you just rob a ditch? Caleb's jaw twitches. He steps into the room, his heavy boots leaving faint gray dust prints behind him. He walks straight toward her with the grim determination of a soldier marching into a minefield. Flowers, Caleb says. His voice drops into that low, gravelly register that vibrates through the floorboards. He extends his arm. He shoves the dirty bundle of weeds directly toward her face. Hannah sets her teacup down onto the wooden stool with a tiny clink. She looks at the wildflowers. Roots dangle from the stems, coated in damp earth. Tiny worms might actually live inside the soil clods. You dug these up with your bare hands, she states, looking up into his dark, intense eyes. Yes. Because dirt proves your eternal devotion. Caleb freezes. A faint flush of red creeps up his thick neck, dark enough to show through his heavy stubble. Mason and Dad said. Mason told you to do this? Hannah bursts out laughing. The sound echoes off the high stone fireplace. She covers her mouth with her hand, her shoulders shaking with amusement. You listened to your brother about modern romance? That is the funniest thing that happened all month. He said women like soil under fingernails. Caleb defends himself with absolute seriousness, though his shoulders drop an inch in defeat. Hannah reaches out. She gently takes the muddy weeds out of his massive fist. She sets the clump down and turns to him, smiling. He was unsure if that was a good smile or a smile that means he would be sleeping in the ditch he pulled the flowers out of. Sit down, she commands softly, patting the rug right next to her knee. Caleb exhales a long, heavy breath. He drops his massive frame onto the floor, folding his long legs awkwardly against the rug. He looks entirely out of place sitting on a Persian carpet holding a cup of tea, yet he stays right where she wants him. Hannah shifts closer. She reaches up with her thumb. She wipes the smudge of motor oil off his cheekbone, smearing the dark grease across her own skin. You are an absolute idiot, Caleb, but I see the effort, she whispers, her voice softening into something warm and real. I know, he murmurs, catching her hand before she can pull away. He turns her wrist over, pressing a hot, lingering kiss against her pulse point. Does this mean the caveman strategy failed? It means you owe me a real bouquet. She smiles, leaning her head against his wide shoulder. And maybe a movie with actual popcorn. Tomorrow, he promises, wrapping his heavy arm around her waist and pulling her flush against his chest. We go to town. I will buy you all the buttered popcorn in the county. The heavy truck suspension bounced violently over the last cattle grid. Loose gravel pinged loudly against the metal undercarriage. Caleb gripped the leather steering wheel with terrifying force. His knuckles protruded like white marbles under his tanned skin. He wore a clean charcoal Henley today. No dirt stains. No torn sleeves. He smelled strongly of cedar wood and an expensive peppery cologne. The drive down the mountain took exactly 40 minutes. Caleb spent 39 of those minutes glaring at the asphalt. He treated the winding 2-lane highway like an active combat zone. A small squirrel darted across the yellow dividing line near mile marker 10. Caleb actually growled at the animal. Hannah stared out the passenger window. Green pine trees blurred past the glass. The nausea in her stomach remained a dull ache today. A handful of salted pretzels from the kitchen stash kept the worst of the morning sickness completely suppressed. You look miserable. Hannah pointed out bluntly. Driving requires absolute focus. Caleb kept his golden brown eyes locked on the road ahead. You look like a man heading to a root canal without anesthesia. She reached across the wide center console. Her fingers tapped the rigid muscle of his forearm. We can turn around. The local movie theater probably smells like sticky floors anyway. Caleb inhaled sharply. He turned his wrist over. He caught her hand. His rough thumb dragged across her soft knuckles. We made a deal. His voice vibrated against the engine noise. Mason called me a caveman. You agreed with him. A date proves him wrong. A date usually involves two people having actual fun. I am having a fantastic time. He lied through his teeth. His jaw clicked audibly. The town of Pine Ridge consisted of exactly 2 main streets. Faded brick storefronts lined the cracked concrete sidewalks. A single traffic light blinked a lazy yellow warning near the local hardware store. The local cinema occupied a narrow building squeezed tightly between a greasy diner and a discount shoe shop. The neon marquee glowed a bright obnoxious pink against the overcast afternoon sky. Caleb parallel parked the massive truck with jerky aggression. The huge tires scraped the concrete curb loudly. He killed the engine. He let out a heavy breath that sounded exactly like a snake hiss. Okay. Hannah grabbed her small leather purse off the floorboard. Time to eat overpriced snacks. She reached for the plastic door handle. Caleb moved much faster. He shoved his heavy door open. He practically leaped out of the tall cab. He walked around the hood in 3 giant strides. He yanked her door open before her fingers even brushed the latch. Thank you. She slid out of the seat. His large hands clamped onto her waist. He lifted her the rest of the way down. He set her on the sidewalk very carefully. He kept his hands right on her hips. His head snapped left. He scanned the empty street. He looked right. An older woman walked a tiny white poodle near the corner bakery. Caleb tracked the tiny dog with supreme suspicion. The poodle poses zero threat. Hannah grabbed the front of his soft Henley. She tugged him gently. Stop scanning the perimeter. Caleb grunted. He released her waist. He grabbed her hand instead. He tucked her closely against his side. The sidewalk felt much too narrow for his massive frame. 2 people automatically stepped out of his way. A group of teenagers holding milkshakes took one look at his dark face and practically dove into a dirty alley to avoid eye contact. An older man in a faded denim jacket stepped out of the hardware store. He held a paper bag filled with iron nails. Well, look at this. The older man blocked the sidewalk completely. He chewed on a wooden toothpick. Caleb finally came down from the mountain. We figured you turned into an actual bear up there. Caleb stopped moving instantly. He pulled Hannah slightly behind his right shoulder. Hello, Frank. Caleb gritted the words out. Frank ignored the hostile tone completely. He leaned to the side. He inspected Hannah with blatant curiosity. Who is the little lady? Frank asked loudly. Did you order her from a catalog? She looks way too clean to survive your crazy family. Caleb took a heavy step forward. His broad chest expanded. A low rumble started deep in his throat. Hannah stepped around Caleb immediately. She stuck her hand out. Hannah. She smiled brightly. I am a nurse from the city. I am currently keeping this giant man from eating the local population. Frank laughed loudly. He shook her hand. His grip felt exactly like old sandpaper. You have your hands full. Frank winked at her. Good luck with the bear. Frank walked away down the street. Caleb glared at the back of the man's head. You almost ripped a senior citizen to pieces. Hannah squeezed his fingers. Over a catalog joke. He looked at you for too long. You are completely unhinged. She dragged him toward the glass theater doors. The movie lobby smelled overwhelmingly of artificial butter and spilled soda syrup. The patterned carpet looked exactly like a neon geometric nightmare from the late 90s. A bored teenager with severe acne leaned against the glass ticket counter. He chewed loudly on a blue plastic straw. 2 tickets. Caleb slid a crisp $20 bill across the smudged glass. For the cartoon or the explosion movie? The teenager mumbled. He did not bother making eye contact. The loud one. Caleb replied flatly. Cool. The kid hit a few buttons on an ancient register. 2 paper tickets spat out of a noisy plastic slot. Hannah tugged Caleb toward the concession stand. The glass display case held neat rows of massive candy boxes. The popcorn machine hummed loudly. Yellow kernels popped violently against the hot metal kettle. Get the biggest bucket. Hannah pointed at a ridiculous cardboard tub the size of a small trash can. And pour extra butter on top before I. Fine. Caleb cut her off immediately. He ordered the massive bucket. He bought a gigantic blue slushie. He carried the heavy snacks into the dark theater corridor with one hand. His other hand remained locked tightly around her fingers. Theater number 4 was almost completely empty. A few elderly couples sat near the front row. The air conditioning blasted a freezing draft straight from the ceiling vents. Hannah shivered violently. Caleb instantly dropped the popcorn bucket onto a red velvet seat. He stripped off his charcoal Henley in one fluid motion. He wore a fitted white t-shirt underneath. He wrapped the warm Henley around her shoulders. The thick fabric carried his intense cedar scent. Better? He asked quietly. Yes. She pulled the sleeves tight around her cold neck. You are going to freeze now. I run hot. He sat down next to her. The velvet seat groaned loudly under his heavy weight. The hard armrest between them dug into his thigh. He casually reached over. He shoved the plastic divider upward until it locked flush against the seat back. He pulled her flush against his side. The movie trailers started playing. Loud explosions rattled the massive speakers attached to the walls. Hannah shoved a huge handful of salty popcorn into her mouth. She offered the bucket to him. He shook his head. He ignored the bright screen completely. He watched the dark shadows in the back corners of the room. Stop being weird. Hannah whispered. She nudged his hard ribs with her elbow. Look at the screen. The emergency exit sign is blinking. He muttered back. The red bulb is dying. It creates a major distraction. You are the distraction. Sorry. He forced himself to look forward. The actual movie started. Cars flipped over. People shouted terrible dialogue. Fake gunfire echoed through the freezing theater. Hannah ate the entire top layer of popcorn. The yellow butter coated her fingers completely. She reached for the paper napkin dispenser attached to the cup holder. The plastic box was completely empty. She sighed softly. She wiped her greasy fingers on the edge of her own denim jeans. Caleb noticed instantly. He caught her hand. He pulled a clean white handkerchief from his back pocket. He carefully wiped the artificial butter off her fingertips. He cleaned each finger with focused intensity. The gesture felt incredibly intimate right in the middle of a loud action sequence. He held onto her hand. He rested their joined fingers on his knee. His rough thumb traced a slow circle over her soft skin. The loud explosions on the screen eventually faded into the background. Hannah leaned her head against his solid shoulder. His breathing matched the slow thrum of his heartbeat. The tight defensive coil in his muscles began to loosen. Someone walked down the dark aisle. A guy holding a glowing cell phone stumbled over the carpet. He accidentally kicked the back of Caleb's chair. A low growl vibrated right out of Caleb's chest. It sounded exactly like an angry grizzly bear waking up. The guy froze. He looked around wildly in the dark room. My bad. He scrambled 2 rows away. Hannah bit her lip hard to stop a loud laugh. You just terrified a complete stranger. He kicked the chair. Caleb reasoned stubbornly. You are physically incapable of turning off the wolf. I brought you to a public venue. He pointed out defensively. I bought the garbage food. I am watching a terrible movie about a stolen submarine. I am trying very hard right now. I know. She tilted her head up. The flickering blue light from the movie screen caught the sharp angles of his face. You did incredibly well. He looked down at her. His eyes looked almost entirely black in the dim theater. The heavy tension completely broke right then. The hard shell he wore around his loud family cracked wide open. He looked incredibly vulnerable. He looked completely devoted. He ducked his head. He kissed her. The kiss tasted exactly like blue slushy syrup and dark coffee. It was messy. It was entirely perfect. He pressed his large hand against her cheek. His thumb brushed slowly along her jawline. The loud movie dialogue completely vanished from her awareness. She turned fully into his chest. She grabbed the collar of his white t-shirt. She pulled him closer. The cardboard popcorn bucket tipped over. Salty kernels spilled across their laps. Neither of them cared at all. He deepened the kiss. His hot tongue brushed her lower lip. A sharp shiver ran completely down her spine. The freezing air conditioning lost the battle against the massive heat radiating from his skin. Caleb. She gasped softly against his mouth. We should leave. He murmured. His voice sounded wrecked. He kissed the soft corner of her mouth. He kissed her jaw. The movie just started 5 minutes ago. The plot is terrible. He argued back. His hot lips trailed down her neck. And I hate crowds. Hannah laughed quietly in the dark. She grabbed his hand. Fine. Let us get out of here. They walked out of the theater much faster than they entered. Caleb left the spilled popcorn scattered on the red velvet seats. He practically dragged her through the neon lobby. The acne-covered teenager did not even look up from his glowing phone screen. The late afternoon air felt heavy and humid outside. Dark rain clouds gathered over the mountain ridge. The sky looked bruised and purple. Caleb unlocked the truck, picked her up by the waist once more, and set her inside the cab. Instead of closing the heavy metal door immediately, he stepped in between her knees and rested his hands on the leather seat right beside her thighs. I failed the normal human date. He stated the fact. He looked at the steering wheel. You sat in the dark for 40 minutes without biting a teenager. Hannah corrected him. That is massive progress. You get a solid B-. He let out a short laugh. The sound was incredibly rare. It felt exactly like winning a gold medal. I want to take you home. He looked up into her eyes. The golden ring around his pupils flared brightly. I want to lock the bedroom door right now. Then drive fast. She grabbed his white t-shirt again. She pulled him down for one more hard kiss. He broke away abruptly. He slammed the passenger door shut. He sprinted around the metal hood. The heavy engine roared to life before he even pulled his seatbelt across his chest. The drive back up the mountain took exactly 25 minutes. Caleb broke at least 4 major traffic laws. The estate driveway looked entirely empty when they finally pulled up to the house. The crazy ants were nowhere in sight. Mason's rusted truck was missing. A massive blessing. Caleb parked the truck near the back porch. He killed the engine. He grabbed her hand the second they stepped onto the wet grass. They walked through the kitchen door. The huge house stayed completely silent. They took the back stairs. The floorboards groaned loudly. Caleb walked right behind her. His hand rested heavily on the small of her back. The physical contact felt incredibly possessive. It felt entirely right. The heavy double doors of the Alpha Suite stood closed. Caleb pushed them open. He followed her inside. The brass lock clicked loudly as he secured the room. The tension from the previous chaotic weeks finally dissolved completely. The brooding caveman vanished. The giant man standing in the room looked entirely focused on her. He walked across the Persian rug. He wrapped his arms around her waist. He lifted her straight off the floor. "You still owe me a real bouquet of flowers." Hannah laughed as he spun her around. "Tomorrow." Caleb promised against her neck. He carried her toward the four-poster bed. "I will buy out the entire florist shop." He dropped her onto the thick mattress. He followed her down instantly. The heavy metal springs protested loudly. He kissed her with absolute desperation. His hot hands mapped the curves of her body. He treated her like the most precious thing in his entire existence. The rough edges of his wolf nature blended perfectly with the gentle care he showed her. Hannah tangled her fingers in his messy dark hair. She pulled him flush against her body. The heavy scent of cedar and rain completely surrounded her. He broke the kiss to drag a jagged breath into his lungs. He rested his forehead against hers. His massive chest heaved. "You are staying." He whispered the words. It sounded less like a command and more like a desperate question. "I am staying," she answered firmly. The tension finally snapped into something incredibly soft. Something deeply permanent. Caleb let out a long exhale. He kissed her again. The dark shadows lengthened across the bedroom floor as the afternoon faded into dusk. The chaos of the pack remained locked firmly on the other side of the heavy wooden door. The heavy oak door stays locked through the entire night. Morning breaks with a low rumble of thunder rattling the tall glass window panes. The sky outside looks exactly like a bruised plum. Dark purple clouds pile high over the mountain ridge. The temperature plummets 20 degrees. The thick velvet curtains blow inward from a drafty crack in the window frame. Hannah stretches her legs under the heavy duvet. Her calf muscles protest slightly. The physical exertion of the previous afternoon leaves a pleasant ache deep in her bones. The space beside her feels completely empty. Again. A loud metallic clatter echoes from the far corner of the suite. Caleb stands near the stone fireplace. He kicks a brass fire poker. It rolls across the hearth. He wears faded jeans and a plain gray t-shirt. He paces back and forth in front of the cold ashes. His heavy boots thump a frantic rhythm against the Persian rug. "You are wearing a trench into the floor." Hannah throws a pillow at his back. The pillow hits his broad shoulder. It bounces off harmlessly. He stops pacing instantly. He turns around. His eyes look completely wild. He runs a hand through his dark hair. The strands stand up in chaotic spikes. "Get dressed," he commands abruptly. Hannah stares at him. She pulls the sheets up to her chin. "Good morning to you too. Are we evacuating the building? We need to go outside. It is literally raining." She points a finger at the window. Huge drops of water splatter against the glass. The storm officially started. The sky is falling. "Put on boots." He walks over to the closet. He yanks the door open. He grabs a heavy yellow raincoat off a wooden hanger. He tosses it onto the end of the mattress. "We have to go to the greenhouse." "The greenhouse." Hannah repeats the word slowly. She sits up. "You want to look at tomatoes in a thunderstorm?" "Yes." He lies very badly. The muscle in his jaw twitches. "Caleb. Just put the coat on." He sounds desperate. He wipes his palms on his denim thighs. He looks at the locked door. He looks back at her. "Please." The raw plea in his voice stops her complaints entirely. She crawls out of the warm bed. The air in the room feels freezing. She shivers violently. She pulls on her yoga pants and a thick wool sweater. She jams her feet into a pair of rubber boots sitting by the dresser. She shrugs into the stiff yellow raincoat. He does not wait for her to zip the jacket. He grabs her hand. He pulls her out of the bedroom. The hallway stays completely empty. The pack usually sleeps late on rainy days. They sneak down the back staircase. The wooden treads squeak loudly. Caleb flinches at every single noise. He acts exactly like a bank robber fleeing a crime scene. They hit the back porch. The cold wind slaps Hannah right in the face. Rain pours down in thick gray sheets. The yard turns into a massive mud pit instantly. Caleb does not hesitate. He drags her off the wooden steps. He marches directly into the storm. This is completely insane. Hannah yells over the loud thunder. Water hits her face. Her dark hair plasters flat against her cheeks. My boots are filling with water. Keep walking. He tightens his grip on her fingers. They splash past the old woodpile. They dodge a rusted tractor tire sitting in the tall grass. The glass walls of the old Victorian greenhouse loom ahead. Condensation completely fogs the windows. The metal frame looks completely rusted through in several places. He does not stop at the front door. He pulls her around the side of the glass structure. The mud sucks loudly at their rubber soles. Where are we going? She slips on a wet patch of grass. She nearly face plants into a thorny rose bush. Caleb catches her waist. He hauls her upright effortlessly. He drags her all the way to the back wall of the greenhouse. A small patch of dirt sits protected from the worst of the wind by a low stone retaining wall. He stops moving. He drops her hand. He turns around to face her. Rain soaks his gray t-shirt completely. The wet fabric clings tightly to the thick muscles of his chest. Water drips from his dark eyelashes. Okay. Hannah gasps for air. She wipes wet hair out of her eyes. We reach the dirty wall. Are we digging for worms? Caleb swallows hard. His throat clicks audibly over the rain noise. He shoves his right hand into his front pocket. The tiny velvet box feels like a live grenade in his pocket. He drags it out. His thick fingers fumble badly with the small hinge. The rain slicks the fabric. He nearly drops the entire thing into the mud. He pops the lid open. The ring sits wedged in the black velvet slot. It looks incredibly ugly. It is a thick band of hammered silver. It looks ancient. Black tarnish fills the deep grooves of the metal. His great-grandfather forged it in a dark cave over a century ago. The family passes it down through the Alpha bloodline. It holds immense pack history. It also looks exactly like a piece of rusted plumbing hardware. Hannah stares at the open box. Her mouth opens slightly. The rain washes the shock right over her face. He drops down onto his left knee. The wet mud instantly soaked through his denim jeans. Cold water seeps into the fabric. He ignores the freezing sensation completely. He looks up at her. The speech vanishes from his brain. He spent 3 hours memorizing a very polite human proposal. Mason helps him write it on a piece of notebook paper. The rain washes the words right out of his skull. You are human. He starts talking. The gravelly tone sounds incredibly harsh over the thunder. You belong in a clean hospital. Wow. Hannah blinks down at him. Great start. Let me finish. He gritted his teeth. You belong in the city. You need normal things. You need predictable schedules. He takes a ragged breath. The rain runs down the back of his neck. My life is entirely blood and dirt. He grips the tiny velvet box tightly. My family breaks furniture. We howl at the sky. We fight off rogue wolves in the timber. I am completely violent. I track you through the house like a predator. Caleb. She tries to interrupt him. She steps closer. No. Listen. He holds up his free hand. He needs to get the warning out. He needs her to understand the exact reality of the trap. You carry my pup. The bond is already permanent. My soul recognized you the second you got out of that taxi last month. I tried to run away from it. I failed completely. A massive crack of lightning splits the purple sky. Thunder rattles the glass panes of the greenhouse right behind them. I will never let you leave. He makes the terrifying confession. The truth burns in his chest. I will lock the gates. I will buy the entire town to keep you safe. You are my territory now. You are my mate. He holds the ugly silver ring up higher. His hand shakes violently. The alpha of the mountain range trembles like a wet leaf. Marry me. He ordered. The request sounds exactly like a military command. He messes the entire thing up. He sounds possessive. He sounds completely unhinged. He waits for her to run. The heavy silver ring looks absolutely terrible. It lacks a diamond. It lacks any basic aesthetic appeal. It looks exactly like something a medieval blacksmith pounds out of a scrap horseshoe. The giant man kneeling in the mud looks even worse. He looks terrified. He just delivered the most aggressive proposal in human history. He essentially threatened to hold her hostage on a mountain forever. He claimed her as literal real estate. He insulted his own family. He insulted himself. Hannah looks at the thick silver band. She looks at his soaking wet hair. A loud laugh bursts out of her chest. The sound carries over the howling wind. Caleb flinches. The golden ring around his pupils flares brightly. His shoulders slump in total defeat. He starts to lower the velvet box. Do not put that away. Hannah snaps. She grabs his thick wrist. Her cold fingers dig into his wet skin. She drops down into the mud right in front of him. The yellow raincoat bunches up around her waist. Her knees hit the wet dirt hard. The freezing slop coats her yoga pants instantly. She completely ignores the cold. She kneels directly facing him in the storm. You are terrible at speeches. She yells over the rain. She grabs the lapels of his wet t-shirt. She pulls him closer. You sound exactly like a serial killer. I warned you. He muttered defensively. He stares at her mouth. You did. She agreed loudly. You also bought me overpriced movie popcorn yesterday. You carried my heavy bags. You stayed in the room when you wanted to run. She reaches out. She plucks the heavy silver ring out of the velvet box. The metal feels freezing against her skin. It weighs a solid ounce. She shoved the velvet box out of his hand. She grabs his left hand. She places the ugly ring in his palm. Put it on my finger. She demanded. Caleb stopped breathing entirely. His chest locks. He stares at the silver circle resting in his palm. He looks up at her face. Complete shock wipes the terrifying intensity right off his features. Are you serious? He rasped. The rain washes over his face. I am kneeling in a literal mud puddle. She holds up her left hand. Her fingers shake from the freezing wind. Put the ring on before I get hypothermia. He grabs her left hand. He moves with sudden, frantic speed. His thick fingers slide the heavy silver band over her knuckle. The metal feels incredibly cold. It slides perfectly into place. The ring fits exactly right. The heavy weight anchors her hand. Yes. Hannah finally answered the question. I will marry you. You giant brooding idiot. Caleb let out a sound that resembled a choked sob. He dropped the velvet box into the mud. He wrapped both massive arms around her waist. He hauled her forward. They crashed together. He kissed her with absolute violence. The gentleness from the bedroom vanished completely. The wolf took over entirely. His hot mouth devoured hers. He tasted exactly like rain and salt. He tangled his dirty fingers in her wet hair. He pulled her flush against his solid chest. The freezing storm raged around them. Hannah felt absolutely zero cold. The heat radiating off his skin burned her completely. She kissed him back just as hard. She wrapped her arms around his thick neck. She bit his lower lip. A low, vibrating growl ripped right out of his chest. The sound rattled her teeth. He shifted his weight. He pushed her backward. Hannah landed flat on her back in the mud. The yellow raincoat provided zero protection from the wet dirt. Caleb hovered over her. His broad shoulders blocked out the purple sky entirely. He supported his heavy weight on his forearms. He kept his hips pressed tightly against hers. The thick layers of wet clothing did nothing to hide his physical reaction. He kissed a trail of fire down her jawline. His rough stubble scraped against her wet skin. He sucked hard on the sensitive spot right below her ear. Caleb. She gasped loudly. She arched her back into his chest. Mine. He growled against her throat. His hot breath burned her cold skin. My mate. We are literally in a puddle. She pointed out weakly. Her hands roamed over the wet muscles of his back. I do not care. He kissed her mouth again. He thrust his hips downward. The friction sent a sharp jolt of electricity straight to her core. The heavy rain battered the glass walls of the greenhouse beside them. The storm isolated them completely from the massive estate. The chaos of the pack felt miles away. Hannah let out a loud moan. She pulled his head back down. She stopped caring about the mud. She stopped caring about the freezing wind. She let the intense heat completely consume her. A loud whistle pierced the storm. The sharp noise cut right through the thunder. Caleb froze immediately. He ripped his head up. He looked over his shoulder. He bared his teeth instantly. Mason stood at the corner of the greenhouse. He wore a bright orange poncho. He held a large black umbrella over his head. He looked completely dry. He looked highly amused. Mother sent mission control. Mason shouted over the wind. She wants to know if you drowned the pregnant human yet. Caleb shifted his weight. He placed his body entirely between Hannah and his younger brother. He let out a deafening roar. The sound did not sound human at all. It was pure predatory rage. Mason laughed loudly. He took a fast step backward. Message delivered. Mason held up a hand. I am going back inside. Try not to catch pneumonia. He turned around. He jogged back toward the main house. The orange poncho disappeared into the gray rain. Caleb looked back down at Hannah. His chest heaved violently. The golden light burned wildly in his eyes. He looked ready to rip a tree out of the ground with his bare hands. Hannah burst out laughing again. The situation felt completely absurd. She lay covered in mud, wearing a hideous yellow raincoat, engaged to a werewolf who just screamed at his own brother. Your family ruins every single romantic moment. She wiped mud off her cheek. Caleb let out a rough sigh. The golden light faded back to brown. The terrifying alpha transformed back into the frustrated man. He pushed himself off the ground. He stood up in the rain. He reached down. He grabbed her hands. He hauled her up effortlessly. She looked down at her clothes. The yoga pants were completely ruined. Thick brown mud coated the back of the yellow jacket. She looked like a swamp creature. Caleb inspected her quickly. He noticed the heavy silver ring shining on her dirty left hand. A massive, genuine smile broke across his face. It changed his entire appearance. He looked incredibly young. He looked completely happy. Let us go inside. He grabbed her hand. He interlaced their fingers tightly. You need a hot shower. We need a hot shower. She corrected him smoothly. She squeezed his fingers. They walked back around the glass greenhouse. The storm continued to dump heavy water on the property. They slogged through the deep mud together. The walk back to the porch took twice as long. Hannah dragged her heavy boots through the slop. She kept her eyes glued to the heavy silver band on her finger. The ugly ring felt completely perfect. They reached the back stairs. The pack waited inside the warm house. The chaos promised to start the second they walked through the door. Hannah did not care anymore. She possessed her own giant monster to guard her from the noise. They stepped onto the porch out of the rain. The heavy oak door swung inward. Warm air rushed out from the kitchen. It hit their freezing bodies like a physical wall. Caleb kept his fingers locked tightly around hers. He dragged her right over the threshold. Mud dripped from the hideous yellow raincoat. Puddles formed instantly on the pristine white floor tiles. Natalie sat at the massive kitchen island. She dropped a half-eaten carrot stick. Her mouth fell wide open. Mother stood by the massive iron stove. She held a wooden stirring spoon. Grandmother occupied the corner rocking chair. The old woman stopped rocking completely. The silence lasted exactly 3 seconds. You look like a swamp monster. Natalie pointed a manicured finger at the dripping raincoat. Did you tackle her into a ditch? Caleb stepped forward. He blocked Hannah from their view entirely. Water ran down his thick neck. He soaked his charcoal shirt to the skin. We went to the greenhouse. The greenhouse possesses a solid roof. Mother walked over. She inspected the brown sludge coating Hannah's rubber boots. You are tracking half the south pasture onto my clean floor. Hannah stepped out from behind Caleb's broad back. She raised her left hand. She dragged wet hair out of her face with muddy fingers. The heavy silver ring caught the harsh fluorescent kitchen light. The tarnished metal gleamed brightly against her pale skin. Natalie shrieked. The sound shattered the quiet room. She knocked her wooden stool backward. It crashed loudly onto the tiles. "Mother!" Natalie screamed. She grabbed her own head. "Look at her hand." He gave her the ugly heirloom. Grandmother slammed her cane against the floorboards. The sharp crack commanded immediate order. "It is not ugly. It holds the blood of our ancestors. Come here, girl." Hannah walked forward slowly. Her boots squelched with every step. She stopped in front of the rocking chair. The old woman reached out. Her papery fingers grabbed Hannah's wrist. She inspected the ring with intense focus. A proper fit. Grandmother nodded firmly. "You accepted the alpha. The pack acknowledges the bond. Now go wash that filth off your body before the pup catches a terrible chill. We need a date." Mother abandoned her stirring spoon. She grabbed a calendar off the refrigerator door. "The baby arrives in less than 8 months. A pregnant bride needs a custom dress. The seamstress requires at least 8 weeks. No seamstress." Caleb growled softly. He grabbed a cotton kitchen towel. He wiped rainwater off his face. "We are keeping it small. You are the alpha." Mother shot back. She tapped the paper calendar aggressively. "You do not get a small wedding. The neighboring territories will interpret a private ceremony as a deliberate insult. We invite everyone." "Absolutely not." Caleb crossed his massive arms. "I refuse to surround her with 300 strange wolves. The stress is completely unacceptable." "Oh please." Hannah interrupted them. She stripped off the heavy yellow raincoat. She let it drop right onto the wet floor. "I survived a 12-hour shift in a city emergency room on a full moon. I can handle your weird relatives eating cake." Caleb turned his head quickly. He stared at her. His jaw clenched tightly. "You do not know these people. Then I will meet them." She smiled. She shivered as the freezing air hit her damp sweater. But right now a hot shower sounds significantly better than arguing about guest lists. He picked her up. He literally threw her over his shoulder like a sack of grain. He carried her up the back stairs while his mother yelled about catering deposits. 6 months later. The summer heat faded quickly into a crisp autumn chill. The leaves on the mountain ridge turned brilliant shades of orange. The estate transformed into a chaotic nightmare. Event planners arrived daily. Caterers argued over raw meat selections in the driveway. 60 days before the due date arrived with a frantic explosion of activity. Hannah stood in the center of the massive guest suite. A massive white pole tent occupied the entire back lawn below the window. Aunt Helen circled Hannah with a mouth full of silver pins. The white lace dress fit snugly over a very pronounced baby bump. The fabric felt heavy. It cost more than her entire college tuition. "Stop breathing so deeply," Helen muttered. She stabbed a pin into the waistline. "You stretch the side seams. I need oxygen to survive." Hannah looked at her reflection in the tall vanity mirror. She looked completely different. The hollow exhaustion from the city apartment vanished months ago. Her cheeks carried a healthy flush. Her dark hair fell in thick curls down her back. The baby sat low and heavy. The physical weight pulled constantly at her lower spine. Natalie burst into the bedroom. She wore a burnt orange bridesmaid gown. She carried a massive bouquet of white roses. The florist actually listened this time. Natalie shoved the flowers onto the bed. "No funeral wreaths. But Mason is currently ruining everything downstairs." "What did he do now?" Hannah asked. She tried to turn her head. Helen smacked her shoulder lightly. "Hold still. He is winking at the Madison girl." Natalie groaned loudly. She dropped her face into her hands. "The Madison pack sits directly across the aisle. Her father is the beta. If Mason flirts with her, we will have a territorial war before the appetizers arrive. Tell Caleb to hit him," Hannah suggested calmly. "Caleb is currently pacing a hole in the dirt outside." Natalie peeked through the sheer window curtains. "He looks terrified. He ripped his boutonniere in half 10 minutes ago. Mother is screaming at him near the rose bushes." Hannah smiled. The image of the giant alpha getting scolded over a crushed flower felt incredibly perfect. Another ant commanded attention. She jammed a handful of white blossoms into Hannah's hair. The sharp stems scraped her scalp. Ouch. Hannah flinched. Beauty requires pain. The ant secured the flowers with a brutal tug. A heavy knock rattled the bedroom door. Time. Mother announced from the hallway. The sun sets in 20 minutes. The ceremony starts now. The ants swarmed Hannah one last time. They adjusted the lace. They smoothed the heavy skirt over her belly. They handed her the white roses. Hannah walked out of the bedroom. The heavy dress rustled loudly. She navigated the grand staircase carefully. Her center of gravity shifted drastically over the last few weeks. The baby felt incredibly active today. A low ache pulsed at the base of her spine. She ignored it entirely. The front door stood wide open. The crisp autumn air smelled like crushed leaves. A faint hint of rain hung heavy on the wind. She stepped onto the porch. The lawn held over 200 folding chairs. Every single seat contained a guest. Strange faces turned to look at her. The sheer volume of predatory eyes felt highly unnerving. They watched her with intense silence. Then she saw him. Caleb stood at the end of the long white aisle. He wore a tailored black suit. The crisp fabric stretched tightly across his broad shoulders. He looked completely rigid. His hands clenched into massive fists at his sides. He tracked her every single movement. The golden light flared brightly in his dark eyes. He completely ignored the massive crowd. Hannah took a deep breath. She stepped off the porch. The walk down the aisle felt incredibly long. The dull ache in her lower back flared into a sharp cramp. She gripped the flower stems tightly. She forced a bright smile. Mason stood next to his brother. He caught a bridesmaid eye in the second row. He winked at her blatantly. Mother sat in the front row. She noticed the wink. She groaned audibly. She dropped her face into her hands. Hannah finally reached the end of the aisle. Caleb stepped forward instantly. He grabbed her hand. His fingers felt incredibly hot. He pulled her close. He ignored the officiant completely. You look, he stopped talking. His throat clicked. He stared at her face. He stared at the round swell of her belly pressing against the white lace. I look huge. She whispered back. She squeezed his hand. You look perfect. He corrected her roughly. The officiant cleared his throat loudly. He held a leather-bound book. He started speaking about ancient bonds. The words drifted right over Hannah's head. She focused entirely on the heavy heat of Caleb's hand. She focused on the steady thrum of his heartbeat. Another sharp cramp seized her lower back. Hannah gasped softly. She squeezed her eyes shut. The pain receded after 5 seconds. It left a strange tightness in her chest. Caleb noticed instantly. His head snapped down. What is wrong? Nothing. She lied. She forced a smile. Just a kick. Keep paying attention. We are getting married. You went completely pale. He leaned closer. He sniffed the air near her neck. His jaw locked tightly. Your scent changed. You need rest. Caleb. She warned quietly. Do not cause a scene. We need to stop the ceremony. He demanded. He actually took a step backward. He tried to pull her away from the altar. Hannah dug her heels into the grass. She yanked his hand. Do not walk away from me right now. Put the ring on my finger. The officiant asked for the rings in a rushed panic. He clearly sensed the impending disaster. Caleb fumbled in his pocket. He produced a simple silver band. He slid it onto her finger. It sat perfectly next to the heavy heirloom. Hannah placed a matching band on his thick finger. The metal looked tiny against his massive knuckle. I pronounce you bonded. The officiant declared loudly. Caleb did not wait for another word. He hauled her against his chest. He kissed her hard. The crowd erupted into loud cheers. Several people actually howled. The sound echoed wildly off the mountain ridge. It sent a massive shiver straight down her spine. He broke the kiss. He rested his forehead against hers. "We are leaving. I'm taking you to the hunting cabin away from all these people to rest before we have a reception," she argued breathlessly. "They bought a 4-tier cake. I do not care about the cake." He wrapped an arm tightly around her waist. "You are in pain and need rest. We are going to the cabin right now." He turned around. He completely ignored the guests. He ignored his mother yelling his name from the front row. He dragged Hannah down the aisle. They walked away from the massive white tent. They headed directly for his heavy truck parked near the barn. A loud crack of thunder rumbled over the mountain. The wind picked up instantly. It whipped the heavy lace skirt around her legs. The temperature dropped another 10 degrees. Dark storm clouds rolled rapidly across the sky. The crisp autumn afternoon turned into a threatening twilight. Mason intercepted them near the truck bumper. He held 2 packed duffel bags. "You guys are actually bailing." Mason tossed the bags into the truck bed. "Mother is going to murder you. Aunt Helen is already crying over the seating chart. Handle them. It looks like rain and I want to get her somewhere safe." Caleb barked the order. He opened the passenger door. He lifted Hannah onto the leather seat. "Sure. I will just tell 200 angry wolves the alpha got spooked by a backache." Mason laughed. He slammed the heavy metal door shut. "Have a nice honeymoon. Do not drive off a cliff." Caleb jogged around the hood. He climbed into the driver's seat. He started the engine. The heavy truck roared to life. "We are really doing this." Hannah leaned her head against the cool glass window. Another cramp rippled across her stomach. This one felt noticeably sharper. "We are skipping our own wedding reception. You need quiet." Caleb threw the truck into gear. The noise stresses the pup. He hit the gas pedal. The truck tore down the gravel driveway. They left the brightly lit estate behind. The road leading to the hunting cabin wound deeply into the thick timberland. The isolation offered total privacy. Far from the noise of the guests and stress of the wedding. Rain started hitting the windshield. Large, heavy drops splattered against the glass. The wipers squeaked loudly as they swiped across the glass. The storm chased them right up the mountainside. The heavy truck engine screamed against the steep muddy incline. Thick brown sludge sprayed over the wheel wells in massive arcs. Rain lashed the windshield hard enough to threaten the safety glass. The wipers squealed loudly. The rubber blades lost the fight against the massive volume of water completely. A sharp pain wrapped tightly around the lower spine. The sensation stole all the oxygen from the truck cabin. Fingers dug deep into the soft leather passenger seat. Knuckles turned entirely white. The white lace wedding dress felt suffocating now. The heavy fabric bunched uncomfortably around swollen ankles. Caleb gripped the steering wheel. The leather cover groaned under his thick hands. His chest expanded with fast erratic breaths. The headlights cut a narrow cone of yellow light through the thick pine trees. The paved road disappeared 5 miles back. Only a deep rutted logging trail remained. "We should have brought a doctor." Caleb stared straight ahead. The muscle under his jaw jumped wildly. "Mother told me to pack the emergency kit. I ignored her. Your mother invited 300 strange wolves to watch us get married." The breath left the lungs in a fast hiss. The cramp peaked. It slowly faded into a dull throb. There was probably at least one in attendance. "This is dangerous." He downshifted. The transmission whined loudly. "You are completely isolated. Keep your eyes on the dirt. It's still 2 months till due date. It's probably a false alarm due to stress." He hit a deep pothole. The heavy suspension bottomed out with a sickening metal crunch. The truck slid sideways. The rear tires spun uselessly in the slick red clay. Caleb cursed violently. He ripped the steering wheel hard left. The tires caught a patch of solid rock. The truck lurched forward again. A small wooden structure finally emerged from the dark tree line. The hunting cabin looked exactly like a pile of discarded firewood stacked haphazardly against a cliff face. The tin roof sagged in the middle. The single front window stayed entirely black. No welcoming porch lights existed. No paved driveway offered comfort. Caleb killed the engine. The silence felt incredibly loud for exactly 2 seconds. Then the storm noises completely filled the void. Thunder cracked directly overhead. He kicked his door open. Rain soaked his black suit instantly. He ran around the front bumper. He yanked the passenger door wide. "Do not jump," he ordered sharply. He reached inside the cab. Large hands clamped tightly around a thick waist. He pulled the entire weight of a pregnant bride out of the vehicle. Rain hit bare arms. The cold shocked the nervous system. Shivers started immediately. "Get the bags," a voice commanded softly over the wind. "Forget the bags." He kicked the truck door shut with his boot. He carried the extra weight easily. He marched through the ankle-deep mud. He kicked the front door of the cabin open. The rusty hinges screamed in protest. The interior smelled like stale dust and old wood ash. Pitch-black darkness hid the corners of the single room. Caleb set boots down onto the rough wooden floorboards very carefully. He kept one massive arm wrapped securely around the waist. He reached blindly into the dark. A metal matchbox rattled. A single match flared to life. The tiny orange flame illuminated a rusty kerosene lantern sitting on a scarred wooden table. He lit the wick. Yellow light spilled across the small space. A stone fireplace took up the entire back wall. A narrow cot sat tucked under the window. A small pile of chopped wood rested near the hearth. Another contraction hit. This one arrived with zero warning. Knees buckled instantly. The heavy lace skirt dragged against the floor. A desperate hand grabbed the edge of the wooden table to stop the fall. The rough splinters bit into the skin. The pain ripped straight through the abdomen. It felt exactly like a hot knife slicing muscle. "Hannah." Caleb caught her elbow. He dropped to his knees right beside her. "Talk to me. What is happening?" "The baby." Breathing became completely impossible. The lungs refused to expand. "It changed. I don't think it's false. I think this might actually be it." "Changed how?" Panic bled into the gravelly voice. He touched a pale cheek. His fingers felt like ice. "Faster." The word slipped out between clenched teeth. The contraction finally released its vicious grip. A massive shudder shook the entire body. "The pain is completely different now. Sharper." He stood up quickly. He paced exactly 2 steps toward the fireplace. He stopped. He turned back. He looked entirely lost. The apex predator of the mountain range had absolutely zero idea how to handle a human medical emergency. "I will start a fire." He looked at the dry logs. "You need heat. Then I will drive back down. I will bring the midwife." No, a hand shot out. Fingers locked tightly into the wet fabric of his black suit pants. "You cannot leave. You need medical help," he argued defensively. He tried to gently pry the fingers away. "The road is washing out." The voice sounded surprisingly calm. The brain finally accepted the terrifying reality. "The truck slid twice coming up here. If you go back down, you will get stuck in the mud. I will be alone in the dark." He stared down at the tight grip on his pants. He swallowed hard. The thick column of his throat moved. "Caleb. I am right here. My water just broke." The silence stretched out tightly. The wind howled against the tin roof. Rain lashed the window glass. A pool of warm liquid soaked the heavy lace of the wedding dress. It dripped onto the dry wooden floorboards. Caleb stared at the small puddle. The golden ring around his pupils flared violently. The wolf instincts crashed directly into human terror. He took a slow breath. He dropped down onto his knees again. "Okay," he whispered. The panic vanished from his face. A terrifying absolute focus replaced it. "Okay. We do this here. You look like you want to pass out." A weak laugh escaped. It sounded more like a sob. "I am perfectly fine." He lied smoothly. He reached up. He started unbuttoning the ruined white lace dress. "Let us get this wet fabric off you. The cot looks uncomfortable. We will use the blankets near the fire." He moved with frantic efficiency. He stripped the wetsuit jacket off his broad shoulders. He threw it into the corner. He laid a thick wool blanket directly on the floorboards near the hearth. He guided the slow walk toward the makeshift bed. Sitting down required immense effort. The pelvic pressure felt entirely crushing. The heavy white dress finally came off. It joined the discarded suit jacket. A simple cotton slip remained. The thin fabric offered zero protection against the cold air. Caleb grabbed a handful of dry kindling. He built a small fire on the stone grate. He struck another match. The dry wood caught instantly. Heat started to radiate outward. You need to breathe. He sat down right next to the blanket. He pulled a knee against his chest. I am breathing. You are holding your breath. He corrected softly. He brushed a damp curl away from a sweaty forehead. You only inhale when the pain stops. You have to breathe through it. Do not tell me how to breathe. A sharp glare met his dark eyes. You have never pushed a tiny werewolf out of your body. Fair point. He offered a small crooked smile. Another wave of agony crashed down. Hands grabbed the collar of his white dress shirt. The fabric tore slightly under the desperate grip. He did not pull away. He leaned closer. He let the pain transfer into his own muscles. He absorbed the violent shaking. Talk to me about something. Tell me about the last book you read. The suggestion sounded ridiculous. It was the only distraction available. Tell me a story, anything. He understood instantly and began to tell her stories about the family to distract her. His hand rubbed small circles on a lower back. The firm pressure actually helped. He kissed a sweaty temple. You are doing perfectly. Time lost all meaning. Minutes stretched into hours. The storm outside worsened. The wind tore a loose shingle right off the tin roof. It clattered loudly against the side of the cabin. The fire burned hot. The flames cast long dancing shadows across the wooden walls. The pain morphed into a constant crushing pressure. The urge to push became entirely overwhelming. It was a primal biological demand. The human brain completely shut down. Animal instinct took control. Caleb. A loud scream tore through the small room. I see. He moved down to the end of the blanket. He completely ignored the mess. He looked incredibly calm. The wolf took over his actions. The natural predator understood birth. It understood survival. It hurts. Tears finally spilled over hot cheeks. It burns. I know. He grabbed two small hands. He held them tightly. Push now. Give me the pup. The physical exertion required every single ounce of remaining energy. The muscles strained. The lungs burned for oxygen. The spine arched off the hard floorboards. The grip on his hands tightened enough to break normal human fingers. Again. He commanded. His voice carried that deep vibrating rumble. It anchored the chaotic pain. It demanded compliance. Another massive push followed. The world went completely black at the edges. Tiny stars danced across the vision. A sudden massive release of pressure happened. A loud angry wail filled the cabin. The sound cut through the thunder. It cut through the howling wind. It was not a human cry. It possessed a raw sharp edge. A tiny fierce scream. Breathing resumed in huge greedy gasps. The body collapsed completely against the wool blanket. Exhaustion sank deep into the bone marrow. Caleb sat perfectly still. He held a tiny squirming bundle in his massive hands. He stared at the child. The golden light in his eyes burned with blinding intensity. A slow massive smile broke across his face. A boy. He whispered the words. He sounded completely wrecked. He sounded entirely whole. He reached for a clean towel. He wrapped the small infant carefully. He wiped the worst of the fluids away. He moved up the blanket. He placed the wrapped bundle gently onto a tired chest. Tiny fists flailed wildly. The baby opened his eyes. They were dark brown. No golden light yet. Just a thick head of dark hair and incredibly loud lungs. He looks exactly like you. A weak laugh escaped. Fingers brushed the soft cheek of the newborn. He has your nose. Caleb leaned down. He kissed a sweaty forehead. He kissed a tired mouth. He tasted like salt and absolute relief. The storm continued to rage outside. The heavy rain battered the small hunting cabin. The isolation no longer felt terrifying. The small room contained the entire world. The alpha sat on the floorboards. He watched his mate hold his son. The pack of three finally settled into the quiet warmth of the firelight. Wet wool and scorched pine logs generate a very specific, suffocating heat. Caleb drops onto his knees directly beside the low cot. The small cabin smells like wood smoke and old dust and damp flannel. Rain lashes the tin roof with the force of thrown gravel. A single kerosene lantern flickers on the scarred wooden table. The yellow light casts long, trembling shadows across the ceiling beams. His son rests against Hannah's chest. The infant makes a tiny, clicking sound with his throat. Caleb keeps his palms flat against the wooden floorboards. His fingers still shake. The adrenaline crash hits his muscles with the weight of an iron anvil. He stares at the small bundle of fleece and skin. The reality of the child feels completely surreal. A tiny human wolf hybrid born on a splintered floor in the middle of a thunderstorm. Hannah lets out a long, ragged sigh. Her dark hair sticks to her sweaty forehead in dark, wet ringlets. She looks exhausted. Her skin carries the pale, washed-out tone of someone who survived a maritime disaster. Yet her jaw stays set with that familiar, stubborn line. She pulls the wool blanket higher over the baby's shoulders. "You are staring," Hannah whispers. Her voice sounds raspy, like dry sandpaper. "He is breathing," Caleb says. The words sound entirely inadequate. He clears his throat, trying to clear the gravel out of his vocal cords. "He has 10 fingers. 10 toes. I checked twice." "Of course he has fingers, Caleb. He is half human." "Half." The word tastes heavy on his tongue. He is an alpha's son. The pack will smell the shift by morning. Once the weather clears. Hannah tilts her head against the lumpy wool pillow. She glares at him with tired, brilliant eyes. "The pack can wait until Tuesday. Right now your son needs a diaper made out of something other than a spare dish towel, and I need about 4 gallons of water." Caleb stands up on stiff, aching legs. His joints pop loudly in the quiet room. He walks over to the wooden counter. He pours a cup of cold well water from the battered metal pitcher. He brings it back, kneeling down beside the cot again. He slips one large arm under her shoulders, lifting her head just enough so she can drink without spilling it down the front of her cotton slip. She takes 3 long, greedy swallows. Water drips down her chin. Caleb catches the drop with the pad of his thumb. He traces the curve of her jawline with a slow, careful motion. "You terrified me," Caleb murmurs. The confession rips straight out of his chest without permission. "I terrified you?" Hannah hands the empty cup back to him. A faint, sarcastic edge colors her tone. "I was the one doing the heavy lifting while you stood there looking like you wanted to punch the fireplace. You were alone." The road washed out. If something went wrong, he stops. His chest tightens at the mere thought. The dark void waiting at the edge of that hypothetical scenario makes his teeth ache. "I brought you out here. Into the timber. Away from doctors. I left the safety of the house with actual supplies because it was full of loud, annoying family members. I thought I was protecting you, but I have put you into worse danger. You brought me where we needed to be." Hannah shifts slightly, easing the baby closer to her skin. The infant roots blindly against her collarbone, letting out a tiny, frustrated squeak. City hospitals have fluorescent lights, rubber sheets, and government agencies who would take notice of a baby born growling. This place has a fire and you. That works. It's only a 10-minute drive back to the main house. The rain can't last forever. Caleb swallows hard. He reaches out with one thick finger. He gently strokes the baby's dark hair. The infant's tiny hand shoots out from the blanket. A miniature fist closes around Caleb's index finger. The grip is astonishingly strong for a newborn. Tiny, blunt fingernails press into his skin. A sharp, possessive warmth floods Caleb's veins. The alpha instinct locks onto the tiny pulse beneath his finger. "He likes you," Hannah notes softly. Her eyelids droop toward her cheeks. Exhaustion pulls her down into the heavy silence of the room. "Or he thinks your finger is a carrot." "He has good instincts," Caleb replies. He does not pull his finger away. He stays frozen in the awkward kneeling position, terrified that any sudden movement will wake the baby or disturb Hannah's rest. The storm outside continues to rage. Wind rattles the wooden window pane. Rainwater leaks through the corner of the tin roof, falling into a rusty tin bucket with a steady, musical ping. The rhythm matches the slow thrum of Hannah's breathing. Caleb shifts his weight. The rough floorboards dig into his kneecaps. He reaches over, grabbing an extra wool blanket from the stack near the hearth. He drapes it carefully over Hannah's shoulders. She murmurs something unintelligible, sinking deeper into the cot. He stays on the floor. He watches them both. The hours crawl past in the flickering lantern light. Every time the baby shifts or lets out a soft sigh, Caleb's muscles tense automatically. He is ready for anything. A falling tree branch, a rogue wolf from the Northern Territory, a sudden fever. He will tear down the cabin with his bare hands before he lets anything touch them. Morning arrives without a sunrise. Heavy gray clouds blanket the mountain ridge. A pale, diffused light filters through the rain-streaked window. Hannah wakes up first. She stirs against the lumpy pillow, groaning as her sore muscles protest the movement. She blinks against the dim light, looking down at the baby sleeping soundly against her chest. Then she turns her head, finding Caleb still kneeling beside the cot. His face is locked in the exact same position he held at midnight. "Did you sleep at all?" she asks, her voice thick with morning sleep. "I watched the door," Caleb says. "Nobody is coming through that door, Caleb. The road is a river of mud." "I know." He finally pulls his finger out of the baby's grip. He stands up, stretching his stiff back until his spine cracks. "I am going to check the porch. See if the truck's radio picks up a weather report. Then I am going to find something in this cabin to make breakfast. If you find canned beans, check the expiration date," Hannah mutters, pulling the blanket higher. "I am not spending my first day as a mother dealing with food poisoning." Caleb walks over to the heavy wooden door. He lifts the iron latch and pushes it open. The crisp, rain-washed air rushes into the cabin immediately. It smells like wet pine needles, wet earth, and clean mountain stone. The storm finally broke. A few scattered drops fall from the eaves, but the heavy gray blanket over the sky is starting to tear at the edges, revealing patches of pale blue. He steps out onto the wooden porch. The wood is slick with moisture. He leans his hands against the railing, breathing in the cold air. Down below, the driveway is a churning mess of red mud. It will take days for the trucks to clear a path up the mountain. They are entirely cut off from the estate. Completely isolated. Just the three of them. A heavy pair of boots crunches on the mud near the edge of the clearing. Caleb drops into a low crouch automatically. His fingers curl into fists. His senses spike, tracking the movement through the wet brush. A large gray wolf steps out from behind a thick pine trunk. The animal shakes water off its pelt, sending a spray of silver droplets into the air. It stops 10 feet from the porch steps. It looks up at Caleb with intelligent, golden eyes. Mason shifts back into human form in a blur of motion. He stands there in the mud wearing a neon orange poncho and soaking wet jeans. He looks entirely unbothered by the miserable weather. "Mother sent scouts," Mason calls out in a loud whisper. He keeps his voice down, eyeing the cabin door nervously. "She wanted to know if you survived the night or if we need to pack a shovel." Caleb stands up slowly. He rests his heavy hands on the porch railing. "Tell her we are fine." "And the baby?" Mason takes a step closer to the porch, craning his neck to see past Caleb's shoulder. "Did it bite anyone yet?" "He has no teeth yet," Caleb lies straight-faced. "Go back down the mountain, Mason. Tell them the road is washed out and we are staying here until Friday." Mason grins, wiping rain off his forehead with the back of his hand. "Friday? Ooh, look at the romantic. Enjoy the cabin fever, big brother. I will tell Helen to save you some honey cakes." Mason turns around, jogging back into the thick timberline before Caleb can throw a piece of firewood at his head. Caleb watches him go. The forest falls quiet again, save for the sound of dripping water falling from the pine needles. He turns back toward the cabin door. Inside, Hannah is awake. She sits up against the cot, holding the baby against her shoulder while trying to smooth down her tangled dark hair with one hand. She looks at him as he steps back into the warm circle of the firelight. "Who was that?" she asks. "Mason," Caleb says, closing the heavy wooden door behind him and dropping the iron latch into place. "He brought regards from the pack." "Did he bring coffee?" "No." Hannah groans, leaning her head back against the log wall. Remind me to never marry a werewolf again. Caleb walks over to the cot. He drops down onto his knees beside her, ignoring the hard wooden floorboards entirely. He reaches out, brushing a stray lock of hair away from her face. His thumb traces her warm cheekbone. Too late, Caleb murmurs, a slow, genuine smile breaking through his serious expression. You signed the paperwork. No take-backs. You both are mine. Hannah catches his hand, pressing her palm flat against his rough knuckles. She looks down at the baby sleeping peacefully between them, then back up into his eyes. I know, she whispers, a soft smile touching the corners of her mouth. And honestly? The accommodations could be worse. Rain drummed a heavy, relentless tattoo against the wooden shingles of the cabin roof. Inside, the fire snapped, spitting a bright orange spark onto the hearthstone. Hannah blinked her eyes open, squinting against the pale gray light filtering through the greasy window pane. Her entire body felt heavy, fused to the lumpy mattress by a combination of profound exhaustion and the massive weight of a 6'2" alpha currently draped over her legs. Caleb slept with his face buried in the crook of her neck. His breathing came in slow, heavy puffs of warm air that tickled her skin. One massive arm pinned her against the mattress, refusing to let go even in unconsciousness. His fingers were locked into the hem of her oversized gray sweater. Down the wooden slats of the cot, a tiny squirming bundle let out a high-pitched squeak. Hannah shifted carefully, trying to dislodge Caleb's heavy arm without waking him up. The man possessed the reflexes of a cornered panther. The second her hip moved, his eyes snapped wide open. The amber flash flared in his irises before settling into a deep, alarmed brown. Don't move, Caleb muttered, his voice gravelly and thick with sleep. He bolted upright, rubbing his face with his uninjured hand. Are you bleeding? Is the baby crying? The baby made a noise, Caleb. He is not detonating. Hannah pushed his shoulder, sliding out from under his heavy limb with a soft groan of protest from her lower back. And I need to pee. Which is entirely impossible while you use my thighs as a weighted blanket. Caleb scrambled backward, scrambling off the cot like he had just been electrocuted. He hovered near the hearth, looking wildly around the room as if checking for invisible threats. On the foot of the cot, the baby let out another sharp yelp, flailing two tiny fists in the air. Hannah swung her legs over the side of the wooden frame. She picked the infant up, cradling him against her chest with practiced ease. The baby quieted instantly, nuzzling blindly against her collarbone with a soft snuffle. He is staring at me, Caleb said, pointing a finger at the newborn with an expression of profound suspicion. He is fresh-baked. He cannot see past 6 inches. Hannah stood up, wincing slightly as her muscles protested the sudden movement. She looked around the rustic cabin. Tell me you have a plan for breakfast that does not involve chewing on tree bark. There's an old iron skillet in the pantry cabinet, Caleb said, finally tearing his gaze away from his son to look at her feet. And a tin of instant coffee grounds left behind by the hunting club. We have water in the bucket. Instant coffee. You spoil me. Hannah walked over to the small wooden table, settling the baby into the crook of one arm while she unscrewed the rusted lid of the coffee tin. Did your brother leave us any supplies when he dropped by to gawk? Mason brought nothing except an annoying attitude. Caleb strode over to the wood stove, dropping 2 dry logs onto the embers before blowing gently on the ash until a yellow flame caught. He moved with efficient, silent grace, completely ignoring the fact that he was wearing a wrinkled black t-shirt and sleeping pants that rode low on his hips. Hannah leaned against the counter, watching the broad expanse of his back. The sunlight finally started burning through the gray clouds outside, painting the forest canopy in a vibrant, dripping green. The mud outside the window looked thick enough to swallow a tractor, but the cabin felt warm. Safe. So, Hannah said, popping the top of the coffee tin with a dull metal pop. We are trapped in a hunting shack with a newborn and instant coffee. This beats the honeymoon cruise by a mile. Caleb paused, a split log gripped in one massive hand. He turned his head slowly, looking at her with a heavy, intense expression that made her chest tighten. We are getting married again, Caleb said out of nowhere. Hannah stared at him. We skipped our own wedding yesterday to sleep on a floor in the woods, and you were already planning round 2? The first one didn't count, he grumbled, tossing the log onto the fire with a loud thud. Mother invited half the state. People brought casseroles. You wore mud on your dress. The next one will be quiet. We are already bonded, according to your grandmother's medieval rules. I don't care about the rules. Caleb closed the distance between them in 3 long strides. He stopped inches away, careful not to crowd the baby nestled against her chest. He reached out, his warm thumb brushing a stray curl away from her forehead. I want a proper ceremony where nobody yells about table napkins or bridal dresses. Hannah looked up into his dark eyes, noticing the faint dark circles under his lower lashes and the absolute, unshakable devotion burning in his gaze. She let out a soft breath, leaning her cheek against his rough palm. Fine, Hannah whispered. But this time I want real coffee. And maybe a chair. Caleb let out a rough laugh, pulling her gently toward his chest while the baby squawked an indignant protest between them. The tin mug rattles against the rim of the rusted cast iron pan. Cold well water spits brown rust flakes before turning clear. Caleb pumps the heavy iron handle with his left hand while holding the crying infant against his chest with his right arm. The baby screams with impressive lung capacity for someone who weighed less than 7 pounds 12 hours ago. Hannah sits on the edge of the lumpy mattress. She rubs her lower back with a grimace. Her hair falls across her face in messy clumps. She looks like she survived a freight train collision. Which, biologically speaking, she basically did. Stop shaking the kid like a cocktail, Hannah rasps. Her voice sounds like sandpaper rubbing over broken glass. He is crying because he is wet, not because he needs a martini. He is not shaking. Caleb adjusts his grip. The tiny red face turns purple. The wailing intensifies. He sounds like a dying siren. Normal babies make softer noises. Like kittens. Or hummingbirds. Normal babies live in climate-controlled nurseries, not damp timber shacks with drafty floorboards. Hannah holds out her arms. Hand him over before you drop him into the stove. Caleb transfers the squirming bundle with the frantic precision of a bomb disposal technician dealing with an unstable warhead. The second Hannah tucks the infant against her skin, the screaming stops instantly. The baby lets out a tiny snort, buries his face into the fabric of her gray sweater, and goes completely silent. Caleb stands there with empty hands, feeling thoroughly rejected by a creature that currently possesses 0 functional teeth. See? Hannah strokes the tiny patch of dark hair on the baby's head. A faint, triumphant smirk touches the corner of her mouth. He prefers competent management. He prefers food, Caleb grumbles, turning back to the iron stove. The fire spits a rogue orange spark onto the hearthstone. The instant coffee tin sits open on the wooden counter next to a package of stale saltine crackers rescued from a bottom shelf. Caleb dumps 3 spoonfuls of brown granules into a chipped ceramic mug, splashes boiling water over the top, and watches the sludge dissolve into a dark, bitter puddle. The door latch rattles. Caleb freezes. His muscles lock into solid concrete. His hand drops automatically toward the heavy iron skillet resting on the counter. A heavy knock hits the wood. Not Mason. Mason knocks like a woodpecker on speed. This rhythm is slow, deliberate, and entirely too heavy for a normal human hand. Caleb, his father's voice rumbles through the pine planks. Open up before I kick the hinges off again. Your mother sent soup. Caleb exhales a harsh breath, blowing air past his lips. He walks over to the door and lifts the iron latch. His father stands on the porch holding a massive insulated metal container. Steam curls out from under the lid. He wears a heavy wool coat dusted with pine needles and looks entirely unsurprised to find his oldest son standing in a ruined cabin wearing sleep pants and a black t-shirt. Road is still a river of red clay, his father says, stepping past Caleb without waiting for an invitation. Mason tried to drive his truck up the ridge an hour ago and slid sideways into a ditch. He is currently walking back down in the mud. Good for him, Caleb mutters, closing the heavy door and dropping the latch back into place. His father walks over to the cot. He stops 2 feet away. He looks down at Hannah and the baby with an expression that softens his harsh, weathered features entirely. The old man sets the metal container down on the wooden table with a soft clunk. A boy, his father observes quietly. He screams like a bobcat, Hannah says, though her tone lacks any real bite. She looks up at the older wolf with tired, steady eyes. And he inherited his father's stubborn head shape. His father lets out a low, rumbling laugh that shakes the buttons on his wool coat. That is a guaranteed family trait. You cannot breed out the hard-headedness. He reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a small, wrapped bundle of cloth. He sets it next to the coffee tin. Your mother sent real clothes, his father explains, gesturing toward the parcel. Not lace or wedding dresses. Actual cotton pants and a blanket that does not smell like mothballs. Tell her thank you, Hannah murmurs, shifting the baby slightly so his tiny face remains visible. And tell her the cabin needs indoor plumbing before we consider a second child. I will pass the message along, though she will probably suggest digging a well with bare hands. His father turns back toward Caleb, his eyes flashing a brief, knowing amber in the dim light. The Northern Pack sent a runner to the estate this morning. They heard rumors about a birth on the ridge. Caleb's posture stiffens instantly. The relaxed, domestic warmth in the room evaporates in a fraction of a second. What did they want? To know if the pup was born whole. His father's voice drops an octave, turning flat and dangerous. They wanted to inspect the lines. Tell them to stay on their side of the river, Caleb snarls, his hands curling into tight fists at his sides. This territory belongs to us. If any of them cross the ridge while she is recovering, I will mount their pelts on the front gate. I already told them no, his father replies smoothly, walking toward the door with unhurried grace. He lifts the iron latch and pulls the wood open. Enjoy the cabin, Caleb. Come down when the mud dries. The door swings shut. The heavy click of the latch echoes in the small space. Caleb stands by the hearth, his chest heaving with fast, angry breaths. The old territorial instincts run deep. The thought of Northern scouts sniffing around the perimeter while Hannah sits on a lumpy cot makes his blood run hot and thin. Hannah watches him from the bed. She breaks a saltine cracker in half, chewing slowly. Stop glaring at the door, she says, her voice carrying a quiet, authoritative weight that cuts through his rising panic. The Northern Pack can wait. Right now you need to hand me that container of soup before I starve to death. Caleb blinks. The red haze clears from his vision. He walks over to the table, unscrews the heavy lid of the metal container, and breathes in the rich, earthy scent of beef and root vegetables. He grabs a clean spoon, scoops a steaming portion into a chipped bowl, and carries it carefully back to the cot. He sits down on the edge of the mattress, holding the bowl while Hannah eats. She takes small, steady bites, leaning her head against his shoulder. The baby sleeps soundly between them, entirely oblivious to territorial borders, Northern scouts, or archaic family rules. See? Hannah whispers, swallowing a spoonful of broth. We are managing just fine. Caleb wraps his free arm around her waist, pulling her closer against his side. The cabin is drafty. The coffee is instant. The mud outside is 3 feet deep. But as he looks down at the dark hair resting against his collarbone and the tiny fist curled against his chest, he realizes he never wants to leave this room. Sunlight cuts through the pine needles outside the cracked window. Golden rays slice across the splintered floorboards, burning away the damp gray remnants of the storm. The cabin smells like burning cedar, wet wool, and cheap baby soap. Caleb sits on the edge of the lumpy mattress. His knees pop softly. He holds a tiny bundle wrapped tight in an oversized flannel shirt that hangs down to his shins. The infant sleeps with one minuscule fist curled tight against his cheek. Hannah leans her head against Caleb's shoulder. Her hair brushes his collarbone. She smells like stale milk and exhaustion. Her breathing comes slow and steady. She watches the yellow light stretch across the wooden planks near the hearth. Neither of them speaks. Words feel completely useless right now. He stopped crying, Caleb murmurs. His voice sounds rough against the quiet room. Give him 10 minutes, Hannah whispers back. Her eyes stay fixed on the floor. Babies possess a biological timer for chaos. Caleb shifts his grip slightly. The flannel shirt shifts. He stares down at the tiny face pressed against his chest. A strange panic grips his ribs. It is not the tactical panic from the highway or the territorial rage from the estate. It is something much softer and entirely terrifying. He holds a living piece of his own soul wrapped in cotton cloth. My father dropped off more soup earlier, Caleb says, changing the subject to keep his hands from shaking. We need to go back eventually, Hannah says. We stay until Friday. Your mother will send a search party with bloodhounds. Let them try. Caleb tightens his arm around her waist. He pulls her closer. The road is a mess. Nobody gets up here until the mud dries. Hannah tilts her head up. She meets his dark eyes. The golden light flickers in his irises, bright and steady. She reaches out with her free hand, tracing the stubble along his jawline. You make a surprisingly good pillow, she says. I make an excellent guardian. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Alpha. She leans her forehead against his chest. The baby lets out a soft snuffle, shifting slightly in his sleep. Outside, the forest wakes up. Birds chirp in the dripping branches. The storm is completely gone. Caleb closes his eyes, breathing in the scent of pine and wood smoke, knowing he finally won the only fight that ever mattered.